Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here for today's festivities. And as we get into it, very interested to see how Live Sandbox are going to perform, because things didn't look so good for them last week. They are one of our teams with over a 95% chance of making it to playoffs, and they're now against Kwangdong Freaks, a opposition that has very recently been eliminated from playoff contention, the one that still wants to try and improve, looking towards summer.
And based on how today goes, we either have a Sandbox that bounces back after what was a tough match. They got the win, sure, but it wasn't really in the way that you want to see from a playoff team, particularly against Nongshim, a team that has just yesterday been on the receiving end of the second fastest game in LCK history. So ideally for them, they're looking to bounce back strongly today and showcase that they are in fact one of those top 6 teams.
Well, let's have a look at the standings here, as Kwangdong Freaks in 8th place right now will be up against the Live Sandbox, who are on the verge of heading down towards the eastern side of the bracket. In order to avoid that, they just need to take down Kwangdong Freaks here. We'll see whether they can do that, and then we all get to look forward to their match immediately afterwards against KT later in the week. That is an absolute banger, and what this is a barometer to test out whether Live Sandbox are going to be good enough, because with KT's more recent victory means that things are a little bit more dicey. But as we can see, not necessarily when it comes to playoff chances.
No, the playoff chances are pretty locked and loaded this early on. We are still halfway in week 7, and already we have had last spring a Bro Miracle run, but this time around I gotta say it's looking a lot less likely. Now, KT and Sandbox both have had their fair share of ups and downs. KT this week so far looking amazing, and Sandbox kind of on the down low, but we had last week where things were kind of swapped. So if anything, Brion is going to look for Sandbox to get upset today so that they maintain a relatively reasonable chance to make their way into the playoffs in spring.
Yep. Make sure that if you are in LCK chat on Twitch, that you highlight your message and pay your bro tax to give them all the energy that you want. If you're not a bro leaver, you do not have to, but if you are a bro leaver, make sure that you do that to give them all of the chances that they can get. Let's get into our first match though, 6th upon defeat. Live Sandbox defensive battle in the West. And if they do lose, then that match against KT is looking even worse. And given the fact that the roller coaster is starting to come back up again, it is definitely not the time to be dropping series, especially not against Kwangdong Freaks. And as you can see, things get a little bit more difficult, then they get a bit easier, then they get difficult again for Live Sandbox.
It really is, and Sandbox has been a team that on any given day has looked like they can fight with the best and lose to the worst. So that's not a really reassuring thing going into Kwangdong, a team that now has nothing to lose. CV Max won't give up and make every remaining game count. They are a team that at times, I'm thinking in the early weeks, sure they weren't getting a lot of wins, but they did look good. And then recently, last 2 weeks, they haven't really looked good, and they haven't been able to pick up wins.
But they've been against D+ Kia, Harmalife Esports, and T1. The 3 best performing teams right now, I think we can say without a shadow of a doubt. So up against Live Sandbox here, it should be an easier game in theory. Whether or not they're favored is a completely different discussion, and I don't think anyone should be having Kwangdong Freaks above Live Sandbox at this stage.
As Moham.
Yeah, this is also another thing that's pointing in the negatives direction in my personal opinion. I feel like Jun has, when he came back onto the roster, they did start to build some of that synergy. They did start to look like they had plans moving into the mid to late game. With Moham, it did not look the same.
The one factor that I do want to factor in is how badly Taeyeon and Jun got kaboomed against T1, and maybe it's just trying to get a swap up, trying to put them in a different mindset as they go in, because Envy has been a perfectly adequate middle of the pack AD carry, but Kael has looked incredible. He was a big part of why this team was good last year, and he has been great this year as well. Now, obviously, in the LCK, you can only rank between 10th and 2nd as support. There is no first place. That one's
that's locked. That's locked.
That one's already locked in, so you don't have a lot of opportunity there. But Kael is definitely trying to reach towards that top 3, and Moham's laning phase has been, I think, better than June's, but that's also the only factor. June outside has really individually been good, but also has shown that the team as a whole looks a lot better, and that'd be what I'd worried about today, because is subbing in Moham going to be enough to, one, withstand Envy and particularly Kael, And then secondly, even if you do get out of lane, how is the lack of that
Voice.
shot caller,
Yeah.
that voice, going to impact your performance?
That is the difficulty, but Moham is in, and he does have a cool new haircut. So hopefully that is going to power him up and give them the opportunity.
at
He's
that
also,
stance.
it's been 33 days, right? So it's been over a month since he has been playing with the roster, and he has been still sitting with CV Max, going over all of these games, and it might be that improvement, that voice has been building behind the scenes, but we'll have to hold our assumptions until after we've seen it actually happen on the Rift. We do know that Bulldog has been playing a bit of Aurelion Sol. You know, it's 1-1 in North America, which is where we get most of our strategies from here in the LCK. We'll learn a lot. As this is going to be our key player matchup, Envy versus Taeyun. Definitely pretty middle of the pack when it comes to the AD carry stock here. Of course, Envy a little bit overshadowed by fantastic performances of mainly Willer and Kyle, but also Closer being brilliant in that mid lane.
And there's even been some Birdle games. I say some Birdle games.
I don't want to talk about it. I feel like I curse him. If we say that he's going to play well, then I don't know.
Be very careful with that
Yeah.
as well. But Envy, call me crazy, but I actually do think
You're crazy.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Max. But I think he's one of the most improved players that we've had, because he went from being a complete liability to being a perfectly servable AD carry. And Taeyun hasn't really gotten there yet.
Yeah,
Taeyun,
I mean, if Henna didn't exist, I would agree with you. But I think Henna's meteoric rise has been even higher.
That's fair. That's actually a fun discussion to have, which maybe we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, the other fun discussion is the one that you were having before Kwangdong walked out, which was about who are our best supports in the LCK. Because right now we know Keria is, because he's likely the best player in the world.
Yeah.
But who are our best supports? And Kyle is definitely up there, possibly number 2. But then who's 3, 4, 5? I don't even really know. I'd need to spend some extra time to really think about it. And we're going to need to do some ranking of the players as the regular season is come to a close in a couple of weeks' time. It's all really coming to a head here in the LCK.
Because there are a number of players that we can talk about. Lahen's Leona game, not his laning phase, but his second half.
Yep.
Just forget the first half of that game.
Well, if the rest of his team was with him while he was underneath that turret kind of by himself, then it would have been fine.
Yes, but they were not, so he should not have. And I know, I love Lahen's as much as the next guy. Okay, he's a supremely entertaining player. But for Kwangdong, unfortunately today, they are going to have to face up against KL. The big upside, as mentioned previously, is that Sandbox looked very shaky in their matches against Nongshim. So this could be an opportunity to strike for Kwangdong. Not for playoffs, but to have a bit of a better mindset, try and learn as much as you can.
Yeah.
And interestingly, for Sandbox, with KT beating Genji yesterday, not only is KT now closer to Sandbox, but Sandbox now also might have an opportunity to overtake Genji, which is really interesting, because Genji actually dropping means that now if Sandbox 2-0 here, they are within reach. So yesterday's victory by KT, like outside of just being a really cool moment for KT itself, has also meant that the middle of the pack standings have remained insanely competitive. And for Sandbox, this is the type of series that you do need to 2-0, because as you pointed out, it's not like they only have strong enemies ahead of them, and we know that this team can win against the best, but by their own admission, they can also lose against some of the weaker teams.
Everything it's always up for grabs.
Yeah.
When it's Live Sandbox, they can win, they can lose. It does not.
Not unlike...
The only thing that is almost a guarantee when it comes to Live Sandbox is that we're going to be here for the distance, because 3 games is the way for this squad. They don't generally win 2 in a row. It's just not really the thing that they do. And Sejuani going to be the first ban as we hop into the draft phase for game number 1. And man, I think we're going to learn a lot in the first 10 minutes of this match. And that'll tell us whether or not Live Sandbox are ready for this week and ready to really take it to KT and prove themselves a Western side team, or whether we're going to once again have a bit of a catastrophe on the Rift that they managed to eke out a victory in.
Sliger in there from Closer as his Aurelia does get banned away.
Aurelion Sol?
No, just Aurelia.
Okay.
I want to see the dragon as much as you. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I don't know if anyone wants
I just want to see the dragon.
He is very cool. the Lucian and Ashe still open. Now I'm expecting an Ashe ban, and then we get everyone favorites. Yep, there we go.
Elise first pick.
Favorite handshake. Well, we might do that, but I think we got a handshake first.
No, did we really?
Yep.
We don't. No. We can. The spider.
No.
The spider. Oh, but the spider though.
Oh, you got a handshake.
But what about skittering?
It's not polite, okay?
Okay, sorry. You handshake first, and then you bring out the spiders.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that when you're visiting
Come
someone's
on,
house.
Atlas.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I'm Australian. I should know about spider etiquette.
Wait.
This is a different one, as the Varus being considered here. Moham not going to be locking away his support. Is Young Jay feeling happy? And look at Taeyoon's face, man. He's feeling it. He's ready. No spiders allowed. Spider difficult to pick into the Lee Sin. With the rise of him, I guess maybe that means that you don't want to pick it as much, although it can eat sonic waves and stuff like that while you're walking away. I don't know. We'll see.
So I really do think that Vega on the current
Support?
patch is not going to get picked here. And if it is, it's not in this specific position. Extremely strong patch, the patch which gave him extra range, actually helping him out a lot. And I was expecting a Karma here. Karma, oh, never mind, Karma's bad. Well, Karma or Heimer, as I was going to say, because of the amount of priority that you can generate. But with Heimer kind of dropping in priority and the Karma being banned, the Nautilus does make a lot of sense. Also, generally means that it'll be the on-hit Varus. We've mostly seen the lethality be combined with the Heimer or the Karma for the poke and the priority. And in this case, Varus is just a good all-round AD carry. Now, I haven't seen this matchup, I think, in quite a while, because generally either Varus is unavailable and we get the handshake, or it's Varus into any of the other AD carries that are strong at the moment. So, gonna be interesting to see how this one is going to go here, because Taeyoon and then June, now Moham, have been a big problem area for Kwangdong, and they cannot afford to get taken down. The good thing, Atlas, is that I think we're setting up for an R4 Gnar here, or maybe a Fiora, it is Dudu after all, which could pave the way. Oh, okay, the men themselves. Pave the way for, you know what I'm about to say, right? The R5.
Oh, I know. R5 ASOL.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baby. I'm ready.
Because you can't blind him. That doesn't go over.
No. Not going to be doing that. Last ban here for Live Sandbox. What are they going to take away? We're targeting the top lane once again. Dudu probably wanting to play on something that can side lane pretty comfortably. He has enjoyed things like Jax, things like the Fiora. I'd like Fiora here. That's what I'm kind of feeling. But we'll see what Dudu does want to head towards. Of course, Jax being nerfed just a little bit on this patch. And not a lot of people have been defaulting to it as much as they were previously on 13.3. Cassante.
Yep. Jax, another one. Really like the Jax here. Cassante is a bit safer, and if you do go on hit Varus, I think there's a lot of added utility in getting a strong front line, which Cassante still is, even after all his nerfs. The main thing is that he shouldn't be getting solo kills left and right anymore, and that has definitely died down. And the Jax, while I do think has a lot higher possibility for getting work done, also runs the risk of being met with a Fiora, and then that matchup can go either way. We have seen it go both heavily in the Fiora and the Jax's favor, depending on how the matches play out. And Kwangdong with this looking to play it a bit more stable. Whereas Sandbox say we are fine because Jax into Cassante is a matchup that we are very familiar with. You win like the first few levels, then you lose for a large amount of time, and then by the time you get your Sunderer, that's when Jax starts to slowly outscale, and from that point on, the Cassante is going to be much more of a utility pick. As Blind Silas has not been finding a lot of success. This is closer, of course.
Please just do it. Just do it, Bulldog.
It's going to be Victor.
He's been playing so much.
It's going to be Victor, Atlas. I want it to be Asol.
I know. He's having a bit of a giggle.
That's not the face of someone. That's the face of someone who's going to love Victor.
No, that's the face of someone coming to terms with the fact that he's going to play Aurelion Sol on stage for the first time here in the LCK. That's what he's going to do. There it is! We knew it!
I had to unjinx it.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. You nailed it. I committed way too hard, mainly because I was super excited. Okay. Well, of course...
New champion!
The early laning phase is somewhat difficult for Aurelion Sol, so we'll have to check in on him at about 15 minutes into the game. But once he gets those stacks built up, it will definitely be a difficult time here for Live Sandbox, and I'm very excited. Just because Bulldog's navigation of a laning phase has been exceptionally good, And if you're on a champion that sort of like scales to infinity, then it kind of shores up any late game issues. Because late game, you just put down an E the size of Canada, and then everything's fine. And the whole universe. Easy.
Wildly varying sizes there, Canada and the universe, but I do agree.
Well, the universe is a little bit bigger than Canada. That's what I went with. I think I nailed it.
That's your normal range of explaining stuff.
Yeah. I go for
Australia,
yeah,
Canada,
yeah.
the universe.
I'm pretty sure isn't Australia a bit bigger? Is it bigger? I don't even know. Australia is weird because it's in the middle of the ocean, so there's not a lot to give you perspective.
So
it's bigger than the United Kingdom.
Well, that's not that hard. It's like, yeah, it's bigger than the Netherlands. Yeah, everything is Atlas.
Okay, so
get with the program. So the comps here are a relatively decent amount of early power, even with the scaling element of that ASOL here, because the Cassante, the Nautilus, the Lee are going to provide a lot of power to the Guangdong Freaks. The main thing I'd be afraid of is that if you do fall behind against this composition from Sandbox, it snowballs very well, and Sandbox in general is a team that really pushes you when you do fall behind, but if you can get through the early game unscathed, could be looking really good here.
Yeah, fair bit of peel for the Aurelian Soul on the other side. I'm interested to see whether it's going to work. Let's hop onto the rip for game one. All right, here we are on the Rift for game number one between Live Sandbox and Guangdong Freaks. Bulldog taking the Mecha Aurelian Soul out for a spin. I remember when that skin was used in TFT. Pretty sure it was.
I'm not a big TFT enjoyer.
I think it was a long time ago.
None of anything
but
against
it's giving me some TFT vibes.
Just not an enjoyer necessarily. As do note, Envy going for PTA here, something that generally we have seen when the Lucian opts out of the Nami lane and when the Nami gets taken away. Very strong early on. Also with the Doran's Blade for both of these two players, looking to be ready to go for some early fights. But does also mean that his mid-game damage spikes are not going to be as threatening, right? Like that Guild Force spike we was talk about does, I think, pretty decently rely on the power of First Strike to kind of...
One gold!
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, Closer also in First Strike, which we have also seen a lot of players move away from, as the First Strike and the Rod of Aegis Silas kind of has fallen by the wayside, started struggling a lot more in week 3 and 4, and then has been replaced again by Go and Conqueror and Everfrost, so a bit more of a skirmish bruisery build as opposed to the upfront burst that is available with First Strike. Not going to be the best in this lane, I do think, even with Chain Lash. It should be hard for Closer to reliably proc that, but on the plus side, First Strike has a ton of value outside the lane anyway, with the damage amplification that provides.
Yep. Here on the bottom side of the map, of course, the Nautilus and the Varus, unfortunately, getting pushed in. As Closer just going to stay out of the black hole there. Bulldog just throwing things around here in this mid lane. And as long as Bulldog sort of tries to keep up as best he can, we're probably feeling all right for the Aurelian Soul in this matchup. Is that sort of how we're going to adjudicate it?
Yeah, that'd be my take. ASO obviously is going to want to at least farm a decent amount of stacks before he gets the additional range on his abilities and is able to more reliably get damage done. And then, as you point out, once you do get enough stacks, everything becomes larger than life. As, of course it was Fly.
Every time I'm reminded of Fly. Every day.
You're reminded of him.
Where did he go? Where is Fly? Oh, man. I'm sure Wolf is on the space right now, also contemplating exactly the same thing.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. He was the last one to play Aurelian Soul. He, of course, was a bit of a Aurelian Soul aficionado back in the day. Sort of him and BDD that were our resident Aurelian Soul guys here in the LCK. As Willa thinking about potential gank opportunity as Taeun and Moham pushing up, but it looks like the Monkey wanting to keep his presence unknown. Although, unbeknownst to him, he is standing on top of a ward. This Bulldog is just breathing cosmic light all over everything here in this mid lane. His ultimate had a funny name towards the end, didn't it?
The previous one?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
like
no idea.
voice of something. Anyway, Counter-Strike going to be used here as Dudu not going to worry about it too much. The flash going to be moved out of the way, and Closer trading quite well here onto Bulldog in the mid lane. Bulldog just going to drink his potion and hopefully be all right.
Also still has a cookie available, so should not be in any threat of a dive. Birdle does get his flash forced, is going to be the case, as nicely done.
Ooh, nice little relentless pursuit to get out of the way of the hook there.
And as mentioned previously, if we look at the initial setup here, is we do have some trading, but I don't expect either bot lane to be in great threat with most of the summoners still available. Early setup is going to matter a lot. The Aurelion Soul is going to need a larger amount of time than the Silas to be effective, and if you can dodge any pre-6 shenanigans, which so far does seem to be the case, and you can prevent snowballing from Dudu or Taylor and Moam very early on in the 2v2 like we have seen with various lanes before. I do really like the 6 spikes from Sandbox, which should help them out a lot around any Dragon or Herald setups. Now, as far as individual Drakes go, Ocean is pretty underwhelming, but might mean good things if you can scale it into the later stages and you can get a relevant soul. You're still going to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yep, I think Quandong Freak's probably hoping for the least relevant soul possible, as that's a flash forward from Moham. Kyle getting hard engaged on here as the hook goes wide yet again. And it looks like Liv Sandbox is going to be absolutely fine in this one. Young Jay going to turn up, but that hook missed. Therefore, nothing is an issue here for Liv Sandbox.
Kyle, with the flash, keeps himself alive. Moam starts it up, but a little disjointed here. If Youngjae is immediately there, I do think there's a bit more of an opportunity as... Ooh, yeah, you can definitely do this. This is the power. Level 6 already hit here for Closer. Bulldog is just catching the wave and not going to get a kill, but just zoning Taeyeon off of this wave in of itself. Quite nice, although he is making his way back now, kind of calling the bluff from the opponents as... Ooh, I don't know if Kyle is actually going to... Okay, no, Taeyeon is going to clear the wave, and now they have the good setup for the next one. The one downside of this is Taeyeon's back is now delayed, and that does mean that there's an opportunity for Envy to probably pick up a plate when he gets back. Does go for the Noon Quiver, so kind of tying into what we often see with this PTA, not going for the delayed power spike on your Mythic by buying an early dirt.
Well, Closer just getting breathed on here a little bit. Singularity being frustrating as Closer tries to use the chains to escape it. Not really doing too much just yet. Is Bulldog does have access to the ultimate now, but we're going to be waiting just a little while longer before we see too much out of the Dragon. And can Quandong Freaks hold on is sort of the question. And is holding on actually going to be good enough? Right? Is the other
That's another one, because while I do really like the Kwangdong composition when it comes to the 5v5 in the later stage of the game, it's a very straightforward comp, right? You press your Nautilus ult on someone, you hard engage, you blow them up, and then you rely on the consistent damage from your from Bulldog and from your Varus to kind of push you over the edge. But when it comes to matching Jax, I don't think anyone on Kwangdong really does a great job. So if Birdo can either get accelerated or we get to like the mid to late stages with neither team having a definitive lead, then it's going to be up to Kwangdong to show that into a fairly slippery comp with decent disengage with the Nami, they can still find hard engage angles to make sure that they don't get split pushed to death.
Yeah. Bulldog sitting on 43 stacks right now. Of course, you need an obscenely large number to do all of the crazy things that I'm sure everyone's seen in the YouTube videos. So, gonna have to work on that one. Get these numbers up. He's been breathing a bit of light all over Closer so far this game. See if that continues. As Youngjae considering starting off this Dragon. Lots of vision in the area for Liv Sandbox. Willa also gonna move on over. As, yep, Closer just seems not too bothered here by Bulldog, but as he keeps getting tagged, more and more stacks, more and more Stardust, more and more gradual disintegration, or whatever it is. As Moham's going to dive forward, does interrupt the culling, but the tidal wave is good. There's the Chains of Corruption. Moham's going to go down, though. And Taeyeon looking to chase this one down. Can he actually get anything back is the question. The answer is absolutely not, as Will is going to walk his way in, and the flash forward was optimistic at best.
Disaster there for Kwangdong. Even with Moam, the same issue comes through here, and it's a tough situation because you kind of have to try and look for an all-in angle, but if you're 6, then you can do that with no risk. right? Like even with the cleanse available from Envy, cleanse against Nautilus has a very limited effect, and it might allow you to get a good setup and then make sure you hit the chains, and then yeah, maybe the cleanse comes in, but by that point you will already have done a decent amount of damage. But Moam taking a big risk by just trying and going for Envy. Very nicely done as well, like good use of the Relentless Pursuit and the movement speed provided by Nami. And then even with Taeyun, at this point, it's already dead, right? Like, recognizes, like, I'm never getting out of here alive, so I need to trade. But the bigger issue is that with the lack of bot side control and no knowledge of where Sylas is, even opting into that 2v2 from the get-go is a very high variance play. Then add to that you weren't 6 yet, and it just becomes something that even if it does work out, you probably end up dying there. So big mistake from the Kwangdong bot lane has been their weak point, and that not only puts gold into the pocket of Envy, but also of Willer. One upside is that with the attention paid towards bot side, it allows Kwangdong to now pick up a Herald, but that is still not going to be a trade you're going to be super happy with.
All of the eggs in the dragon basket.
Just the way we like
Oh,
it.
yeah.
How big is the basket, Max, on a scale of
It's 1 to Canada.
Canada to universe?
On a scale of Canada to universe, it's probably in the negatives, because I think the basket might be smaller than Canada.
Well,
I don't want to be crazy.
It's Aurelian Soul, right? So if we're upholding lore,
Yeah, that's true. He is relatively large. He's a cosmic being, isn't he?
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Closer does have access to his ultimate. He's going to throw down the stun, and Bulldog just swimming around in the sky, having a good time. Doesn't seem too phased. These mortal things going on around this cosmic dragon don't seem to bother him too much. I'm just happy that we've got the dragon here in the LCK Chronicle.
A little bit of recall zoom-ins as the observers maybe also happy that it is not Victor for the, I don't know how many time, but many.
80 billion.
Yeah.
I'm all about exaggerating horrendously today. That's my thing.
You know what? Well, let's say it's thematically coherent with ASOL. Okay, we're just we're blowing things up. We're going into the size of the cosmos. How's your Neil deGrasse Tyson voice?
Not very good, unfortunately. Haven't quite nailed that one.
Because the nature documentary we have on lockdown, but what about the space documentary?
Oh yeah. I'd prefer to do. Who's the British guy who's all like the physicist who's also used to be in a rock band? He's super cool.
I feel like I should know. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, that's all right.
In myself.
I'd prefer to do his accent.
That guy.
Because I really like all of his stuff on space, and he has some really great documentaries.
Rylai's now done for Bulldog. Big power spike.
Sorry, I'm just getting a bit bothered by not being able to remember his name.
No, I can't.
His last name's Cox.
No idea.
Brian Cox.
There you go.
That's it. Nailed it. Got there.
Whew. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Yeah, me too. As Envy, Tycole's blessing, as now Youngjae's going to move down. Now the depth charges come in, but Will is in position. The three-man Cyclone is massive as Taeyun's going to get knocked up yet again. The kick is decent for disengage as Taeyun's trying to stand his ground. Can they get any of the kills, though, is the question. As the Astral Flight comes in and he's straight on top of a bubble. Oh, no. He puts down a Singularity, though. It's going to slow things. And still had to use the ultimate at the beginning. Didn't really find too much. We're not really at a point of relevance here for the Dragon just yet.
Oh, if he flashed the bubble, he might have gotten a kill or two. But again, the disaster for Kwangdong begins before that. Spurman's just, yeah, you don't need this, right? What are you doing stuff on the bottom half of the map? Because this is a perfect counter gank. Like, such a good read here. Envy and KL going aggressively, and knowing that they win the 3v3, they're already ahead. At this given point in time, they have the summoners, and even with that kick from Youngjae, the damage is already done due to Willer's beautiful multi-man knock-up. And then here, look, if Bulldog... Oh, I think he might, if he flashes that and maybe he takes down Wheeler, but even that, like, damage has already been done. There's too much damage output that has already come through from the Sandbox side. So, even with Rylai's, Bulldog not going to be able to aid there.
Ooh, get some stacks, over 100, here we go. Hey, you only need like 30,000 or something to insta-kill someone with your E.
How many YouTube videos have you watched, Max?
A lot. Mainly the ones about doing stuff that doesn't really look like it should happen ever in real life.
No. No. So that, remember that first bot lane play that didn't work out?
Yeah.
And then they got the Herald, and then the Herald was at least going to be somewhat of a somewhat of an upside. Well, that upside is not did not actually come to fruition.
All right, Hook is going to connect this time. Chains of Corruption come down as well through the cleanse. Flash does come through as well. And there's Liv Sandbox. They're going to back away. Depth charge picked up by Closer, but no opportunity to use it.
I gotta say, I am super impressed with how well Sandbox has been playing towards the bot side of the map. Because I swear, every single play that comes through, either Wheeler or Closer is there. Like, this is what, the fourth time that Closer has been. And Closer still has a KDA of 0-0-0, but it's more about the fact that Sandbox is playing as a team again, something that was sorely missing when they were playing against Nongshim. Looking a lot better, and then Wheeler, goes without saying, has just had a great game thus far. As there it is.
Skies available to be descended. Excited. I am.
Hey, it's only a 1k gold deficit, and in the 5v5, I still really like the Kwangdong comp.
Hey, and look, if you've got a 70-minute win condition, things could get a little bit crazy. There could be some disarray. We might also have a Cloud Soul, right? And then we've got only relatively irrelevant Drakes. Using the word relatively was wrong there. And that means that Kwangdong, you know, maybe they could go 1-for-1 on Dragons. We can extend this game.
I can't believe we have Atlas slandering Cloud Dragon.
Well,
my LCK.
It's more just like you won't have Liv Sandbox hitting critical mass.
Spare me your
amount of Cloud Drakes is what I'm thinking.
I do agree. If you have to face an Infernal or a Mountain, then the game becomes excruciatingly hard, predictable.
All right, Young J. See what we can do here as Moham's going to get knocked up. That's a bigger ultimate this time around, but the Tidal Wave, that's not the surfing trip that Moham wanted to go on, as he's going to get some stuns, but he's still dead. Will is going to lock down that kill. And look, the Falling Star looked bigger, you know? It's getting better.
Aurelion Soul is not the issue.
That's all that matters to me.
That's the key takeaway. Because it's not, like I said, it's not even like Closer, although Closer is using his space that is given by Aurelion Soul being weak in the early game.
Yeah.
Space well, but that's not the deciding factor. It's just a bot and jungle gap, right? Like Envy and KL in the 2v2 are outplaying, and then additionally, we do see that Wheeler has been able to match anything that Jongjae has, and oh, look at that. That's an Infernal. That's a worst case scenario right there, because it can turn anyone on Sandbox into a viable damage threat. And it might mean that the front line that you're going to rely on later on in the game when your Kwangdong is not going to be even remotely enough to buy time for Taeyeon and Bulldog to get any damage out.
Well, we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks can find their way towards a Dragon Pit with some sort of priority in 4 minutes.
Get to Dragon with their Dragon?
Yeah. I mean, they should theoretically have Dragon priority. All they need is a Shyvana, and they've got absolute Dragon superiority. As, yeah, this was just a little bit unfortunate.
That play can work if the timing is impeccable, and even then it's still pretty high variance because it's a 3 versus 3. But if Moham goes for that Hex Flash, the Aurelion Soul needs to be ready, right? Like, you can't have any, you need to have overlap, you need to 100-0 the Wukong, because otherwise the fed Wukong is gonna get out, and then you just lose the subsequent fight, which is what ended up happening. And the struggles for Kwangdong not gone anywhere just yet. And when we look at the spikes that are going to be hit when we are going to fight for this soul point for Sandbox, it's not looking too hot. Taeyeon, you know, he has shield bow, but that's pretty much it. By that point, Envy will have his rapid fire kind of ready. Mandate is there. Closer might actually be able to finish his Shadow Flame at that point, so he's going to be a massive threat. And Kwangdong really have just Bulldog. Like, Youngjae will be okay, but I think playing the Lee into Sandbox, if it is a 5v5, is pretty hard with the amount of mobility that they have. Finding a good kick angle can be difficult, provided that the sums are still up, which right now, if you look at Sandbox, the only one who doesn't have his flash available is Closer.
Yeah.
And trying to 100-0 Silas with Rod of Ages has not been very successful.
I got a dose. I've got a dose of Kwangdong Hopium for you. They haven't lost any turrets yet.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
They're not that far behind in gold either.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And they have Dragon. And Dragon's cool. And look at him go. Isn't this, it's satisfying, isn't it? All the minions getting sucked into the singularity. As that culling It's taking away from my optimism just a little bit here as Envy using it very aggressively, shaving off half the health bar of both of the bottom laners of Quantum Freaks. And yeah, Quantum Freaks certainly in a rough position right now. And as this game goes on, we've got Envy being able to utilize the huge spike that he is in right now. 2 items as well as the mandate being picked up for Kyle means that Lucian is just terrifying. And I don't think Kwangdong are going to be able to find that team fight that they're looking for anytime soon.
Because that's a tough ask for Kwangdong, is that ideally to try and fight, you'd have a good knowledge of where the flankers are going to be. Because both Closer and Birdo are going to try and get on top of Bulldog, try and get on top of Taeyun, who once caught, both will be in a decent amount of trouble. Now, I do think Bulldog is going to be relatively well off. Rylai's does give a decent amount of extra survivability, but because they don't have any prio in either mid or bot, it's really hard for them to actually contest vision and find good flank wards. As Birdo, maybe a good day for Birdo. You know, I've seen days where Birdo will just go in and die here, which that I realize saying it out loud does not sound like a very high standard, but as a long-time Birdo enjoyer, you take the good moments when they come around. As Harold,
first turret blood.
Gonna come down.
Bulldog's doing some breathing here on the turret as Q goes wide. That is a charge that is successful this time around. Wasn't so much for the first Herald, but Shirley is going to make up for what Shelly could not accomplish, minus the plates, which is a little bit sad. And that's just some damage done to the outer turret towards that top side.
And this is the issue, like you can't contest vision against this Lucian Nami when you're a Mohamed
Taeyun taking down to 50%. Moham's like, me too.
That is a little early, so maybe there's an opportunity for Kwangdong to now get Moam and Taeyun back to base and then still contest the Dragon. There will be no calling available, but it can also lead to Envy and Cal just getting the mid lane turret and then turning that into a large amount of vision. This is what we're talking about, right? Like, Birdo shoves in, mid lane is shoved in, and your wave clear is great, so I think this turret will live, but you still have zero control over the Dragon Pit. So now you're going to walk into unwarded territory. You're going to have to fight pretty aggressively to try and have any semblance of vision.
Oh, Youngjae does snag him with a Q before he uses that Warrior Trickster, but back away. As, all right. We have it now, fully upgraded to 200 stacks. Which is not fully upgraded. But, you know, starting to do some work. 215 now.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah.
And we do see Sandbox really respecting. There is teleport available for Closer here.
If they manage to actually get this, it is huge for buying time for Quantum Freaks. The Live Sandbox not wanting to give this one up. That is a great counter-strike as in goes the ulti from the Dragon. The fight is on now as Dudu's trying to do the best he can, but the Dragon's already dead. Youngjae has to get out of there. Taeyun's flashing, and Quantum Freaks, they do manage to get the Dragon. That's it. And the Live Sandbox win the fight.
It's not the best of trades, but it's not the worst of trades either. That flank that we were talking about did actually end up coming through. Sandbox is able to make their way into the backline with Closer going in with a ward that wasn't spotted. But there is no soul point, and they give up only 2 kill. Oh, hold up.
Well, maybe more kill. Oh, well, Envy gonna get snagged by the Q there as Taeyun does a lot of damage. Youngjae lands the Q as well. They do manage to get the summoner out of Envy once again.
Oh, yeah. So by the end of that play, you have given up 2 turrets, 2 kills, and what you got was 1 Dragon and a Lucian Flash.
Is the Nexus still up?
Yes.
Hell yeah. We still in it.
You're going to say worth?
We still in it. Not worth. I'd say that this whole idea was somewhat subpar. But, I mean, the falling star looked really exciting.
Oh, no, I'm forced to be negative because that is, you know...
Well, I mean, you do have to kind of even out my completely blatant optimism towards this this Dragon.
Yeah, but it's not a good look for me, Atlas. I like to be on the positive side of things, but you're taking up all the space.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to go? I can go negative Nancy if you'd like.
Oh, it's fine. We've already settled into it for this game, so let's just run with it. But more importantly, there is no soul point, so I'm saying winnable. I just don't think that it's very likely, as the...
Every game is winnable so long as your Nexus is alive.
Still alive, yes, but you are facing a ton of power from Sandbox. Now, the one upside for Kwangdong is that Sandbox have had some struggles with finishing game. Well, okay, never mind. I guess in this game they don't. Because that is perfect. Yeah, keep Birdo inside. He wins the side lane. You can shove really hard. and then just threaten. And if you get a teleport here, it's a big win.
Yeah.
Ideally, Dudu would be forced to teleport. We'll see whether that is going to come.
Closer. He's going to throw the depth charge out. There's the culling, and they just stand their ground. Moham going to flash and is going to survive for now, but Envy just dives after him with his Gale Force. Really nicely done. And now Live Sandbox get themselves back onto the Baron. They should be able to take this one out. Oh, no opportunity whatsoever. Bertle's now going to start this fight as Dudu at least manages to turn up, but the bubble is just too good onto this Varus, as now Bulldog's going to have to astrally fly away. And yeah, Willa is going to finish off his opposite number. The Dragon floating majestically, but towards a defeat by the looks in this game.
Atlas, we're a dragon away from a perfect game.
One dragon away.
Well, 2 dragons, I guess, if you want to, you know, be accurate about it. Yeah. But it's yeah. Sandbox are addressing
a dragon and 2 heralds.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, good point. Those don't show up on the UI, so I got.
Is it technically 1 herald because the first one didn't do it?
No, they got it. I do think it counts.
Okay.
I think it still stands, but it's not a great sign for the game state for Guangdong. And what was a game that might still have seemed winnable after this play is no longer the case, and the troubles for the bot lane continue. Moham is the one that has got to walk in there and look for plays. I don't think this stuff is particularly egregious, but the earlier ones definitely
We got fights all over the place right now.
Yeah.
As Dudu trying to deal with Closer, who really wants Young Jay. Moham's going to die yet again, so we're going to see whether the Kasante can keep himself alive. Bulldog making his way back into this one, almost has his ulti back alive, as there was the drive-by Breath of Light. As Closer taking a bit of damage. Q is going to be found here by Dudu, as another bubble is beautiful onto this Dragon. And yeah, not going to have enough wave clear against this Baron, as Envy's just diving forward. There's the Falling Star. And it doesn't really do too much here, as Envy pretty happy to tank that one up, as the base is disintegrating right in front of their eyes. Bulldog's breathing as best he can on these minions, but it's just not really working. 3 items,
I will not be surprised if we end up seeing June back in the next game, because the laning phase troubles clearly have not gone anywhere for the Guangdong bot lane. And yeah, this play right here, like Taeyeon already his flash was forced previously, so Bertle can just go in as aggressive as he wants. Like the level leads, the complete map control. It feels bad. Guangdong have to try and do something, because if they don't do anything, they're going to lose the game. But if they do something with how bad the game state is right now, it's not going to be happening either. Hail Mary trap. Maybe you can get some bounties, but you will lose your base.
Yeah, so you need your base.
You generally
because
it's the check that you went for. Is the Nexus still alive?
Yeah, and if that answer becomes no, then you've lost the game. Technically, as Bertle fighting Dudu here, as Bulldog is going to astrally fly towards them. Really quite able to find too much here as the decoy does come out. Nice knock up there as Moham once again just on his last legs in this one. Quantum Freaks putting out fires all over their base. Dudu desperately trying to defend these Nexus turrets. We'll see whether this can be the final stand for Quantum Freaks. Can you find anything here? Will Live Sandbox be able to take them down? Bertle is going to die. That is 1 kill going over to the Dragon. I don't know whether that's going to be enough to get them in here, as ultis are flying in left, right, and center. The singularity is good, as Closer is just disintegrating. Like to see that. All right, he's breathing. He's continuing to breathe, doing stuff. As into the backline goes Willa and Guangdong Freaks. Remember the scaling, Chronicler. That's a few kills. That's an ace. Their base is basically dead.
Okay,
not the right word.
I'm glad that was a nice moment, Atlas. that was nice. That was a small upside.
Where's your perfect game?
And what is and still is a bleak game for Quantum Freaks. Don't let this distract you from the fact that they have
2 Infernals.
Yes, but they don't have 3 inhibitors. Okay, they're not.
That means
they're gonna get
3 waves of minions can be collected for Aurelion Soul to build off.
They literally lost one of their Nexus turrets just a minion.
Oh, Nexus turrets don't lose you the game. It's the Nexus that loses you the game.
Atlas, it doesn't matter. It's not happening.
Okay. Well, Young Jay might be dead. He's going to get a kick. That is a nice chain there from Closer, and he's going to kick as well. Young Jay, no real options here. Does manage to safeguard, but Bertle does have a leap strike. And yeah, the battle between the minions and Quantum Freaks also not necessarily going fantastic here. Some more waves are going to spawn. And Bulldog does have the ulti back available. He does have it up. Does have it ready to go. But there is a naked Nexus, and Quantum Freaks dealing with all of these supers. It is getting really, really difficult. I just don't think it's going to be enough here. As Closer with a depth charge, let's see what they can actually find. Tidal Wave does come in, depth charge down on top of the Dragon. He's going to flash. The Nexus can just be taken down whenever Live Sandbox would like, and that is going to be right now. They will take game number 1. Quantum Freaks, they tried out the Aurelion Soul. Didn't quite work.
Oh, clearly Aurelion Soul was the problem. That's the conclusion we drew from this game.
No, I just said that it didn't win the game.
I'm joking, but that's what LCK teams are going to think, Atlas.
Yeah. It's a sad reality, isn't it?
Two very different stories here. On one hand,
do you want to vote for a... Oh, you've done that?
Already done. No, don't worry.
Who's getting it this game?
It was tough because it was between Kao and Willer, and it was.
Oh, that's always tough.
Yeah. You want the spoilers?
Closer.
No. What? No. Kao and Willer. How would I? That's not the game, Atlas.
Oh, sorry.
I would never lie to you.
Kyle. That's Kyle, isn't it?
No, it was Willer.
Oh.
Because I think his bot lane plays were what put them in a very, very decisive lead. Although if Kyle gets it,
his shadowing was very good.
Never going to be sad.
It was a team performance from Live Sandbox, though, which is exactly what you were looking for at the beginning of the match.
That's the big thing. Sandbox came in here today, and anything shy of a victory would have been a bit of a disappointment. And this is just game 1. But in this game 1, they didn't just get a victory, they dominated Kwangdong from start to finish, barring that little dip there where the Dragon was online. And
25k, highest damage in the game.
They had used a lot of cooldowns, but after this game number 1, Sandbox have got to be feeling great, and Kwangdong, not so much.
Not so much. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. There is an opportunity for Quantum Freaks to find an angle here. We'll see whether they can find it after a short break and the space breaks down game 1. See that.
쳐볼래? 타자 나이스. 아 좋아요. 나이스.
야, 얘들아 끝내자.
얘 라인 타 없다. 야 얘네 라클이 안 된다. 야 아웃솔 조심해. 그래도 아웃솔 조심해.
아웃솔 근데 이거 궁 강화궁 아니라 괜찮아.
야 이거 루시안 올 때까지만 기다리자. 나 멀어. 나 멀어. 야 50 기다리면 거리 조절 한번 조식에 빼줘. 한번 빼게.
저 그랩 걸리는 거 조심.
나 나가면 무조건 끝나. 좀만 버텨봐.
우리 웬만하면 타워 쳐도 끝내고.
얘들아 이거 앞에서 루시안 스킬 돌리면서 해. 나 천천히 할게. 나 2, 3, 4.
나 이거 아웃솔한테 궁 박을.
나 궁 한번 쓸게 이거. 나 빠졌어.
아웃솔 볼게. 아웃솔.
나 타이 버프.
한번 뺄게. 타워 치자. 죽여. 나 타워 칠게.
죽여봐. 나이스.
나이스요.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and that was a game number 1. That was, of course, taken down by Live Sandbox. Wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen from the Sandboxes, but they got the job done in the end, and of course we did see the introduction of Aurelion Sol to our league. Wolf, what did you think?
Let's talk about this draft for a minute. When we did see the Aurelia ban from Kwangdong Freaks, I looked at you and I said, I think they're going to try to force the Aurelion Sol. Because, yeah, Closer's a great Aurelia player, but, like, you just don't want to deal with that matchup at all as the Aurelion Sol. You start to see the draft kind of come together, where you have the Varus picked up here into the Lucian, which is another matchup that can go very badly. Then they opt into the Nautilus, try to set up some combos. But this composition needs to be in control of one of these lanes. You either need to be able to have top side control so you can get Herald and buy time, or you need to have bottom side control so that you can then buy time with Drakes to get the Aurelion Sol scaling online. Because Aurelion Sol is a champion that can do extremely well if you're slightly ahead or very ahead, right? But when you are behind and you lose control of your bottom lane so aggressively in the early stages of the game, can't do anything. And then we saw in some of those mid-game team fights where they were, of course, behind, the execution of the Aurelion Sol was also very poor from Bulldog. I think perhaps a little bit nervous here, but I think they gave him a really bad draft to play it on, so I can't blame him. Gotta blame CV Max for this one. I just don't think the draft makes sense.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, as you mentioned, you know, mid laners in this day and age, especially Aurelion Sol, if everything is kind of on fire around them, you can't really do too much, and you can't really help too much, as we did see in this game. You can take a look at this first play on the bottom side. It all starts with this, where you're trying to make things happen with Varus and Nautilus. That's pretty obvious, but when you try to make the things happen and they go wrong, poorly, and you get double killed, it's not a good look.
You don't have mid-prio, so trying to make plays like this means that even if your jungler is there, you're going to lose out because Sylas can come down. And Wheeler had an amazing game on this Wukong. This fight, there's a little bit of problems in target selection, but still, it's a clean setup here. They have a lot of CC, and this composition from Live Sandbox just wants to brawl all the time with this Wukong with the Lucian damage early, and that's exactly what they did. They just didn't let the Aurelion Sol scale. They did not actually allow for traditional team fights to happen, and this is unfortunately for Bulldog just an attempt to come down and put out some fires, but he doesn't have any damage. At this point, he's sitting on just one item. Went for the slows early, didn't go for Rod of Ages, no extra survivability in this game. It's a build that, like, later on, if things go okay, like, you're going to do a lot. You're going to have those slows, you're going to have a lot of damage, but it wasn't useful in this case.
Yeah, it wasn't the way the game went as well. He came down for the second time. You know, already the Lucian Nami was pretty fed. Already the jungler was there ahead for the side of Live Sandbox. And as I mentioned before, you know, some of those skirmishes down the bottom side were not very clean. Like, there were multiple times, even in that last fight, where so many guys are getting away with, like, no health. The target selection was a little bit off for Live Sandbox, but they made it work. As we can take a look at the second one, too. This was around the Drake, and you know, this was a Drake that Kwangdong Freaks were actually able to pick up, but they did have to pay dearly for it.
Yeah, this fight is actually really broken up here. Late TP comes through, and unfortunately, you're really forced into this fight because the Drake is so important. It's Infernal Soul Point if this goes over. So you have to try to secure the smite, you have to stick around. But then the fight gets super disjointed and broken up versus Sylas, Wukong, etc. You've got great ultimates to steal here as closer. And the Aurelion Sol ultimate is not great, and your team fighting has to be front to back with this Aurelion Sol, or you have to use it in combination with the Nautilus ult, Chains of Corruption, just burst somebody down, and then with that extra subsequent damage coming through, win a longer front to back fight. But when you're trying to, like, force it to get a smite, it's never going to look great, right? It's never going to be good. So.
Yeah, and that's the way the game did pan out at the end of the day, right? Because it was just, you know, a lot of broken up fights on the bottom side. You had this kind of wonky fight on the Dragon, and by that time, even though they did make that lasting hold on the Nexus, it just wasn't quite enough. And Kwangdong Freaks this time around, they did select the blue side, I believe. We did have 730 gold.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol, I mean, he farmed well, and actually one really interesting thing that Bulldog was able to do that game, if you guys noticed, was he was left in the top side a lot and was shadowed by the Nautilus and the jungler, the Lee Sin in this case, and then he kept actually, because the mid turret was down, was getting farm in both top and bottom. They gave him a ton of minions, they allowed him to get those stacks up and prep those empowered ultimates. Like, they knew what they were doing, it's just the 5v5s in this composition is really going to struggle. And he had a lot of money. He did get 3 items, and he did help them defend the Nexus once. But unfortunately, that fight needs to happen on a Baron or a Soul right later on, or earlier in the game, excuse me.
Perhaps if the game goes a little bit more even, we could see it back again. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for this game. It will be Willer, who did go 9-1-2. I believe he was legendary at 1 point, but either way, 5th Pog as well for Willer, who is just a big part, a very important piece of the puzzle for Live Sandbox.
He just knew that in order for this team to get to a position where the Aurelion Soul could scale, the bottom lane needed to all in. They needed to find flash hooks, they needed to find some chains of corruption angles, and he was just ahead of the curve. He was constantly outpacing Youngjae this game on the bottom side of the map. And his Cyclone value was insane this game, and every single skirmish he was knocking people up and forcing Kwangdong Freaks into an awkward fight they couldn't take because they have to play it way slower. He didn't wait, he didn't hesitate, and I thought it was a very impressive performance once again.
Yeah, see a couple votes for the bottom lane as well. That got very far ahead and took some great skirmishes. So that's about it, guys. That was game number 1. Let's see if Live Sandbox can do it again, or if Kwangdong Freaks have a different answer for game 2. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that one. A little bit sad. I'm a sad Dragon fan here, Chronicler, as things didn't quite work out for his debut here in the LCK. But if at first you don't succeed, do you know what I think you should do? Pick Aurelion Soul again. Not even try again, because they're definitely going to try again because they're here. You can see them sitting at the desks. But pick Aurelion Soul again. That's what I would. That's my suggestion. Going into this one. They do have access to the blue side this time around, so less likely we will get Aurelion Soul from Kwangdong Freaks, but maybe it's Closer's turn. What do you reckon? Probably.
Closer and Aurelion Soul are not 2 champions that make me go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Closer is a great melee champion player.
Yeah.
Who is very happy to branch out to the occasional Azir, but that's pretty much it. And,
he played it. Orianna.
Well, he did play Orianna. I can't help but notice that you're not really highlighting how he played it.
No?
And I would like to echo the sentiment. It was not great. Although we haven't really seen any of our good Orianna players play the champion.
No,
so
haven't seen the Chovy Orianna run people down level 3.
Or Faker or BDD. We have a bunch of them. Yeah. They haven't played it yet, which is unfortunate. What is most notable to me is that Moham is still in. So vote of confidence from Kwangdong, but Taeyeon and Moham need to step up. Because to me, even within that draft, I think that with Cassante and Varus and Nautilus, if things go well, you should have the opportunity to have at least some form of priority and aggression in the early game, but they didn't even remotely due to some pretty hefty mis-execution. The lead priority remains extremely high. I wouldn't put it this high up. Interesting call here from the Kwangdong Freaks to prioritize that over maybe picking themselves up. The Lucian that we saw be used very efficiently. Sandbox though can just pick Lucian again here and be completely fine. You can just go Lucian Nami and unlock your what I assume will be Wukong on the next one, although they might swap it up here a little bit.
Ooh, Zeri. The Zeri Lulu?
Zeri Lulu.
Lucian? No.
Well, it might be the Varus.
Zeri Varus?
No. Unless, Kyle.
Kyle has been playing a bit of Varus.
He has. And he said it was very hard, and he did not have a lot of success.
Like it very much.
Turns out, even Kyle was not carrying. As it will be the Wukong picked up again. Wukong. It's just a well-rounded pick. It's not going to blow anyone's mind, but when utilized well, can provide a ton of team fighting pressure, as we saw in the previous game.
Yep. Let's see whether Taeyeon and Moham are going to go towards something like a Varus Heimerdinger, or whether it is going to be the Lucian Handshake, or whether it'll be something else entirely. Xayah being considered. The Xayah Rakan. How do we feel about that?
I don't know.
I'm not like, you know how sometimes you see champion picks and you're like, oh yeah! I'm not like that for this one. Just given the fact that Zeri Lulu does have a lot of lane presence in the early stages of the game.
That's what I'm mainly worried about. And Envy and Kyle have been the better laners by a large margin, and as good as the Xayah and Rakan are, there are two issues now. I think Kwangdong is basically going to be forced to ban away the Jace here and ban away a lot of the more ranged threats that Liv Sandbox can opt into. Azir is another, or Victor are other ones that come to mind. Because right now they have a fairly strong range composition and they can pivot away from that, make Xayah's life a lot harder. And then, as you point out, additionally, the laning phase for these two champions is not going to be great. And in the previous game, the laning phase snowball came through as you're going to ban Akali instead.
Akali, Aurelia, and then just pick it. Just if at first the dragon doesn't work, play the dragon again. There's no desperation. I'm not feeling any desperation. I don't mind what they pick.
Atlas is
I just want them to have a really good time on the Rift. That's what I want. Cassante going to be banned away here. Was something that Dudu was pretty impressive on. Has been just getting through laning phases very effectively. But now, not going to have that to lean back on.
That is an R4 Gnar angle. I'm not saying I'm a huge fan. I think Gnar into Xayah doesn't feel amazing. There's also the odd potential of Lee being flexed towards top. Oh, like that a lot more. Yeah, I think Jax inside is great. Will be a lot harder. Like in the previous game, we saw that Birdo in late game teamfights was able to reliably get on top of the Varus, and the game state wasn't great for Kwangdong, but even if it was, that would have been a big problem for Taeyeon. Now that is going to be not as much of a problem with Featherstorm being available, but now Kwangdong is going to be forced to probably lock in a Fiora. You can go into some different directions if you do want to try and go for a more team fight oriented matchup, but into Jax, a lot of those picks are going to struggle, which is unfortunate because I actually think that ideally for Kwangdong you try and go heavily towards that sounds Bulldog. Yeah, chuckle.
You saw the big green. This is a great Talia angle as well, so
it is
going to be picking that one up. And there's the Fiora, as we mentioned. Pretty standard skill matchup there towards the top side of the map. And I kind of like this draft from Kwangdong Freaks, although the bottom lane still worries me, right? I can still see Envy and Kyle having a field day down there. And yes, defensively, Xayah does work very well, with Blade Caller being able to make dives feel a lot worse. But I still don't think that you're going to be able to put any pressure on yourself.
Oh, and, don't do that. I would love to see a Rumble. Rumble Wukong would be great.
I think that
that's a throwback.
Picking a lot of dashes into Talia, I mean, it's actually kind of fine, right? Because if you run over rocks with your first one, you've got a backup couple.
Well, there's also the fact that Ahri, out of all the dash champions, like the amount of dashes that she has allows you to somewhat circumvent the Talia
dash
problem.
Around the rocks.
Yeah, and Talia also, if she does get charmed, she just dies. So there is that. But yeah, Sandbox had an opportunity to shy away from trying to draft an all-in composition into Xayah and a Talia, and then they didn't because they're Sandbox, and that's not what they do. They will go with a composition that, while thematically coherent, should struggle in the mid to late stage of the game into what Kwangdong have drafted. My main issue is that in the previous game, a lot of it came down to the pressure and the mistakes in the early laning phase, and I would not be surprised if that's the same thing that's going to happen here, as this is the Kwangdong Card Rider team coming to cheer on their teammates.
Good old Kart Rider. I remember when Wolf was playing a bit of Kart Rider back in the day. Good times. Oh wow! Quickly get it. Cover your face with the thingy. Definitely have to do that. As that was a Willa carry, please sign.
The Bulldog. Oh, power to the Bulldog.
Well, we'll see where the Bulldog can actually power through, as he is going to be playing the Talia this time around. Kind of like the composition in a 4-1 sense.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to see how it goes. Because honestly, I feel like drafts were next to irrelevant in game number 1, just with how the map kind of fell apart around Kwangdong. And I have to make sure that these fundamentals are in line as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Bulldog throwing some ice towards Kyle. who is dressed accordingly, as you can see. The skins of both Talia and Lulu kind of matching up nicely. On different sides of the rift, however, still coordinating, and you love to see it.
Envy has a ice-themed skin as well, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of ice-themed stuff. Any Freljordian champions here in this game? No.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
No Ashe, that's not allowed.
Nope.
No Sejuani,
Also illegal.
also not allowed.
No Braum. Sad.
Sad, I do love Braum.
Me too. I like to stand behind Braum, you know? Just makes you feel safe. Anyway, he's not here. The Mighty Jax steps towards the top side. And Dudu waits for him. As Envy's going to move in a little early. And yeah, we're just going to have a bit of a face-off. Of course, the range issues that you often have as Xayah, you have less into the Zeri. But problem is that Kyle is going to be so much better in the harassment department. But there is all-in potential as Moam's going to dive on forward. Okay, let's see what we can make happen here. Feathers are out. And the heal does have to be used. Heal in trade for the Ignite.
Yeah, I want to highlight that Envy has also gone for Cleanse here, which feels not amazing. Cleanse, obviously, you can go for the Cleanse on the taunt, you can go for the Cleanse on the feathers, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And you are going to be down a combat summoner compared to the opponents. Early Ignite did come through. Also didn't cleanse that. That could have been an angle as well, but wants to hold on to it.
Yeah.
As
another Grand Entrance going to be used as Youngjae moving on over. Gleaming Quill also connecting. As Kyle, is he going to get flashed on here is the question. The flash comes out from Kyle himself, and Taeyun holds on to his. This is great laning from the Quandong Freaks bottom lane, really rallying after a difficult game one.
And Moam hitting both Grand Entrances, allowing him to get a very, very early lead. Or generate a very early lead for his bot lane, rather. Able to put them on the back foot. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah.
Youngjae immediately looking towards mid as well. Now the one downside, of course, is that he will be behind in his clear. And Wheeler is a Wukong, so he just wants to get to 6 and not really do anything up until that point in the game.
Yep.
So he'll take the time, as Birdo is able to crash this large wave on the top half of the map, as 5 wins for Fiora. It only has been Kanan, which is interesting because I do think that this is a matchup that really can go either way. We have seen Jax's win it in terms of the 1v1 pretty consistently when it gets to the later stages of the game, but if either of the two gets ahead, then life becomes very hard. In short trades, Fiora in the early game in particular can be very, very tough to deal with.
Oh yeah.
Particularly with the grasp and Q poke.
Dudu has also looked pretty good on the Fiora so far this season. I've kind of enjoyed his play. So hoping for some better things here. As game 3 on the line, Quandong Freaks. So it'll be so important for them as well, just because it has been 2-0 dismantlement.
Yeah, it's been tough.
In their most recent 3 series. Being able to take a game from the one prior to that, but even then, I mean, it's an 8-match losing streak here for this squad. Any sort of victory is going to feel brilliant for these guys.
Well, we're going to just straight up launch into a second rotation of his jungle. Has not backed yet. Going to at the very least do Gromp. Could do Gromp Wolves and then back, and then go for his top side. But I think a great use of his time. As mentioned, you just want to get to 6 ASAP. That is where you do get, with the Ahri, pretty sizable spike. It's also, I'm very interested to see how the level 6 for Zeri Lulu compares to the Xayah and Rakan. We have seen that Zeri Lulu, most notably in Solution Nami, has actually been able to find a lot of level 6 all-ins with the power that they get there. As Birdo is still having a great time here.
Yeah, and Dudu was, I think he was zoned out of experience range for a few moments there at least. So nicely done. And Birdo is off a fresh back as well. Didn't even have to teleport. So yeah, the Jack's having a brilliant time so far. To see whether Dudu is going to be able to sort this one out, as Closer takes a few rocks with that threaded volley, but not too worried about it. As Youngjae swooping around yet again, wanting to find that angle. As a nice seismic shove comes out from Bulldog here as Closer. It's taken down somewhat low. And control ward's going to be cleared out here by Live Sandbox as we look towards our first dragon, which is the Infernal. Bit of extra power with the availability of that one. Is nice work holding on to the Counter-Strike there, but Dudu's still able to trade quite nicely. And all right, here it is. Grand Challenge has been issued. Does have a few extra quadrants to take into account. Dudu does have flash available, but is just going to accept that Bertle will flash away. And the matchup is tending towards Dudu now.
Yeah, Bertle trying to get the crash in and then go for a back, because he was at a teleport advantage there, so if you can trade a lot and then teleport back, you can have a big lead. But because he was already a Sheen down, Dudu was always going to win that all in. So Bertle overstepping his boundaries a little bit there is going to cost him his flash, but now has backed and should be still in a decent space, because Dudu getting a little bit, or is a little bit lower on the health and mana, as might have a straight up fight here. Wheeler not 6 yet, crucially.
Yeah, Jay finds the Q, actually dives towards both Wheeler and Kyle because they know that Bulldog is going to be here. Seismic shove, can it actually find the mark is the question as they look to try and turn it, but they just push the monkey right back into their open arms as Closer's dashing around, manages to pick up one with the Spirit Rush and is now looking for more. Extendo Beam does a bunch of work as Envy is now diving into the fray. Taeyeon pulls back the feathers but goes straight into the Death Chamber instead, and Kwangdong Freaks, they lose out on the trade.
Going to be a favorable trade for Sandbox there by the end of it, Atlas, as the first setup looks pretty rough, and big there is that Wheeler doesn't have his ultimate, so following the entirety of Sandbox into that choke point doesn't feel as scary. Envy is just now hitting level 6 KL, no wild growth, so I think the initial idea here from Kwangdong is okay, but do also note, like, Youngjae's a level down, right? Like, so Wheeler being up a level, getting healed early on, still has a decent amount of experience. Actually really love his turn here, which keeps him alive for a decent amount. And then here, a lot of cooldowns are already going to be down. As Closer comes in, and let's not forget, Closer was one of our best Aris that we had last year as well. So really nice job skirting around the fight. Talia E cooldown at this point in time still quite long. And as a result, we do see that he goes down. If he hit that, maybe they could have gotten Moam there as well, but still going to be an amazing trade. That was pre-back as well. He was sitting on 1,500 gold. Could have been even worse for Kwangdong.
Could have been even better for Live Sandbox. Yeah, Closer looking brilliant there. Hitting so, like, he almost hit everything until, like, the last couple of Qs, maybe.
Yeah, you can't miss anything on Ahri. Then you are immediately not a good Ahri anymore. So, sorry, Closer.
Well, yeah, he missed the last
yeah, he missed the last charm, so now he's horrible. Yeah. Unacceptable, frankly.
Yeah, no, I agree. But at least he was playing Ahri well until those misses did come in.
Oh, he was really good.
We should have actually just cut the video.
We would have never known.
Yeah. Just demonstrate. Look, great Ahri.
Now, the Dragon going to get taken. Individual Drakes, goes without saying. Infernal is one of the best offensive stats, and for everyone is always going to make you very happy. They will be giving up the Heralds here, but not going to be too sad about that. As, oh, Inferno on Mountain.
Yeah, two good individual ones.
Yeah, bad things for the soul, but great things for whoever is able to get these early Drakes.
Youngjae gonna take the Eye of the Herald, see whether they can get better use out of it this time around, because of course it was cancelled in game number 1. So wanted to upgrade that particular outcome. So Harmon Taeyeon just playing defensively down here. Envy takes a Gleaming Quill for his trouble. His feathers start to get scattered around. And this is why it's difficult to siege against the Xayah. As that is one plate already taken here by Bertle, pretty close to his second as well. But you can see as far as the CS numbers, Dudu actually coming back into this one decently. Moves back towards that top side. Boots of Lucidity now complete. With Sandbox only with a 200 gold lead for now. They do have that first Infernal Drake picked up. So we'll just have to see where this Herald's going to go. See whether Kwangdong Freaks can get some value there. Get them into a better position moving towards mid-game.
Pretty leisurely pace of the game thus far. We had the one skirmish, but has not been too eventful outside of that. Everfrost done here for Closer, teleporting back to lane. Both mid laners also going for the Unsealed Spellbook. So a lot of utility there. double smite possibilities for objectives later in the game.
True. Quadra smite available.
Quadra smite.
That's a lot of smiting.
Some might even say too much.
Somewhat. Although there is enough health bar to go around for that many smites, so we should be all right. If we're talking about a Baron or something like that. You may not need that many if you want to fight over a Raptor camp. I think 4 smites might be enough to secure that. As Bulldog throwing rocks towards Closer. He does manage to land yet another charm. Nicely done. But everything's pretty even. And honestly, it's kind of handshakes across the board outside of Willa being able to get a few camps in the lead over the Lee Sin. And as the game goes on, of course, the clear speed of the Wukong just a little bit higher.
I love Jax versus Fiora. It's so fun to watch. This time around, though, Bertle is very low on mana and is going to be forced to teleport in first. Closer has a roam angle. They're not going to use the Herald towards topside, though, instead wanting to use that, I assume, towards the bot lane. Taeyoon has just now finished his skill force as well. And item leads are looking good. Youngjae's finished his, same for Taeyoon. And as we get to the mountain in about 2 minutes' time, expect Sandbox to finish their mythics across the board as well.
Yeah.
And that next fight going to be big. If Kwangdong pick up a little bit of extra tankiness, can be quite good.
There's a kick flash. His Grand Entrance is going to block one of the Spirit Rushes. He flashes away. Can he actually keep himself alive? The flash with the quickness as Moham is getting worked on, but they can't actually finish anyone off. Envy is now looking to skate into this battle, but no, he holds off because the rest of his teammates are way too low. And we still have 1:30 on this Dragon, and so they're not even going to be able to get position around that. As Envy really just wants to fight someone, and so he decides instead to skate into Taeyoon here and takes a bit of his health bar in response.
Honor KL, man. Flash, heal, wild growth. To make sure that Closer stayed alive there.
Yeah.
If Ahri dies, that is a big gold influx for Kwangdong. And even without Ahri actually going down, Closer still has to forfeit the mid lane. Kwangdong, really nice. Very well done here, right? Like Q, flash, but this is a lot invested. And even though they do gain follow-up summoners themselves as well, they also invest a Lee flash and a Rakan flash. So it's a lot of flashes down across the board, but the mobility for Sandbox, I do think, makes it slightly favorable towards them. Obvious exception here is Lulu, but for Closer and Willer, I think that they have still a lot of lethality and a lot of power. Now, Lee obviously still will be very mobile, but getting the perfect kick will be a lot harder. And that might be big as we go into this fight, but now Kwangdong do have a slight gold lead.
Yeah.
We haven't actually seen a straight-up 5v5 yet. Do keep in mind that I actually like the Kwangdong composition a ton when it comes to the 5v5s, right? Unless someone missteps, their disengage is amazing. Right?
It is.
Like between Talia and the Xayah, it's very tough to play into.
And Xayah, once these quick blades come in, but also even just kind of now, set up around these objectives is going to be something that they will be pretty happy with. Just with the fact that if you start a fight and then you get those feathers down, it is hard for Liv Sandbox to do what they really want to do with Closer having to dash in and around. If you get caught by that Blade Caller and blown up, it does take away a lot of the possibilities here from Liv Sandbox. Envy also having to be careful.
Dudu is on his way. Dudu is going to be here earlier. Berto was running, but not going to be here in time.
Yeah.
Once they spot Dudu, yeah, they're going to have to peel out.
Willa does use his Warrior Trickster to get himself out of there, but yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to take this. So, one apiece here on the Dragons. It's Kwangdong Freaks looking so much better here in game number 2.
Very nicely done. Just straight through a quick move. Now, it's going to be Cloud, which makes Atlas happy, and is a pretty decent valued size soul. Not the least popular, not down there with some healing action going on, but neither of the players actually having enough damage to threaten one another. Going to be a pretty sizable win for Kwangdong.
Yeah, and also just being able to bide their time, get your Xayah towards some better situations, and also buy time for Dudu to be able to get into that side lane win condition mode.
Cute there.
Fiora can do.
Bertle faking a ward. So walking over, and now Moham using his sweeper to try and sweep out a ward that doesn't exist. Cute play.
That is very
And that means that he will have his ward in the brush and a little bit of added safety. I say a little bit because if Moham and Youngjae collapse on him, he still will die. A fact that I'm sure he is cognizant of as well.
Envy and Taeyoon once again in battle. Now in the mid lane. And yeah, top side of the map just did have that ward swept out. So Bertle comes back down again. Doesn't want to get caught out of position as Kyle and Willa in position. 3v3. Coming on in. Q does land from Youngjae. Not pulling the trigger right now. Willa might. But he's just going to Warrior Trickster as we've got a battle towards this top side as well. Grand Challenge has been issued. Teleport from Live Sandbox though. As that is a defensive attempt from Moham, but it is actually going to be the end of him regardless. As the Ahri comes through, grabs her second kill. And now is going to put the pressure on towards this top side. Things kind of going wrong here for Kwangdong Freaks.
So teleport advantage that plays a big part here, although they might just get first turret for this.
Oh, okay, there we go.
There, nicely done. Kwangdong, they give up a kill, but they get first turret, but you're going to be happy with that. Gold going into Zaya's pocket as well, so big win for them there because, yeah, kill is unfortunate. And Closer is getting more fat. That'd be something that you're going to be a little worried about. But Taeyoon on the Zaya, able to put more gold in the pocket, and this might actually be an early quick play. It's a build that we have been calling for. On Zaya in particular, the extra cooldown reduction is insane. You know, ability haste, I should say. Although I guess it is cooldown reduction.
It's ability haste that translates into cooldown reduction. So I guess, you know, you're kind of right in both ways. As Kwangdong Freaks have started off this Rift Herald, another teleport, this time from Bertle, is going to come in. Weaver's Wall is going to separate Envy, who's now just kind of in the naughty corner and starts crying about it. I could understand that. Looked a little bit sad, but he's not going to get fully punished. Wasn't vision over the wall for Kwangdong Freaks, but still, just a bit of a stalemate there, and the teleport does have to be invested on the Live Sandbox side.
Yeah, that's a win for Kwangdong because they can keep shoving, and Dudu still has teleport, so this Herald should go the way of Kwangdong. They can now just walk back towards it, and then Dudu can TP in case a contest does come through, because Closer doesn't have his available, neither does Bertle. So it's not monumental leads, but Kwangdong is ahead of the curve in most of these plays. As we see now, the Herald rather is going to get started up, and if Dudu gets the opportunity to teleport, there should be no contest possible, but this is an Ahri. No, not going to be the case, so yeah, shouldn't contest this if you're Sandbox. As I say that, this is Sandbox, so they might want to force out the teleport, or try to, but I don't think Kwangdong are biting.
Well, let's see whether Willa does make his way over. He does, but Youngjae is still going to be able to secure it. Cyclone comes in as Youngjae picks up the eye, and now they just take down the Jax. Bulldog secures his first kill of the game. And this is the Kwangdong Freaks we wanted to see in game number 1, but it's not too late if they show up here for game number 2.
Nicely done. Good extension there. Herald immediately going to get dropped top, and Sandbox really on the back foot.
Oh, Q connects onto Kyle, but they look to try and escape. Oh, it's so cute, the little leapfrog, but still gonna get caught out. Polymorph comes in. There is the seismic shove just to try and zone them away. Youngjae keeping himself alive, but the Orb of Deception, and as well as Envy's ultimate, is gonna be able to lock him up. There's the flash from Bulldog, but I think Envy's still gonna be able to get in there. Doesn't die to the turret. Willa takes a bit of damage. Would have liked one of those, an extra one of those kills going over to Envy, but I think Live Sandbox still going to be happy as Shirley, yeah, just getting to work on an inner turret.
It's an okay trade, but because they still lose 2 turrets here, they might still come out behind on gold. Even with getting the punish there on the top side of the map, do note that while Sandbox rotates everyone over to help here, we do have, as we go all the way back.
Yeah, this is like a million years ago, Chronicler, I'm sorry.
No, that's no problem. All the way back to where they got the kill on Moham, and they're able to get a decent amount of damage done, but then are unable to contest because the teleport was invested, and that's what we see here. Then Bertle crucially gets caught by Bulldog. Very good job there from the Talia. Bertle is unable to get out as Moham flashes on top of him. And then this is a key moment because, yes, Sandbox win this fight pretty decisively, but look at what is happening in the side lanes. Right? That's the big story here, is that not only does the Herald get a charge off on top, but it also is an opportunity for Taeyoon to shove multiple waves into mid. So even though the execution in this topside fight is great, they're able to pick themselves up 2 kills. A lot of CS lost, charge from the Herald on top, and a bot lane turret goes down. So Sandbox are going to be feeling good, but they're still behind.
Yeah, It is about 2,000 as this first Cloud Drake now being started up by the Kwangdong Freaks. Closer here towards the top side will be able to at least get this outer turret. It's going to be the first turret of the game for them. 3 picked up for Kwangdong Freaks though. Does mean that and it's sort of global advantage there as far as the gold is still going to belong to them despite the kill deficit.
Crucially, Fiora is also ahead, and gold leads in this matchup matter a lot. Now, inexperienced Birdo is still even, which is a saving grace. If you also fall behind in levels, it becomes pretty unplayable very, very quickly. That is not the case just yet, but is substantially behind both in CS, and Dudu got, I want to say, 2 turrets. Definitely got the bot lane one. I'm pretty sure he also got the top outer, so going to be feeling very good. And Sandbox can win late game fights as well, right? Like, this is still a Lulu and Zeri composition. They have a Jax. Like, there's a ton of fighting power, but... Oh,
and he's just ulting onto Taeun here. Doesn't get the Feather Storm out just yet, but does get the heal as now Youngjae is fighting against Willow, who just gets over the wall and looks to try and taxi towards the rest of Kwangdong Freaks. Quickness used defensively here from Moham. Taeun not actually ulting in that entire exchange. So we'll have that if they do want to fight for anything. But it looks like they're going for Baron. Wow.
Yeah, their jungler isn't alive, and a lot of cooldowns have just been used. Healthburst alone, Taeun and Moham.
Is this going to be a possible defense angle is the question. Kwangdong Freaks are looking for it. They do have an idea of what's happening as Dudu teleporting in, but there's no smite, remember? As over the wall goes Dudu, and yes, they just watch the Baron go down. Dudu flashes immediately to get himself out of there. So yeah, teleports and flashes, and not too much else going to happen as the Baron just falls in front of their eyes.
And closer on this Ahri has been so important. 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
Has been instrumental in every single one of the picks, and this is what Ahri in her heyday was able to do consistently. Even though Taeun, crucially there, doesn't actually have to use his ultimate, like, he still gets chunked, right? Like, we have Envy going in really aggressively here, Taeun and Moham wanting to get that turret, and then the upfront burst from Envy means that Kwangdong has to disengage. They can't choose to fight this, but that means that when Youngjae gets caught, there is no potential. You can't try and turn this, you can't try and get anything else going, and then you zone away the bot lane, the jungler is dead, and then a Baron immediately found, and Sandbox, very strong mid-game move here that might end up being game deciding. Like a Baron, if they can turn that into some of these outers, there's a ton of standing gold still on the map.
Yeah, this is the thing with trading these tilts for turrets, is because if Sandbox if they do manage to turn the game around, then comeback mechanics definitely there. As Weaver's Wall comes in, just to try and buy them some space, keep this outer turret alive in the mid lane. Q connecting, but that is Willa's clone. A little bit tricksy is this monkey. And they're just going to try and bully them out of this area. Envy feeling pretty good now that he's hit about 2 items on this Zeri, if memory serves.
Look at that.
And yeah, Charm is going to go wide as Featherstorm comes in from Taeun, but didn't really see much of the Feathers doing anything as Q connects onto Envy, goes down low, but Youngjae not wanting to resonating strike, not feeling like they have enough control.
That was a summoner invested. Yeah, was a summoner invested, though. Closure did end up flashing there, if I'm not mistaken, and you do get the Featherstorm, but Taeun still has this flash available, so still has a ton of safety in the upcoming fight. But while that was happening, Birdo was just pushing, which is things that make Jax very happy, able to pick up his Blade the Rune King as well, and a big issue here is, ooh, Dudu, you are 2 levels down. Yeah, I don't think you go. I don't think you flip with that, no. Because if you get caught, the game might be in an even worse state. But because of Dudu consistently grouping with his team, because Kwangdong feel like they need to try and 5v5, Birdo actually has now pulled ahead of him in experience. Rather than the Baron also helps with this, but now you have a Jax with 2 items, Blade of the Rune King, insanely strong in the 1v1, and in those longer fights against Fiora that you might have inside, is going to be a ton of value.
Yeah. It does feel like we hit a turning point.
Yeah.
And that literally happened, right? If Sandbox now do have a slight gold lead. 30 seconds on the next Drake. That is soul point available for Kwangdong Freaks. But with the map sort of falling out of their control, makes it difficult. And this was, you know, part of our criticism of Kwangdong Freaks when they were playing with Moham previously. And that was looking a little bit lost at these stages. When questions are asked of them and they have to dynamically respond, This is where they've been a little bit less quick off the mark than when Jun was on the team. It was able to at least make them make decisions. Doesn't matter whether they're good or bad, right? They were made together. And it was a bit of extra milling about last time around. It's going to be a big test to see whether that voice is being found here for Quandong Freaks as Q connects onto Willa.
Hey, Sandbox last year shown that making subpar calls collectively can get you one game away from
I mean, a bad decision that everyone follows is better than a good decision.
And they lost against the world champion, so
yeah,
it's gotta be mad at them.
That's true. Weaver's Wall comes in to try and block them away from this Drake as now Bertle, he dives forward. They do manage to get the knock up onto Taeyun, but he pulls the feathers out and the Blade Caller is good. Still, Bertle's going to be able to take him down. The Fiora gets rid of the monkey, but still Liv Sandbox are all over this fight. Bulldog trying to do the best that he can as Moham is running for the hills and Bertle is just on a mission. He really wants to take them down, but Bulldog is skating and doing so quite nicely as it's just being a little bit of a nuisance. The Drake is going to be secured and there it is. The last leap strike comes in. Liv Sandbox finish them off. Quandong Freaks was a decent idea, but just not enough in the end.
Crucially there is the flank that was found by Bertle, and it's an issue that Kwangdong have been struggling with, and a lot of our newer teams are struggling with team fight setup. Because we do see some initial spotting here, like trying to make sure that you know where the opponent is, but Bertle is unchecked here. So Taeyun survives here and is able to get a big pull up onto Whaler, who then dies, but like he doesn't have a health bar because of the CC chain. So like there is so little response available, and then without your Xayah, Fiora in a team fight is something that we have never liked and still don't.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why previously the Camille and in the current iteration the Jax have been a bit more favorable when they're good. It's because they can actually fight, and that is shown right there as Closer also lost his 100% kill participation in that fight. Very sad.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't able to get a little bit of damage onto one of them as Dudu is, not going to be able to find the riposte there. Does now grand challenge Bertle, but he's going to have to run away. And this matchup really has turned on its head. Bertle being able to really find his way back in. An Infinity Edge now completed for Envy, item number 3. For the Zeri, we've been talking about that all year. You know exactly what that means. That means bad news for Quandong Freaks and great news for Liv Sandbox to fight around this next objective. It's going to be the Baron, and it is spawned right now. And now 3,000 gold in the lead as they're looking to not waste any time here. Quickness comes in. Grand Entrance is not great. Moham's going to have to back away. That is a big cooldown that they would like to be using here as Taeyun gets a decent Blade Caller onto Closer. Seismic Shove pulls him back. And the Grand Entrance is going to get out the Zhonya's at least for now. And Closer does eventually go down. There is an aggressive Featherstorm as Envy, the flick is not going to connect. And now Young Jay's going to be taken down. It was so close, Quandong Freaks, but not quite enough.
And if Dudu would have been there, that could have been a game-turning point. Maybe they could have gotten more kills. They could have taken a Baron. Although with Young Jay that would have been a big risk. And I was about to say, Atlas, one thing we do have to keep in mind is that Kwangdong still has a composition where a single misstep from Sandbox, an overextension onto the wrong person, can lose you the game, right? Like if you go in with this dive comp and you miss a charm, like happens here, they disengage nicely, and I think they should have just left it at that, but this is Sandbox sunk cost fallacy is not something that they ascribe to, so they're like, hey, we use our cooldowns, might as well go for it, and then this is a crucial pick here. Not only does it force out the teleport from Bertle, it also leads to the Ahri dying in the end, but then Envy crucially here, incredible amount of survivability, and the health bars on Kwangdong are still very low for all the damage that did come through before they got the pick onto Closer, so it is a relatively even trade, and it does get a stopwatch out of Closer. This is not a Zhonya's.
That was what I assumed that it was actually Azonia's that was picked up, but it was not. So a little bit more impactful, in fact, for Quandong Freaks here, being able to get that crucial cooldown and not having that one back off cooldown here. As, all right, there's a Cyclone towards the backline, kick out from Willa, but he's still going to be able to get another knock-up. As Envy is just fighting against Moham. Moham should die, but can they get any more is the question. As Liv Sandbox find the fight around the river, but now Quandong Freaks are just pushing here on this bottom side. Liv Sandbox are going to be able to pick up a Baron though, so I don't know about this one from Kwangdong.
Should definitely go for the initial turret. I don't know if you can go for 2. We will have Ahri making her way over.
Yeah. Bertle's going in aggressively here.
It's 1v2!
Yeah, Bulldog is going to have to back away. Closer's going to turn up, and it actually works out beautifully here for Sandbox. The Baron also goes down, by the way, guys. And this was a huge trade down for Kwangdong Freaks.
That play from Bertle there is actually really big, because if he misplays that, they might lose the inhib, and that's still a trade you'll take. But instead, because of the Sterix buy, he is so insanely tanky. So has faith in Closer to show up in the nick of time, as Grand Entrance there is used, and it is an attempt from Kwangdong to try and set up vision so that when the bot lane play comes through, they can contest Nash. But what happens is Sandbox is a step ahead of them, and Bertle doesn't get collapsed upon, and just flashes on top of Bulldog here. And then again, like with Sterix, the amount of tankiness this guy has is crazy. Goes back in here, all the mana, all the health bars are gone for the Kwangdong side, and then you lose Baron, you don't get the inhib, and everything falls apart, Atlas.
It does. I really loved it from Bertle, the fact that he sees the two crucial cooldowns that can stop a Jax and then just flashes over the top of both of them and says, what are you going to do now? And the answer was not a whole lot, as he's once again leap striking forward. Dudu is still dangerous as Grand Challenge is issued.
That's Sterix.
Yeah. And there's the Counter-Strike. Youngjae looking to make his way through. Dudu secures the turret here on the top side of the map. Still playing with some gusto. 4,000 gold behind as Live Sandbox now with Soul Point available and this Baron that's moving towards inhibitor turrets in the bottom lane.
You can maybe win that trade if Youngjae shadowing Dudu, if you kill Bertle, if they don't have Baron. Yeah, Sandbox do have Baron. So you're not going to win the shoving war, unfortunately.
They also have the 304 Zeri with 3.5 items. And
yeah, stopwatch and getting close to GA, and once that GA is done, I'm having a really hard time seeing Kwangdong still get back in this one. The item disparity is going to become a bigger and bigger problem, right? We might have triple GA.
Yeah.
Although I am actually, Bertle probably going to go for Zhonya's. I love the Zhonya's build on Jax. It makes me very happy. And actually got somewhat buffed, you know, his E now scales harder off of AP.
There you go.
It's 140% AP ratio if you get enough autos. Oh, the collapse. But wait, who's collapsing?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to find out, as Moham and Youngjae are pretty mobile, as Envy is going to find... Oh man, Moham just pops like a balloon, and Youngjae doesn't want to see it. He's of course Lee Sin, so he's not going to see it anyway, but doesn't want to be in the area.
He doesn't want to sense it.
He doesn't want to perceive any of what happened to
any way.
There. No, and I don't blame him whatsoever. And now Willer is going to look for him. Let's just at least tag him with a Q there as he runs away. Man,
there's the on guard for Bertle here. As long as Bertle doesn't die, like Kwangdong doesn't have an in. Like there is no way. You can't win the 4v4. So all Bertle needs to do is stay alive.
Is just going to look for Taeun here. Does get the Featherstorm out very early on in this one. There's the charm connecting onto the Lee Sin, who has no real options. Feather's going to get pulled back as Envy is just chasing after Taeun. Bulldog throwing so many shards of ice into this guy. As now, there's the quickness. Envy may have overextended as there's a seismic shove. He goes golden for the moment as Kyle desperately wants to keep him alive. The shield comes in and Envy's trying to fight it out. That was so heroic from Kyle, but they're inside the enemy base, and it's like maybe a little bit too much.
Everyone else on Sandbox like, we have to disengage. Kyle's like, guys, I got this.
Envy is in there. I am in there.
I need to save him. Yeah. I can't leave him behind, and so he dies as well. As this is what looked like an attempt at collapsing on Bertle, but then instead they got collapsed upon. The Sandbox ahead, or again, was ahead of the curve. They have been for most of this game. And then this is a tragic story of two friends that make a series of bad decisions. As Kael is about to just flash over here. It's like, I got you, Envy, don't worry. But Bulldog does a great job kiting, even with the wave. Envy isn't actually able to. And then crucially, he has the stopwatch. Yeah. And Kael keeps him alive for just that split second. Taeun doesn't respect. Doesn't need to be there.
Kyle avoided so many skill shots during that. It was actually really well played.
Kyle's mechanical play was great. His decision to stay there and flash over that wall was the support that you want.
Yeah.
But not it wasn't necessarily the right cause. Oh man, look at that damage charge.
Yeah. Bulldog certainly has been able to get a bit done this game.
He's trying. He really is.
Still, they're not out of it just yet, you know? The boat, like, the fish isn't on the boat yet, I don't even think. The lead isn't exactly that high.
Fish, it took me a second to realize what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I think the fish
We're
is,
still reeling it in.
well,
you know?
yeah, but it's getting very close to
It's
the boat,
getting
Atlas.
tired. It's getting tucked out.
I don't think the fish had a lot of life left in them.
Well, here's another Cyclone as Willer is going to get challenged. See whether he accepts it. As Bertle is going to flash out of this one. Bulldog, can you find the seismic shove? It's very important. He misses it, but still, they're chasing after him. Sterix is going to get popped. Moham running pretty quickly. And Taeyoon realizing that he's not going to be able to catch up. Youngjae's going to move in. There's a seismic shove. And Bertle's going to be taken out. Youngjae, I believe, just kicked him in the back of the head. He absolutely did. And Quantum Freaks buy themselves some time.
Fish is fighting back, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's found it's on its second wind.
Should be Nash here, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Although Bullock does have TP, and they're down a member. Ooh. Oh, this should...
All right, Jonas Strong shows
this
us
is
that
risky.
help. Can Youngjae get a ward in there is the question. He dives over. He's not able to take the Baron. It's taken by Lulu for some reason. Closer's going to go down. Youngjae lands yet another Q, but look at this. They're all in the back of this pit getting mown down by Bulldog. My goodness. That was the Thunderdome, and you didn't want to be there if you're Live Sandbox, but still, they're able to collect themselves a Baron on a couple of members. At least there's that.
A little bit of vintage sandbox coming through here.
Yeah.
Some decisions that do not need to be made, because with 4 people you can definitely make sure that they don't get Nash. You cannot do Nash if they are willing and ready. TP is available. It's 5 health. It's Kyle again. The hero.
Secure.
Yeah, that saves this game for Sandbox, because if they lose that Baron, I think they lose the game. I think it's just immediately over. There should be a... We're getting pretty late in the game. There should be a definitive pushing win condition then for Kwangdong.
Yep.
That's not going to be the case. So everything is still playable, but I thought the fish was getting close to the boat.
Not on the boat yet.
No.
And in fact, I think the fisherman starting to get pulled into the ocean.
You should be very careful. You know, you can't sell your fish before you've reeled it into the boat.
No, it's exactly
Can't do
right.
that. That's dangerous.
No, because then you might have to buy a fish, and then you're definitely out of pocket a bit of money. It's not good. Not good fisherman ways. Especially not if you're going to get pulled into the boat, pulled out of the boat.
Oh no! Then you're
this
then
analogy.
you're in the
disaster.
sea.
Yeah.
Then you're in the fish's territory.
Yeah.
That never ends well.
And in this analogy, by the way, guys, Quantum Freaks are currently the fish. Live Sandbox had been reeling them in for quite some time, and now the fish is fighting back to the point where either the rope is the line is going to snap, or the fisherman's going to be pulled into the ocean. But we'll see.
Well, no, it has to end with the fish eventually getting caught.
Does it?
Well, yeah. If the game is going to have an ending.
Yeah, but the fish doesn't have to get caught. Maybe the fish will pull the fisherman into the ocean. That is what happens if Quantum Freaks win.
No, I know. That's what happened when Quantum wins. But if Sandbox win, then the fish is caught.
Yeah, the fish is on.
Yeah, okay, so there is no line snapping, Atlas.
Well, that's true, actually, yeah. If that happens, then we've got a forfeit. Oh! There's a kick immediately into the grand entrance, and they pop the Ari. Youngjae may still fall down, and Envy is still very dangerous, but they'll take the pick, and that is going to buy them so much time.
Well, so they now need to immediately back. Sandbox can't continue pushing. Is this game heading towards an Elder flip?
I mean, I'd start unstrapping yourself from your fishing rod. I'm just going to stop. That's enough.
It's the Elder fish!
Yeah, the Elder flip, I think, might be the angle.
Beautifully done. Just a straight up 100-0. Youngjae has been looking for these angles this entire game, and he finally finds one in a moment of great peril as they are getting sieged down. This is also where we start to see some of the comp diff, because Sandbox are ahead in gold. They have full map control, but they are also a short-range composition into Zaya and Talia that are fed.
Yeah.
And life is not great.
This is sort of one of those old cardinal sins, right? Which was the if Zaya is picked, outrange her or else.
Yeah.
They haven't quite done that.
There is
However,
also Zeri helps.
Yeah. And, you know, Zeri's kind of the same vibe, but Zaya was the original.
Yeah.
So both of these teams sort of handshaking on what you're not supposed to do into both of them. And so far, it's been Liv Sandbox that's found most of the angles, but recently, the turnaround has occurred. And Taeyun, he's looking for his final item.
Yeah, BT. I'm liking the odds for Kwangdong. Like, gold doesn't matter at this point in the game.
Is it BT or GA? It is going to be BT, so that is even more damage. I thought maybe you'd want a bit of utility, but he's Xayah, so doesn't necessarily need it as much. Safety sort of inherent.
I also think that if GA gets popped into the sandbox comp, then you're going to die.
Anyway,
yeah, like there's an Atlas.
Dun, 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 dun.
We're getting close to a game-deciding play. We just don't know what's happening.
Moham, no! Okay, Bertel making his way in. Youngjae running away real fast, but they do have to use the quickness in order to do it. And Closer off on the side. Bulldog going to be okay. And yeah, you're right. So we're not really fighting over too much. We're fighting over minions. No, it's just...
Yeah, it's trying to... If you catch someone at this point, you can try and march down the bot lane and end the game.
Yep.
Can't do that right now, though, as we are starting to just reach 6 items. Wasn't the longest game also sandbox? They do get themselves in this position every now and then.
They do.
Where it's like, oh, we're looking really good, and then one thing goes wrong, and then it kind of snowballs from there, and they're like, but wait, how do we win now? What do we do?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think probably take some objectives, see whether your Jacks can continue split pushing, because honestly, they did have the win position in their mind. Yeah, but they were playing it out beautifully, utilizing Bertel in side lanes.
Yeah, the problem is if Dudu like wins the 1v1, you lose the game immediately.
Yeah, and honestly, it does feel like the state of this game has slipped out of their hands, right? Because Fiora in the late game is feeling fantastic as, oh dear, over the wall goes Bertel, but gets back to the rest of his team. Yeah, Seismic Shove, not going to find anyone. All right, we're looking for Cloud Soul, everyone. Cloud Soul, that is the objective that we're fighting for. As rocks come in, ooh, Envy able to slip over that wall. Very, very close. Now, Quantum Freaks are going to start off this dragon.
Look at their poke.
Yeah, this Talir is doing so much damage, but in goes the Cyclone. Willa trying to be the hero. His GA gets popped basically immediately as Moham is buying a lot of space, but Envy skates. What the heck? He goes so far. And they get themselves out of there. Liv Sandbox, they are limping out of this fight. And Taeyun says, thank you very much. That is a triple kill for the Xayah. And Bulldog, he's still alive. Bertel, he cannot walk up. These Ice Shards are doing so much from this threaded volley. They'll take the Cloud Soul and maybe even turn it into a Baron as Bulldog, he sets up the wall. And Bertel's just going to walk away from it. It was a cool looking wall though.
Yeah, I think you, like, I don't know if you take Drake there. I think you just try to end. Like, they can't anymore, but the moment you get those kills, maybe you just hightail it down mid.
It's Baron time.
Well, they're going to get Baron. They got the
score as well. And then you set up for the Elder flip.
Sure. If Envy doesn't misjudge the angle on that wall, I think they can win. So Wheeler has GA, and you need to fight. Like, you can't keep waiting here. So this is a great initial setup, but the defensive flashes are there. And then truly believe, like, watch Closer's health. That was full health.
Yeah.
If Envy doesn't misjudge this and kills Bulldog and Youngjae here, like, if he has a slightly different angle, they win that fight. Like, he two-taps everyone at this point in time.
Yeah.
But
and instead, he just sort of, like, puts himself in the middle of nowhere.
But this is also, as good as this is for Kwangdong, this also doesn't win them the game.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They do have the Baron,
not just yet.
As
well, true.
Secures the Rift Scuttler. So right now, Liv Sandbox in the lead. Rift Scuttle advantage. Oh, but there's Baron. Maybe Quantum Freak's able to claw it back in that regard.
No, we're going to the Elderfish.
Oh yeah, it is definitely the Elderfish.
That's what it comes down to.
Yep. Can you get the Elder onto the boat?
Willow doesn't have Flash though. Without Flash on the Wukong, the engage for Sandbox is pretty bad. And
He'll
now
have it by the time the next fight is relevant.
Okay, well, that's true. Yeah, because I was going to say, Kwangdong now will have map control with the Baron buff, so they can set up a lot of flank wards, so they don't really get flanked, and then the range advantage is really, really strong.
Ooh, still able to get this minion wave towards the turret, but Envy pretty comfortably able to walk up here with the huge shield that he has available.
6 items
Kyle.
He has no boots.
Yeah. Oh, man. Collects himself a Runon's Hurricane. As Bulldog just does the Talia thing to break open this base. They'll take this inhibitor. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you've got a battle between Bertle and Youngjae. Youngjae gets himself out of there. Q does miss, and now Bertle is going to re-engage. Kick comes out. That is a big cooldown, not going to be available for the next few seconds. Might buy Live Sandbox the breathing room that they were looking for. Still, losing that bottom inhibitor is definitely bad news.
The one downside of bot inhibitor is that it is the side where the Elder is spawning on, so for Sandbox it's not the end of the world. They can just fight for bot or go through bot lane, and then move upwards into the river. Top inhibitor would have been the best case scenario, so we do see Dudu hopefully trying and get that as gold's even.
Yeah, no,
it's within 200 gold, but you do have the soul, so Kwangdong actually is ahead. And again, compositionally, unless they make a big misstep, I do think that they are pretty highly favored now that we've gone into the late game.
Yeah.
We've had a few... we've had early game, mid game, late game, and then late game, and now we're in
late game.
Yes.
Yeah. The fish definitely pulling back. To go back to that analogy one more time that I said I wasn't going to.
Oh, you will.
Yeah, no, I just
we gotta
like it.
We've stuck with it this far, Atlas. We gotta ride it home.
If the game is going to continue going, then I will continue with the analogy, okay?
Yes.
46 minutes. We're getting towards longest game territory. We had our shortest game yesterday. We might have our longest game today. I think it was 52 minutes approximately.
Well, the game should be over on Elder, which is in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But notice how I said should.
Yeah.
Not will be.
Could.
Should.
Maybe could.
No, should. No, it's Elder. It should.
Yeah.
Because Elder gets you Nash, and whichever team gets Elder and Nash better win the damn game, Atlas, because if you can't win with those two... Oh, there we go. PD now done for Envy as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't have his... or sold his GA, rather, because, again, cooldown on that was used earlier.
Indeed. Wants the extra defensive stats, I guess.
Actually, was it? I'm not sure.
I think Runance.
Yeah, you're right. Before. No, it was the Runance. Stoneblade now, done for Bertle. Because the key issue for the Sandbox comp is that with Sums and Flash available on Taeyeon, like actually killing him is monstrously hard, as Bulldog also circumventing the need for boots by picking up a Cosmic Drive.
Heck yeah. Why do you need shoes if you can just drive, right?
Well, you still need shoes to drive. That's a lot safer.
Ruined my whole
the
point.
pedals.
Yeah.
Have you tried driving with
I have,
it's
and
a nightmare.
It's not great. Now, barefoot driving as well is like a bit weird, especially if you're driving a manual. Not really good. It's Envy just going to stand his ground, but he's taking a lot of damage. Immediately, once again, Closer is going to be taken out, and now Envy trying to stay alive. Taeyeon is just a raid boss, though. He's a turret, but he is going to get wiped out very, very quickly, and there he goes. Bertle securing the kill, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And top of the morning to you, Dudu. You can walk down mid lane and win this game.
The fish has done it, Atlas!
The fish pulled the man out of the boat! He would not get fished up today!
The fisherman drowned at the bottom of the ocean! Kwangdong gonna bring us to a game number 3!
This is the classic Live Sandbox way! They do not play League of Legends unless it is 3 games in a best of 3. That is how it is done for this team. Kwangdong Freaks, can they use this to win themselves a game 3? That is the big question on everyone's minds.
Sandbox had a sizable lead, and then a crucial kick from Youngjae. A Baron call that was less than optimal was what decided their fate, and from that point on, Kwangdong, all they had to do was ride out their composition. Again, you gotta make a move when you're Sandbox, because if you just wait and you can't walk up, can't get priority, your range disadvantage is too big. So they had to make a desperate move, and the desperate move was appropriately punished by the Kwangdong Freaks.
But I don't even think that moment was the one, right? It was back-to-back-to-back sort of errors being made here by Live Sandbox. Kwangdong Freaks just eking out little moments here. There were 3 Barons taken by Live Sandbox. 3 Barons. Wasn't enough. And Taeyeon playing it out beautifully, but Bulldog, man, this Talia looked so good. A little bit of gold advantage towards the end. And as we can see, it was the last 20 minutes of that game that Live Sandbox gets an advantage, and then from then on, little by little, Kwangdong Freaks buy it back.
This is the Kwangdong that we used to see in the first few weeks, and I'm glad to see them back on the Rift Atlas.
Me too. It is time for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space will take us through that game, and we'll be getting into the deciding Game 3. We'll see you then.
포인 걸게. 섹스 막상. 이번엔 보는 건. 야, 제리 누구? 야, 천천히 해봐. 저거. 아래 잡았어. 야, 잡았어. 야, 세리. 야, 온 걸게. 셀프. 맞아. 야, 천천히. 야, 이겼어.
아 이겼다.
나이스. 다행이다. 잘했어. 미안합니다.
가세요. 미안하다.
아이, 단판 잘하자.
나이스.
끝내라.
잘하시 뭔데?
굿.
굿.
Actually, Owner gonna get the kick in. They get the knockup, and Envy, he's trying to survive, but he does go down in the end. Tried to play it out really nicely, but the Yasuo combo just a bit too much. Well, now there's not even an hour to worry about, but Keria is gonna get burst down, as that's the knockup onto the Ezreal. Can they burst him down this time? Envy goes to the stopwatch as Carnage is around him, and immediately he goes down afterwards. Closer is trying his best.
Look at all this poke raining down.
Anna coming
on the
in,
flank.
yeah,
He is. Let's see what this Counter-Strike looks like. My God, the Cyclone. It's also really good, but it is not good enough. Yeah, the Sejuani goes down, but it's another Counter-Strike to obliterate Kwangdong Freaks. They were already behind, but I think this was the backbreaker. This is with Baron, by the way, guys. Oh, the flank from Canyon is just massive. Showmaker, yeah, he's going to be able to get in there. The Talia is already dead, and now Deft, alongside Showmaker on this Kassadin, are just going to mop the floor with them. Showmaker still has the Zhonya's Hourglass's doo-doo. Can he do it again? I think the answer might be no, but he's still alive. He's flashing. The GA is going to be popped onto Deft. I thought maybe we'd have another one of those doo-doo moments, but we don't. That's going to be the ace. Polymorph comes through. Tidal Wave in answer as Cease and Desist is going to come forward. not going to be able to find it. Envy somehow survives with about 0 health. The Sand Soldiers are set up and it's a dead Lucian. To get the bad news, and Sylvie is seen. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Bertle immediately follows him. Blast Cone is now going to be taken away. Is now Envy possibly caught out, has to flash. There's the cease and desist, so can Nongshim get on top of him? The Cyclone is gigantic, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Envy's still going to be able to take down the Lucian though. And yeah, I guess he has to get something done, but Envy's still alive, fighting against Dundun. Live Sandbox find a beautiful team fight in the end.
Aris gets a shutdown of his own. What is going on here? Forcing it super hard. Now Rascal, I mean, really trying to get that kill. It's now Effort trying to flash out, but he will not be able to. Double kill now for Fade as more and more skirmishes will come in, and Upti gives the triple kill to Fade, who's looking for a potential penta.
And you know what, Valdez? This is the most interest anyone has ever shown. Anyone has ever shown a solo Chemtech Dragon.
Hello and welcome back to the space, as that was game number 2 of Live Sandbox up against Kwangdong Freaks, and boy was it a doozy. We went all the way to about 48 minutes, and there were a lot of things that happened in that game, Wolf. I think we have to start with the draft because this is the first place where Kwangdong Freaks are like, hey, maybe we can actually win a game.
Yeah, well, the Ari pick, we really didn't like it. It's
Really did not.
We really didn't like it. It's not with a buy. You have no real power in the lane. You're not going to be playing this composition like a pick comp at all. You don't offer any utility to objective setup. You're basically just trying to style on them. And Closer had a great start to the game, but he did not actually, he was not able to, as the game went longer, find any value on this pick. Finally built a Banshee's Veil, because he's like, I'm tired of going in and getting instantly deleted. He still did go in and get instantly deleted, even with the Banshee's Veil. But you're playing this Ari into an extremely short-range AD carry who has high damage, and if you're actually putting yourself in the late game in front of a Xayah, in front of a Rakan, or even a Fiora that you can't side lane into, you're gonna have big problems. And I think that's one of the main reasons why ultimately here Live Sandbox took the L. You know, they couldn't actually use any of these compositions, win cons in the later parts of the game. What Ari would normally do in a draft like this doesn't work out.
Doesn't work out. He was not able to style. In fact, Live Sandbox, I would argue, are not really in a position this week to style on anyone, as they struggled against Nongshim, and now here they are losing a game to Kwangdong Freaks. So very weird spot to pick it in as well, given their current state. Even the Jax Blight, I think, is normally okay, but due to with how fantastic he is on Fiora, you know, it can be rough. There's an immediate answer in the side lane push. You're not going to like the Jax in the team fight anyway into Talia and Lee Sin and Xayah, all amazing counter-engaged champions, not to mention the Rakan, who's also pretty decent. So I think that Kwangdong got about 7 bajillion draft bucks going into this game. And then the game happened, which we need to take a look at these highlights as well. Let's go into the first one, which is, oh wait, no, we're first going to take a look at this.
Yeah. Let's talk about this for a second, because more than the draft, like the draft had problems, Valdez, like don't get me wrong. But this is actually the biggest worry for me is Live Sandbox, they have advantages, they can't close out games. And this is, by the way, the opposite, in my opinion, of how Live Sandbox has played this entire season. They only took good fights, they were really decisive, their macro game was amazing. And in this last series against Nongshim, they had a 52-minute game. They lose, right? This time, nearly the same game length. They lose to Guangdong Freaks. They had control for most of that time. Even though their draft wasn't great, they are the better team. They were playing better. But like they've lost their mojo, they've lost their confidence. This team is just not looking like the same. And we've been kind of joking, when is the collapse of Live Sandbox, right? Because we didn't trust this team. And I think we're here. Like, we have arrived. This team is not the same team that was top 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Willer's just there trying his best to carry everybody along and keep the spirits high, because as a team, it does, I think you've described it the best way, Wolf, it does feel like they kind of lost their mojo. They're not the same team here. As this one starts off, they're trying to force a fight onto the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, so this is way early in the game, and Valdez and I were really critical of this play here from the side of Live Sandbox, so you don't need to force this, but then you are able to actually turn this into a good play here because they overextend to drop the Herald. But the amount of resources committed here, despite the kill going over, is actually huge. So you see a Fiora is able to push in the bottom side of the map. You have a Xayah pushing mid. So just wanted to highlight some of the mistakes even went ahead here by Live Sandbox. Just dropping the ball macro-wise here. It seems like this team is playing nervous and they're all about fight, fight, fight. Feels like the romantic Live Sandbox of previous years. Not the great, strong mid-game 2023 Live Sandbox we've seen most of the season.
Yeah, definitely feels a bit different. We're going to take a look here at the second fight as well that we have to highlight. This one over the Cloud Soul. And again, I mean, we're going to highlight what happens when you draft like this, hard engage into 3 disengaged champions, right?
Yeah, watch the Ahri disappear in this fight. As
it's a magic trick.
Yeah, it's
actually
wild. Goodbye. And you have so much as the Xayah here peel, self-peel with your ultimate, and you're great into the hard engage. Like, your feathers are going to always get value. And when you get to the late game, Xayah will pop off. She will do tons of damage. And Zeri is just too vulnerable, right? When you're trying to... Like, there's a huge disconnect between what Zeri wants. She wants a front line. She wants that longer fight. She wants to do a lot of bounce damage.
Yeah.
You're trying to run in with your Ahri. You have no tank set up here. The composition is just, it's problematic, Valdez.
It's very problematic, and we saw what happens as well when Willard tries to engage. He like nearly dies before he even gets a Cyclone off, because you just can't. At that point in the game, it's just not going to be possible. Let's take a look at the POG here on the side of Guangdong Freaks, who were able to hold on. Bulldog with the Taliyah pick. A fantastic one into what he was looking at, right?
Look at the kill.
He played it out very, very nicely.
Kill participation 94 at a nearly 50-minute game. So, I mean, I voted for him over Youngjae. I think a lot of people probably are voting for Youngjae here because of that heroic play that actually turned the game around and where they were able to actually end, I should say, because that second highlight we had there was really where the game got turned around in a big way.
Yeah. And Taeyoon did press his recall button, you know, not to go back to base, but for the feathers. Yeah. So I'm sure he'll get some votes too.
Yeah, no, his positioning was really good too. His team fighting was great. So we probably will see a very split vote here, but for me it was all Bulldog all the time. He punished closers so incredibly well. He had a huge deficit in the early game, but was pretty consistent throughout.
Look at that.
Tiebreaker.
The desk. Everybody on the analyst desk is like, no, it is Bulldog, it is Taliyah in this game. And I think he deserves it. It was between him and Taeyoon, and either way, Guangdong, they do get across the line this time around. Let's see what happens in game number 3 as we go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, boys. Here we are. The game number 3 between Guangdong and Live Sandbox. And I don't think we'll know whether the collapse is fully hit until Live Sandbox actually loses series. Because they just haven't, they keep limping forward through these, should be, theoretically, on paper, easier matchups. But just haven't been able to quite drop the ball entirely.
That's Bull Mom, by the way.
Ah, Bull Mom's mom here. And she's going to see her son pick up a POG. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Live Sandbox back on the blue side this time around. So far, blue side 100% win rate. But I don't think side selection had too much to do with the victory in game number 2.
No, I think game number 2 really showcased us both the flaws that this Sandbox roster has, but also, like, it's so interesting to me that this team is able to get themselves in winning conditions as consistently as they're able to throw themselves out of them.
Yeah.
Right? 'Cause, like, that Envy play in the highlight is another example of a play that, like, while it's happening, you're like, ha ha ha. And then you go back and you're like, if you didn't do that, you probably could have, you know, not given over free goal to the Taliyah. Saw the moments like that. And for Kwangdong, it offers a welcome opportunity to get back, get a crucial series win. And for Sandbox, it would mean that they are at danger of dropping toward the lowest spot in the playoffs. And even contesting with Gen G has gotten a lot harder now that they don't get the 2-0.
Oh yeah, I mean, Live Sandbox, their differential is never going to be better than any of the other teams around them. Just because they've gone to 3 games so many times, they have to rely on being a match ahead of everyone. That is something that they can still fight for. 9-4 is still a fantastic scoreline here in the LCK. But as soon as anyone creeps up towards them, they will always be behind.
Well, that's the interesting part. KT right now is even with them. So KT is actually the one team which makes the matchup when those two face off even more exciting. Like, the setup for that one is,
I'd say, interesting.
Out of this world.
I probably wouldn't go with the other word.
We have done complete segments where it's been said extensively.
No, I know, but
I think it's fine.
But then we had last week.
I know.
So
Atlas,
we need to learn.
For your sake, I will try and mind my language.
Well, I did it yesterday. I made the big kerfuffle.
You did.
It was not
great. We're going back to comfort for KL, and we're getting the Jace pick that we were calling for in the previous game. Would have solved a lot of the issues. Jace into Xayah would have been great. Still going to be strong here, but no jungler. So Kwangdong now the opportunity to pinch the jungle pool, and as I say that, at least already taken away. Would not be surprised if we see more picks. Yeah, it's at least 5.
Yeah, I don't think you allow the Vi through when you've got a Zeri.
No.
So Live Sandbox, definitely a lot of pick potential right now with the composition that they do have. I like it. I feel like it's like a keep it simple, stupid type type start to the draft.
You have great prio, you have flex potential, and you have what I assume will be a lethality Varus, and a Jace with an incredible mid-game spike. So that 1-2 item spike is not only strong. In the previous game they had a good power spike, but then they were melee comp into a Xayah and a Taliyah, which obviously didn't work. And this time, their siege will be great.
Yeah.
So already like the direction a lot more, as the Vi, as you pointed out, obviously is going to get taken away. Now Renekton seems to be the most likely ban here, and then we'll probably end up with Gnar versus Jax, or Fiora versus Jax.
I'd like Dudu back on the Fiora. I thought he looked really good in the last game. Don't know whether you really want to blind it, as there is the Renekton ban. And so
maybe
you could just Gnar. You could also just Aurelion Soul, because why not? Just blind.
No, that's not happening.
Oh, the double flex. I love it. I really like this pickup for Kwangdong Freaks. So now they keep everything up in the air, as this is the nerfed version of the Maokai, but it still does the same thing as it used to.
Yes, and I love Maokai in these type of poke compositions because I think it adds a lot of value because it makes you way harder to engage on. I just hope that that we load into the game and we see Aftershock and we see some tankiness, and then everything will be okay. If we see First Strike, then I'm not feeling too hot about Sandbox's chances, as that build has been gutted pretty extensively.
Oh no, it is going to be the First Strike, isn't it?
I'm very worried, yes.
The good old Soul AP Maokai.
Well, they have... You know, I've heard some rumors that Zeus has been playing a Rod of Ages Jax. So maybe you just go Heimer and then Jax, and then that'll do it.
I
am joking, in case you're wondering. The Taliyah, to me, not nearly as good as it was in the previous game.
No.
With the possible range issues that you do run into. A pick... Ooh.
Another one we don't really like.
Yeah.
Ari's going to be picked up. So Gragas, Ari to round this one out, and Kwangdong Freaks, I am not enthusiastic. I could hear the groan from the space from here.
Oh, it was a loud groan.
Yeah, it was a very loud groan.
The double R5 redly, it's not circled. What is it? Squared?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
in fact, I think that they shouldn't even have Ari on the draft graphic. They should just have a red box. That's what I think.
The red box of
It should
shame.
just be a red box. This does not feel fantastic. As they were illustrating before, Ari benefits a lot from picking off short-range champions. If you do get ahead early, kind of can be irrelevant, and you can just search for these charms in the mid-game and snowball, but if you get to any sort of even game state, and if Live Sandbox ever get to set up around anything ever, you have no option. I would have preferred Aurelion Sol.
I'm fine with it not being ASOL. Victor, and most notably Azir, we know is still in a great spot, even though the early game nerfs are something that teams have been pretty vocal about, that it doesn't really matter at all. They don't really care. I think BDD himself is like, yeah, it's just a buff. It's just an Azir buff. I'm a very happy pigeon. Having a great time. And in this game, Kwangdong not quite the draft gap, and it still took 50 minutes.
Yeah.
50 minutes for Sandbox to lose. Now, they did lose. Crucially, the fish ate them in the end, but for Kwangdong, gonna have to play a lot better with this draft if they wanna take down Sandbox.
They certainly will. Top under the rift here for game number 3.
Wow.
Yeah. Kwangdong Freaks fans,
Loud.
very loud. As Envy just going to walk towards the brush.
Willer, no.
No, we knew
Willer.
it was going to happen.
Willer, that's a red jungle item as well. That's the red Pokemon.
Yeah.
Willer, no!
Oh no, he's actually like that was bad even when Maokai was really strong. Ooh. Ooh.
I'm not happy, Atlas.
Well,
Demonic Embrace got nerfed.
yeah.
The AP damage of the saplings got hit really hard.
Yeah.
I think it's perfectly fine to be a nice tanky Maokai that makes engaging very hard for the short range composition of Kwangdong. But I'm not on board with this. I think it really hurts your chances, and if you fall behind, you're in deep trouble. If you stay ahead, then I'm sure it'll be okay. Not great, but it'll be manageable. As we are fighting for level 1 brush control, as is often the case. Kyle has been one of our better Heimerdingers.
Yep.
And the Varus is self-explanatory when it comes to the early game priority and prowess that he provides.
Yep, gone for the Hail of Blades this time around instead of the Comet. Just one Comet in this lane. As, alright, Kwangdong Freaks not going to be able to fight back against them right now, but with these turrets helping knock down these minions, Kwangdong should be able to collect these casters as they make their way towards the turret. Casters, not being us, I meant caster minions, of course.
Wonder if caster minions ever cost.
Yeah, do they have little microphones?
Maybe.
I think they're little mages.
Well, I know they cast spells, but do they cast games?
Maybe in their free time. We don't know what a minion does when they're not
No, we
on the
don't.
rift.
We don't have a lot of backstory on them. We
They
don't
do
know
a,
what
they do. a fair bit of conga lining.
They
That's
do.
about it.
Yeah.
I think they're like Tusken Raiders from Star Wars, you know, because they do often walk in single file.
Makes sense.
Yeah. With the top-down view, though, it doesn't really hide their numbers so well. As Closer, just farming it out here against Bulldog. We'll see whether Bulldog has anything for us here to justify this Ari pickup. Certainly will give some lane control. You're also extremely safe. But as you can see here, Closer still very, very comfortable on this Jace. Has really enjoyed utilizing this flex pick. Live Sandbox do this quite often. And Closer is one of our better Jace players in the mid lane. That's saying a lot because we have quite a few of them.
Fair number of decent ones. Dudu is going for the AP build. Do quite like that. Has been a rising answer to a lot of picks. The one downside with going with the Ahri as well, and like we know that Gragas is really good into Jace.
Yeah.
So you could have just R5, like gone for an R5 Fiora.
Yeah. Dudu could have even played Gwen if he really wanted to play something magical.
Yeah, but
Gwen's
it's
always
not
been
like,
really good.
if you have full AP Gragas, it's not like you're going to be severely lacking
Yeah, no, true.
in magic damage. So I'm I'm sure the Space will have a lot to say about this as well. I don't want to go on about the draft too much. Closer might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, see whether they can grab this one. The flash does come out to avoid the charm. That is flash now down. So successful gank here to start this one up from Youngjae. I like it. Proactive already.
Possible kill opportunity when 6 rolls around. Closer without flash should be toast if Bulldog and Youngjae gang up on him. Now, there might be some pressing bot lane matters that do require Youngjae's attention. As expected, we do see Kyle and Envy being able to take firm control of this lane. Health bar still not looking too bad. As no first back has come through yet, but once that Dirk comes through and Kyle is able to pick a little bit of damage as well, that might rapidly change. As Youngjae, we do see some pings going down towards the Wukong.
Yep. Position known. Taeyun and Moham actually doing pretty well to make sure that this CS doesn't go awry. Being able to keep farming very comfortably. So as this game goes on, if the Zeri retains parity, then you're very, very happy if you're Quantum Freaks. It's just a really difficult game to kind of adjudicate, right? Just because of the ease of play around these mid to late game objectives for Live Sandbox if they have any sort of map control. Just feels like it kind of plays itself. And Bertel in a side lane should also have a lot of control. So like the power in macro decision making for Live Sandbox just should be so comfortable here.
It also solves a lot of the issues that had in the previous game where, as you point out, the onus was always on them to go in and to make a play. They were the ones who had to try and go in aggressively. As
that was weird.
Yeah.
Didn't quite understand the body slam situation there, but it's fine.
Ended up working out in the end. Back comes through. Early Merc threats is Gragas' worst enemy. Does not enjoy playing into that. A lot of sustain being picked up here for Bertel. Really wants to stay in the lane for a long time, try and maintain his pressure, allowing the rest of his team. And even though Taeyun and Moam are not going to have priority, as is to be expected, they're also not falling substantially behind. Early Chemtech Drake means good things for a Soul, and that should be favorable to Sandbox. Although with double tier and a Cole picked up for Closer, they are looking for this game to go at the very least, or really accelerate in like the mid game, right? Yeah. You don't go Cole and try and hard force pre-Mana Mune unless you're really, really confident, although I do think they should definitely be able to pick up this early Drake here. With the setup from Heimer and Maokai, still will have a ton of vision available, and there is no 6 yet for Youngjae, crucially, so that is a lot of power not available for the Wukong, but with mid being shoved in and Bulldog still being threatening, they decide not to go for it, at least for now. We're picking up some gold there from the saplings.
Yep.
So Youngjae and Bulldog walk in.
And Envy, this is of course Envy's Varus. He's been playing this to great effect, has picked up a couple of POGs on it so far this season. Hasn't been hitting all of the arrows so far in this lane. We've seen him actually be able to dominate Zeris in the past. Lands that one, as I'm talking about. It's sort of caster blessed, I guess.
Nice.
As Taeyun's been sidestepping quite well, and I think that's really allowed them to sort of stay in it as far as dealing with this pressure. As the first Chemtech Drake has not been even started yet.
6 getting close. That's where Taeyun and Moham are going to have to be careful. Normally the Zeri and Lulu very strong all in at 6, but into the Varus and Heimer, if anything hits on Moham, he probably just dies. Taeyun, of course, does have the cleanse available, so a little bit more safety there, but if you're low enough, might still get taken down by the damage. We do have Youngjae on his way. This should be known. They should be suspecting this.
Yeah, he's going to move on in. They do have vision. As Youngjae moving forward, does find the Nimbus Strike, and there's the Cyclone onto Envy. They get the flash out as the turret going to be taken out as well. So, no heal, no flash for Envy. Great news for Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, crucial overextension. Taeyun has also hit 6, so they really need to be careful now. With no sums available, they could get run down. 6 now available for Envy, so Envy feeling a little bit better, but no sums means that any subsequent fight around the dragon all of a sudden becomes a lot more threatening. And for now, Quantum Freaks still looking good. Their 6 spike, as mentioned, I think is quite strong, so could look towards early contests here. And if the pace of the game stays this slow, then I think Sandbox are really going to pull the trigger when we get to the first lethality items being done for their mid and jungle, and then try and poke out the opponent around objectives.
Yep, it's on the way right now. Serrated Dirk stacking the tiers, feeling like things are getting in order. But Kwangdong Freak's going to be happy with how this early game has gone so far. Although Flash is now back up again from closer. Envy, quarter of the way through, just fresh off the back, has his Caulfields now in hand. They are not able to finish off nearly the same amount of items, but hasn't actually been back just yet. We'll see what he's going to be able to afford. As Moham spending some time mid lane, and Taeyoon gets the crash. So now he gets to go home now.
Gonna trade objectives here, it looks like. Maokai going to make his way over towards the dragon, but they're a little behind. Kwangdong actually already has taken the Herald, and somewhat of a slow play here, because Envy and Cal also backed. Now, should still be able to pick it up here with the setup that they have, and the ultimate from the Maokai still available.
Yep.
And looks like Kwangdong don't want to overplay their hands, so nothing is happening early on. But this is setting up for a couple of great souls, Atlas. That is
true.
Wow.
We've got the only one that we don't really want is Ocean.
Yeah,
outside of that, everything we're real psyched about. As Bertle's going to ult, Dudu. Does still have the explosive cast, so he shouldn't die. Still Bertle having a good time. In fact, Dudu actually playing pretty aggressively. Has Bulldog moving up here, as we can see. See whether this dive can actually come into effect, because now Bertle does have Flash and will have access to the Counter-Strike. Can he actually outplay this is the question, as Bulldog tanks up the wave. And there's the Counter-Strike. All right, Bulldog, can you stay alive is the question. The answer is absolutely. He's got a few. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, the cask! It's too good! Orbit Deception comes in, and that accelerated Shock Blast is not going to catch him. Bulldog makes it out, and that is first blood going to Kwangdong Freaks with no answer.
Very big. Bulldog has his Ignite down, so is able to get himself over. And that trade from Bulldog, or from Bertle rather, ends up costing him his life, trying to look for an all-in. Not going to be the case, and nice chain of damage there. Dudu able to find it, and then that cask. Oh, the charm as well, to make sure the closer can't somehow still make his way over. Shock Blast not going to find anyone, and that is not only a lot of resources invested, but also nothing gotten back. So Kwangdong taking a big lead early on. Now, I do want to reiterate, I do think that they need to, because I like the composition from Sandbox more as we get to the later stage of the game, just for how easy it is to play out. But if you can snowball this Ahri, we literally saw with Sandbox in the previous game, like how much map control you get and how many objectives it can lead to. So good look here early on for the Kwangdong Freaks, putting Sandbox on the back foot early on in this game.
Looking fantastic. They also have sort of some insurance in the Zeri. A different scenario than last time around, which was Zeri and Desire. Of course, both of those champions scaling very, very well as far as just consistent damage later in the game. Lethality Varus going to be a different story, right? And yes, you have a completely different way of winning with the fact that it's pick off a single target and make sure that you just create a space that Kwangdong Freaks aren't allowed to enter. But still, if Kwangdong Freaks can ever get a fight on their terms, it won't be something that Live Sandbox can handshake and actually win.
Sandbox might be in some serious troubles. If they can get an early Drake here, if they can find some early team fights. Their single target pick is amazing, right? Like we've seen the Varus and Maokai combo be supremely oppressive, but I do want to reiterate Willer going for the build that he has. Hopefully following this up with a Radiant Virtue. If we actually do go full AP, then I would be even more sad than I am.
We've seen this one before, as Kyle's going to come up. Can they poke her in the eye? The answer is no, not quite, as Bulldog doesn't get any of the plates. That money will have gone over to Youngjae, so never mind. Bulldog now going to be able to push another wave in. The closer will deal with it. Still, fair bit of money on the table for Bulldog as he comes over and possibly takes yet another plate. In the next 40 seconds. Dudu hits level 11, and things kind of working out. But I want to echo what you mentioned before, which is that this is the state of the game that Kwangdong needs to improve on, right? Like, they want to continue finding these opportunities to utilize the Ahri before Live Sandbox gets themselves together. and then can make it very, very difficult for Bulldog to actually play the game.
Yeah, well, the main thing is like we haven't actually seen them 5v5, and Closer just now finished his Eclipse. Also has the Merc threat, and now Envy's also getting towards a build. But those chairs and the coal that Closer just now finished are pretty substantial investments that don't give an immediate payout. So I do think that Sandbox is going to spike really hard. The question is, are they spiking hard enough? They need to fight for this Drake, because it both buys you a lot of time and it sets you up for a really strong soul point fight when you spike the hardest.
Yeah.
But right now, things are not looking too hot, right? Like they're a 1.5k in a 1.5k gold deficit. I have my questions as to how much damage Willer is going to be able to do in terms of setup here. They don't have KL his Rylai's yet, so there's a ton of questions that need to be answered.
Well, Youngjae's also going to be able to find Kyle, gets the wild growth, there's the flash immediately afterwards, and Youngjae's just going to cyclone him to death. Envy now also in potentially a tough spot, but does manage to at least land the Chains of Corruption. That's going to convince Youngjae to exit. Taeyoon comes down and looks to get some damage onto this outer turret in bot lane. Kwangdong Freaks just consistently getting little advantages over and over again. And as we mentioned before, this is great to see for what they've put together. Everything kind of misses there on Taeyoon, so he gets a free push towards his turret once again. A happy Zeri in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Envy really needs to respect, because if they are not doing Dragon, if they are instead diving, then he will be in deep trouble as it is X-Stack.
Man, it's the Zeri Drake. We've got Zeri's Soul Chronicler.
Very excited. Kwangdong are looking really good here in the early game. They have been very decisive. Youngjae with a key timing there. Great vision control. Sandbox are trying to answer here, and the key thing now for Kwangdong is not to make an overstep and to throw away their lead, because we have seen both these teams be very happy to do that at times.
Let's just say, like, we haven't even gone fishing yet. Like, we don't even need to have that discussion.
We're prepping everything.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're getting our, I don't know what to use, bait and a fishing hook. My main knowledge from fishing comes from Stardew Valley.
Unless you're like fly fishing.
And mini games in Zelda.
Yeah.
So I don't.
You generally need bait, and you need a line,
Yeah.
and you need a hook, and sometimes you can have a sinker, other times you can have a float. You know, you never really know. I've never really been fishing. But yeah, I've played some video games as well. Bulldog going to be able to collect this outer turret towards this bottom side. And Dudu, special delivery onto Bertle, who has to flash. Dudu's Gragas, kind of great. After that body slam into nothing, he's done only good things on this pick.
And we know how snowbally the meta is. Sandbox are not looking too hot here. We haven't seen them make any proactive plays. We have not seen them be able to pressure any objective besides that first dragon. They did pick up the Rift Herald, and if they can throw that down in mid, there's a possibility there. So I guess they got that as well, but they're bleeding turrets across the map, right? Like they're just getting kind of hammered down in the 1v1s. As, yeah, this is where it all goes wrong. Really nicely done by Youngjae. KL waiting a little bit too long. Moam also with the knockup to ensure that he would get the 100-0 between him and Youngjae. And well, Lefeli's spike is approaching, but if you're 4K gold down, like how relevant is it really going to be? The Kwangdong team fighting is really good. We talked about this Ari, yeah. You might run into trouble later in the game, but not in the near future as Willer. Oh man, that's going to be Night Harvester, isn't it?
I hope not. But all right, Dudu, not going to be able to find that one. We're throwing ultimates all over the place. Gragas Esquire having a good time on the Rift, but not able to get a kill onto the Varus. Sometimes the flash comes out before you flash, you know?
So this Night Harvester build, I didn't mind it when AP Maokai was good. As Taeyoon, yeah, there's no ult. Well, there is an ult, but I don't. It's going to do a lot.
The cats. Well, that was about as good as the movie.
Yeah.
Those cats rolling through. Oh, that sidestep on the shock blast really nicely done there from Taeyoon, but they're not going to be able to stop Shirley from getting a charge into the outer turret. Taeyoon's kind of turned it around pretty massively from game number 1. We were talking about Taeyoon as a bit of a liability. Him and Moham really struggling in the first game, but last time around, Isaiah, fantastic. This time, getting these sidesteps and all of the poke.
And they're playing
great.
really well, right? Like there was no Maokai ultimate nor Varus ultimate, so you can step up that far. And Sandbox just threw everything into an attempt, a try, and get a kill on Taeyeon with Cleanse and Flash still available, and the play in general being very telegraphed. Right now, feels like Kwangdong are cruising towards a very, very easy victory.
Yeah, looking real good as they look to siege this outer turret. There is the cask. It's going to land that time. Oh, the bouncy castle is just ridiculous from the Kwangdong Freaks. Envy just, he wanted to play the game, but he's not allowed.
What do you do? The answer is nothing. Kwangdong with a decisive pick there as well. 3-0 now. They are looking poised to take this next dragon as well.
Look at this. Look at Dudu. He's like, I missed my last cast, but let me show you what I was actually trying to do. There we go.
100-0. Nothing they can do, even with Kyle there. Like, what is he going to do? Wheeler doesn't have his ultimate. The turret is already down, so there is no punish potential. Dudu looking incredible on this Gragas, and maybe it's just the call was Dudu is just a better Gragas, so you go and play it.
Yeah, I mean,
have fun.
I think that's actually that's a good way of making a decision, honestly. Because Dudu does look fantastic, and you said looks fantastic. I love the skin, man. It's my favorite.
It's same. Yeah, this is one I
There are so many. There's a lot of them that are a bit ostentatious. This one, it's just elegant, it's refined, it's classic.
As far as
beautiful skin.
Gragas can be classy, yeah.
What do you mean? I mean, he's a portly gentleman, but he is a gentleman nonetheless.
He still burps a lot for a gentleman now. This is, oh, here he comes!
Yeah, let's see what Dudu can find. Throws the cask in once again. The Everfrost value is massive as Envy once again denied. League of Legends not allowed. Not in game number 3. Kwangdong Freaks collect another prize. And look, Sandbox, their composition, it just cannot do what it wants just yet. As another Sandcastle will deny Birdle. Look, Sandbox, no. You're not allowed to contest this Drake. This one is going to Kwangdong Freaks.
Kwangdong playing this one out beautifully, continuously putting Sandbox on the back foot. They have been the proactive players in every single play thus far. That's going to be a second Drake for them. As Kael is trying to get some vision here.
Looking for some Rift Scuttle. It's a bit of a sad situation, isn't it? When you put down your turret and the Rift Scuttler just wanders away from it. Oh no, the hard counter. Oh, not very good. Anyway, Taeyeon is going to be able to collect the money there, and it's the first Hex Tech Drake, so, you know, it's not end of the world, anything like that, but it's 4,000 gold now for Kwangdong Freaks here in this mid-game, and with the way Dudu is playing, with the way Taeyeon has been able to collect one of the kills so far in this game as well,
well,
it's really looking like Kwangdong have everything exactly where they want it, but they're going to need to continue playing this out.
And it's just a beautiful combo, right? Like, it's the straight up 100-0. Like, Dudu sets it up, or a Bulldog rather is in position, knocks them down, and we have an attempt from Birdle to try and set up a play, and subsequently he loses his flash. Kwangdong are looking amazing, and the Sandbox comp from behind is kind of a disaster. Like, if you're not an objective first, and you can't either get poked down or set up your saplings and your, which by the way are heavily nerfed and you should not be going this build.
Well, I mean, it just feels like the composition has been, like, it's outdated.
Well, if you go tank Maokai, like, I think, I don't think with how they're playing right now this would work, but I think tank Maokai is still fine.
And we did see, like, there is a reason why we were saying that the Live Sandbox comp is good, right? We saw this in Challenger actually continue to work, right? Like, if you can actually get your saplings into position and actually be able to play things out correctly. But honestly, this is a game of Kwangdong Freaks are playing better League of Legends right now. And they understand and are playing their composition the way that it's supposed to. It's just, honestly, really great to see from these young players with so much on their shoulders, right? Like, it's so difficult, especially when you're so much younger, to be able to come to terms with the fact that you're not really playing for anything other than experience right now, right? Like, there is no hope for Kwangdong Freaks. They can't make it to playoffs or anything like that. This is just for being in the LCK, making sure that we can get as many wins as we can to feel better about summer.
Additionally, right now, like, look at the game state. Taeyeon has Shield Bow, BT, Cleanse, and a Lulu that rushed McKills. Like, you're never going to kill her. We have Youngjae going for early MR as well with the Hex Drinker to try and make sure that the damage that Wheeler does is not going to be relevant to him. As I assume Night Harvester is going to be done.
Oh dear. Yeah, I interrupted you when you were going to explain why you don't like Night Harvester. Let's talk about why this decision wasn't great.
So when it was good, when AP Maokai was good, I actually didn't mind it because of the way Night Harvester works. Like your first strike procs are insane, right? Because the extra damage amplification also applies to first strike, which means you get a ton of gold. But they got it AP Maokai.
So maybe now you need Night Harvester to reach the levels that he used to be at.
No, Atlas.
Oh, I'm just trying to, you know, put myself in their shoes.
I appreciate it, the attempt. But life not looking good for Sandbox, and Kwangdong now have a composition that, with the amount of aggressive threat that they have, about to hit 2-item spike on duty. He has his 10 stacks. Just now completes, or transforms rather, his Seraph's Embrace as well. And Sandbox, everything they're going to try is going to be super telegraphed here because the map control is so decidedly in Kwangdong's favor. There is, again, a lot of defensive cooldowns available for Taeyun, so unless they hugely misstep, everyone should be fine.
70 CS the lead for Taeyun.
Yep.
Azeri into Avaris. Like, this is just after the mid game, basically.
Yeah, because they've had full control. Yeah. Right? Like, Youngjae and Dudu have done such a good job at spreading their influence.
Well, Everfrost not going to quite find the value, but that split was just beautiful. Twisted Advance is going to try and save the Maokai. He gets his ult off, but it does not matter. Youngjae going to look for Kyle here. Gets another spin, and that's the double as he just launches himself into the backline. Kwangdong Freaks are looking to break down this inner turret as well. And I need to apologize to the Deskers. They were saying that the Live Sandbox collapse may have already happened, and I think they were absolutely right.
Looking like a disaster here for Sandbox. The bot lane, Envy and KL having an incredibly tough time. Baron going to get started up. There is a sizable amount of bounties on the Rift, and Kwangdong, from start to finish, look incredible. Yeah. Right? Like, Youngjae gets a couple of early leads, so does Dudu, and from that point on, nothing on Sandbox works out. Like, loving the way that they're pushing their leads, continuously playing aggressive here. Dudu able to knock everyone back into the bouncy castle. Youngjae then following up, taking down both KL and Envy. Closer, Birdle, both arriving late to the party, unable to do anything. And that's kind of been the theme of this game. Like, Sandbox look disjointed, and Kwangdong look like the unit that we had been kind of derived of for the last couple of weeks. We saw this team in the beginning of the split.
Yeah, I mean, this team 2-0 KT, right?
Yeah.
Like, that happened. That was the thing that existed in our LCK this year. That is going to be Soul Point now put together for Kwangdong Freaks. They have Baron still ticking down for another 2 minutes. 2 Hextech Drakes, even without the Soul, 2 Hextech Drakes for a Zeri composition like this is still massive amounts of value. Oh man, Kwangdong Freaks just looking so good. And it's so heartwarming, isn't it? This team, everything was pointing to them just really struggling this week, right? Like the results yesterday after they were eliminated from playoffs without even them really having anything to say about it. And now, being able to find this redeeming game against a team that is in our top 6, that is currently very closely contesting that playoff spot. It's really nice. Shock Blast is going to deny back here. It's not over till it's over. And Moham is going to, growth himself. And Kwangdong Freaks will be able to make their way out via the Hex Gates.
Just heal. And Kwangdong are also not suffering from something that Sandbox struggled with in the previous game, which was closing out, right? Like, they're actually taking every single inhibitor or every single outer turret, every inner. Only the top lane is standing for now, and that one is sure to be picked up on a subsequent push.
Yep, Baron's still up for another minute as Dudu continues
plenty of opportunity. We have a ton of MR being built up by Youngjae. Wukong naturally gets a ton of free armor. He has a Lulu as well. So between the Maul, which protects him a lot against the damage from Wheeler and KL, and then the armor that he gets and a Lulu, like, he doesn't have to be afraid of anyone.
No. As Bulldog is going to dive forward. Closer not going to get charmed, but has to flash to avoid it. That is that last inner turret going down. Like clockwork, exactly like you were talking about. As Wishing there was a bit of extra range on those rockets is Kyle. Charm will connect this time onto Closer. He will be all right for the minute. As Young Jay going to get Brambley smashed away. And now the Wukong does need to be a little careful. The Cat is going to come through. The Charm connects on Envy again! And he just, what is that, the third pickoff is Taeyun. He's going to get Wild Growth. Can they actually lock him down? He picks up the kill under the tree. Doesn't survive, but still into the backline goes the Gragas. Yep, gets another body slam. There's the Polymorph. And at least they take down the Lulu, but top of the morning to you, Dudu. They will be able to take out this inhibitor turret. And Kwangdong Freaks, they may just win the game right here.
Think they can push 20 seconds? They have a wave?
This is an absolute shellacking. I know it's 29.5 minutes, but I think it's still relevant. This Kwangdong Freaks is not the same team that was in game one. It's not the same team that we've been seeing lose game after game. Now up against Live Sandbox, another team in playoff contention. They sub Moham in, a doozy of a game one, and then beautiful the next two. Kwangdong Freaks, if you're a fan of this team and you were a bit worried about them over the last couple of weeks, stop now.
Bullmom going crazy.
Yeah.
Haven't been a lot of wins for this team throughout the split, and you'll love to see the smiles on their faces. This team had been struggling so much, and it is a great draft in game number 2 that pulls them through. And in this game number 3,
this is power of friendship type stuff, right?
As much as I didn't like the draft from Sandbox, it wasn't that much about the draft as much as it was about Kwangdong playing great League of Legends.
Yeah.
Matched the early pressure, able to snowball extremely. Oh, look at that.
And it's also, there's Youngjae's families here, Bulldog's family and Taeyun's family.
It is actually got to see them win.
It's a straight up family affair, as they just knew. They knew that this was the time. This was the redeeming angle. And what a time to do it as well. Like, I wasn't expecting that Kwangdong were going to be able to come out with this much.
I got it. Well,
I guess tenacity, right?
Well, I thought you were saying win, because I got to say, Atlas, of all of us, you were the only one, I think, who believed not necessarily
I almost voted for it
in the Kwangdong win, but definitely in the Sandbox collapse. And yeah, this is an extremely weak back-to-back series for a team that is about to go into playoffs. But today is about the perseverance of this team right here. Taeyun with a very rough game number 1, and then game number 2 perseveres on the Xayah. Game number 3 actually doing a wonderful job on the Zeri. As Kwangdong Freaks with Moham comes back, gets the big win, looking shy.
Yeah, and a little bit emotional at the end of this one, but it was an incredible victory, and he can let it out now.
After game number 2, right? Like, that was a 50-minute game.
Yeah.
That they barely won. He comes back after a month.
And he had really, like, a difficult time in the early stage, but you saw the replay of the last team fight in game number 2.
Amazing moment here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Yes, they might be eliminated from playoffs, but we always knew that for this team...
Youngjae just having a giggle about it. And also everybody else just really happy. CV Max giving him a bit of a tap on the shoulder. Come on, Moham, let's go. Congratulations. It's so hard to be this player, right? We've been talking about this, actually, about Bertel, right? Over and over again, saying that he has been in exactly that position, where he's subbed in, having a difficult time, like the rest of the team having a difficult time, and he's expected to be the change. That happens to Moham. This time he gets rewarded.
Kwangdong Freaks with a important win for the mental here today. This is so nice for a team that had not looked like the promising young rookies that we saw in the first few weeks of the split. Things started to kind of die down, right? Like we see this with a lot of our teams, kind of the inertia of losing faith into one another. But here, all their plays worked out. It was a team effort. I really wonder who's going to pick up POG, because it was a hard vote for me between Dudu and Bulldog, because they ran the map early on, right? Like a lot of the dives were so well done, but then you look at this, like, you know,
I don't
think
that it's Bulldog at all. I think it's Youngjae and Dudu, both of them playing incredible League of Legends, right? Like, setting up for all of these moments. This definitely, from Bulldog, was absolutely fantastic, but so much of this was based on the positioning of Kwangdong Freaks and their team play. So you're right, it's a difficult call to make.
It actually is, yeah. I wouldn't even mind a couple of Moam votes. Like
Absolutely.
He had a couple of pivotal saves, making sure that Young Jae stayed alive in that bottom side play. And then here, the game end.
Oh, these charms, man. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the Bulldog angle. I don't know. I'm glad that I don't have a vote in this one.
야 끝내.
아, 이게
끝내.
잭스. 집중해.
야 잭스.
오케이. 미드. 아, 끝났다.
That's a happy Young Jae right
아,
there.
집중해봐.
I wanted the win moment!
We don't get it. Not this time around. Maybe we can get that on mic check a little bit later on. Dudu, the most damage in the game by a massive margin.
I did vote for Dudu, spoiler alert, so I'm...
I like that option.
I'm a boom damage vote. No, he played an incredible game. Of Gragas!
A boom voter. I like it. I like that one a lot. His casts were just fantastic. He held his ground, and Kwangdong Freaks, just such a heartwarming team. And now it is time to throw it over to the space as they break down the Kwangdong Freaks victory.
Thank you, casters Atlas and Chronicler, for that awesome cast on the day. As Kwangdong Freaks, they're able to do it. They're able to take down a best of 3 for the first time in a while here. Liv Sandbox, unfortunately, we were talking about it after game 2. A little bit of a collapse for them this week, but we'll see if they can pull it back. Wolf, what did you think about this?
I wasn't a big fan of the draft that we saw here on either side that much. I mean, the Maokai here feels really, like they kind of opted in because there were less options available, right? And if you get ahead, the Maokai feels amazing here, but from an even game state, it can be tough. I also wasn't a huge fan of the Jax here into the obvious Gragas flex because you're not going to be able to play strong side Jax here as Bertol on the top side if they just put the Gragas top, which they did. So wasn't a big fan of that. The Ahri here works a lot better with this style of composition because you do have cast engage, you do have body slam, you have a Wukong, and he can flank. So the Ahri we liked a little bit more this time. We weren't huge fans of it. But I think ultimately this series wasn't about drafting, it was about play on the day. And Liv Sandbox just not being decisive, falling apart at the seams. Really weak performance from Kael, also on the Heimerdinger this game. It's a hard thing to like analyze and quantify because it's just one of those things you see with the eye test. Like, this is not the Liv Sandbox we've watched. This is the collapse, quote unquote, of Liv Sandbox here. And it's seemingly for no reason. Like, we haven't seen a strong catalyst. And it was right before the Nongshim series, we were like, okay, this team is going to be really good. Maybe this team, like we're talking about Willer's top 3 jungler, etc. Nongshim series happens. Really rough one there. This series, very reminiscent of that. Kwangdong Freaks showed up better here, especially in game 3.
Absolutely, and they did punish them. Let's take a look at the ways that they did, as we'll see a couple of plays onto Envy here in the mid lane, just trying to defend the turret, and there's just so many fantastic ways to engage. Like, you and I were 100% on the Dudu POG vote because, I mean, the guy just set up everything.
Yeah. And this is like one of those weird moments where Kyle's got turrets set up here in mid because they're trying to hold this, but the turret is already down. And weirdly, Envy dies here again because of the great engage, but he also is like struggling to farm minions because the Heimerdinger turrets are placed in the middle, so the wave is super far away from him. They made it really hard for him to play this Varus, and he just constantly was under pressure there in the mid game. Those were critical picks. They already had a lead, but that was where things really snowballed out of control.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an issue, and it didn't stop there, so we'll see how Kwangdong was able to set things up in the mid lane afterwards. Yet another fantastic engage here, and at this point, they're ahead, they're confident, and this is really the nail in the coffin in this game.
Yeah, it certainly is. Another cask engage here. Look at the follow-up charm. He hits the turret there, and he's got him right away. Follow-up here with the ultimate coming through from Willer is just too little too late, and by the time they try to turn this with the Maokai ultimate, they've already lost 2 players, so just felt like Liv Sandbox weren't in it in this series, and it's weird because that's not something I normally feel like we say here at the LCK as a team. Just wasn't really focused. They weren't playing to their normal level. It's usually just getting outplayed or having a weak draft, but today I think their draft was definitely playable, but didn't feel like the players showed up mentally, perhaps.
Yeah, just a little bit it kind of felt like they lost their mojo, as you said in game number 2. It's like nobody was really like proactively making plays. The Jacks on the top side not able to do anything. It was just a bit rough for them, and it's great for Kwangdong Freaks, of course. I mean, I don't think they had any chance to make it into playoffs, but you know, Moham comes in, he gets a great couple of games in, so I think it's not bad for them at the end of the day. It does make things a little bit more obvious for us when it comes to the middle of the pack now, because while Halma Life Esports and KT are on the uprise, DK also, Live Sandbox now, kind of setting themselves up for 6th place potential.
It really does, you know, make us wonder like where the tier list of those teams that are basically qualified already. You know, we don't know for sure because Breon is still the only team that's kind of like in flux. Maybe Live Sandbox ends up getting the 6th seed here if they continue to plummet right now, and maybe Breon win all their games, they knock them out. I think that's very unlikely, but yeah, learning a lot here in this series about the lack of strength for Live Sandbox right now. Their current form is very weak, and that is unfortunate because usually Live Sandbox kind of finishes strong. This time they're finishing, you know, towards the bottom of things. So not a great look with playoffs coming up in just a few weeks.
Still got a couple of weeks, as you mentioned. Let's take a look at the POG here, though, for this game number 3. It will be Youngjae on the Wukong, able to spin around a lot. Even though you and I were cask enjoyers, the casters did mention that these two guys put together did make a lot of the team fights, and especially down in the bottom lane, Youngjae was able to get a lot going from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, in the early game, for sure, I am on the Youngjae hype train. He played a great series, honestly. And in this game, getting that lead for the bottom side of the map was really important because it allowed them to push and then take that mid turret. And when you have a Gragas that's just sitting top, soaking up the Jax aggro, and then you have bottom side winning so hard, it just makes the transition to bring your Gragas down a lot easier. Pretty split vote here. Actually, 4 votes going over to Dudu as well.
Yes, there are 3 in a row. You guys can kick W if you want about it. I think Youngjae had some pretty good games, but at the end of the day, it was a team victory from the side of Kwangdong Freaks, so I'm totally fine with this. And yeah, pretty good stuff. See that Youngjae, I think it's his 4th that he did pick up this time, so definitely one of the strong parts of this team so far.
Yeah. Wouldn't have minded if we saw Aurelion Sol from Kwangdong Freaks, by the way, in that draft there. It felt like it was a comp where they could have played it, but ultimately he played a good game too. Bulldog did in that final one, so worked out.
Yeah, it did work out in the end, as we're just waiting here for the interview to see what the guys from Kwangdong Freaks, you know, must have been quite a long time since we have seen these guys on the stage, so it always warms our hearts, not only to see the emotional players, but to see what they have to say about their victory. And it looks like they are ready now. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. You're here for the PUG interview, joined by Bulldog and Youngjae from Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations, guys. The fans are super happy to see you guys on stage. Indeed, this was a win to break the 5-match losing streak, sorry. And also, you guys were also on a very long game losing streak as well. And at the end of the game 3, Moham bursted into tears. Today must be a really fantastic day for you guys. How do you feel, Bulldog? This is just pure happiness for me right now. I hope we can keep this mood going. What about you, Youngjae? Yeah, we were on a 5-match losing streak, but still, in scrims, we were performing quite well. So we were like, we're not supposed to lose like this. So I'm so happy that we finally got this win in the LCK after a long losing streak. I mean, a lot of people actually did criticize the fact that even though Kwangdong Freaks is so good performance-wise, you guys just cannot close out the game on your side, and finally you guys were able to pull it off. And at the end of the series, yeah, Moham, he was crying the tears of joy. So what exactly happened? So I was just like wrapping up, you know, packing my bag, and he was just crying. So I was like, whoa. I mean, like, you know, I'm sorry to say this, but it was a little bit funny. Yeah, I could see the Kwangdong Freaks players actually peeking on him on their way outside of the stage. So Youngjae, I mean, I can tell you guys are struggling a lot throughout the losing streak, but your performance did kind of stood out because, you know, despite the losses, you were actually displaying a great gameplay. And CV Max also mentioned that this is a huge slump for all the Kwangdong Freaks players. So how did you manage to overcome this? You know, there were a lot of issues, you know, communication-wise and also performance on stage. You know, we still had some stage jitters, so we tried our best to get along with each other better, you know, having a lot of talks, and we even had like late-night snack together to have more conversation in general. Any message over to CV Max? Hello, CV Max, I love you. I wonder how CV Max feels right now. So Bulldog, let's get back to game number 1. Bulldog, you were the first players to unlock ASOL in the LCK this season. Tell us how it made its appearance today. Whenever I play ASOL in scrims, I was undefeatable. So, you know, I was pretty confident in that pick. And it was also pretty viable, but sadly enough, I lost. So yeah, that's it. However, you know, we might get another chance in the future here at the LCK. Looking forward to see some ASOL montage moments on stage. But however, despite the game number 1 loss, you guys were able to actually get the game to win, especially with your Talia. You were playing up against Ari. I think Ari, the champion itself, is pretty good right now. But I think it's pretty good. Ari is pretty good, confirmed by Bulldog. And I guess that's why you played Ari in game 3, but we'll get back to that later. So after losing game number 1, you guys actually stepped it up so much. You guys played better in game 2 and even better in game 3. How did that happen? I mean, game number 1 was over since the laning phase, so as long as we actually can get through lane, we can actually win the series. And that is exactly what happened in game 2 and 3. Game 2 was so long, and in the end, you guys are able to get the win. I think all 5 players performed their best. And Bulldog, you know, even though you won the POG, it was actually a tight vote for you and Taeyun. And Bulldog, you managed to win more casting votes to tiebreakers. Who do you think deserved the POG game 2? Obviously me, you know? There is no need for the second thought. I wonder Taeyun is also watching this POG interview in the backstage. And then game 3, it was you playing Ari on the mid lane. With this new patch, you know, a lot of people say Ari got buffed a lot. How was Ari today? Just like I said, I think it's pretty decent. It's alright. I mean, the patches was not that significant, but still, you know, it did its work, so it's pretty good. And then, Bulldog, so far this season, you played 14 unique picks. You know, you were flexing on your deep champion pool. How are you able to pull this off? Well, I cannot really say it's my confidence. I just get to play the champions that is just like the best for the given situation, you know? Sometimes you just have to play that champion considering the circumstances around it. And Youngjae, you won PUG in game 3. And you were just ganking all the lanes early on. You were ganking mid and then top and then bottom. You were helping out your laners. Tell us about your early jungle path. Well, I didn't really have any specific plan set up. I just wanted to go with the flow. Did the laner ask for your help, or did you just decide it on your end? When they're actually having the priority, they are the one making calls for ganks, but when they're actually having some hard time, I'm the one actually like ganking to give them help. So game number 1, Kwangdong Freaks, the bottom duo, was not having the best time. However, as we headed to the later games, actually you guys, the bottom duo was able to perform even better. I mean, they are supposed to do so, you know? That's the way they should play, but I guess like they did great job in game 2 and 3 because they, you know, do a decent job in scrims. It's a bummer that they were not able to showcase their full potential on stage. I'm happy to see all the players having a lot of fun today, and we have so many Kwangdong Freaks players family out here at Lowell Park showing a great support. And Bulldog, especially, you're getting the family buff every time you play here at the LCK. Anything you want to say to your family? Thank you for showing up to support me, and you know, whenever I was losing, just a moment please. You know, every time after a loss, you know, I was not kind enough to my family, so I'm really sorry about that, and I always really appreciate your support and love. Boom, I'm super happy watching his son winning the POG and winning the series today. Thank you for, you know, coming to support us, and I will repeat another win in the next game. And I'm sorry we lost so many games in the past. This is, well, sad to say that Kwangdong Freaks is no longer in the playoff contention, but you guys managed to showcase a great performance today. We have 4 more matches to play in this regular season, and your next opponent will be Nongsin Red Force. How are we going to prepare for that one? I don't, you know, want to focus on who our next opponent is. I want to focus on our own performance in order to get the win. And Youngjae? I mean, still, we kind of underperformed today. So next time up against Nongsin Red Force, we're going to pull off some flawless performance. And this will be the end of the interview from Bulldog Youngjae from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to see that the 2 players are very happy to finally get this win and to be supported by all of their loved ones. Either way, let's take a look at the standings now and see what's going on with this one.
So Live Sandbox dropping now to 6th place, and with their next opponent being KT Rolster later on Sunday, they could go down to 8 and 6. So magic number actually 8 right now for playoffs. If Breon win a few more matches, Live Sandbox kind of on this downward spiral. Maybe there's a way where Breon actually break through, but I think we're starting to really feel out the tier list here between 3 and 6. And you even look at D+ and Genji. Genji coming off that loss to KT. Like the top part of the bracket's still not settled, but maybe the bottom side of our playoffs potentially are getting a little bit more formed here.
Perhaps this means that Bro has a slightly better chance of making it into playoffs from here. Still 6 matches for them left to go, but you never know until it's over. And speaking of which, guys, we do have Bro up next, up against T1 for the second match of the night. We're going to take about a half hour and come back with that second match. Don't go anywhere. Sports are looking to hold on to their spot in the West.
They were sitting in 6th place for so long, but he has since had a big resurgence, the Clidemption. He's really turned the season around.
DK holding ground in the West.
We've had our ups and downs throughout this split, but on our best day, they're ahead.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일마다 찾아오는 리뷰 데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 오늘 함께 해주실 리브 샌드박스의 카일 선수와 클로저 선수.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스의 미드 클로저 이재현입니다.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 서포터 카일 김진홍입니다.
리뷰를 시작할 텐데요. 영상을 보고 자기 PR을 해주시면 됩니다. 그런 PR들을 보고 제가 MVP를 좀 선정하는
네.
그런 시간이 될 겁니다. 그럼 첫 번째 영상 바로 보러 가시죠.
네.
나름도 여기 붙었고요. 네, 농심 입장에서 기분이 굉장히 좋은 상황. 르블랑도 싸먹을 줄 몰라요.
나도 분노가 없는데.
네, 근데 이거는
없거든요.
이거 더 봐야 될 것 같아요.
예. 사실 그 이후에
그래서 이제
바이탈리오.
나갔어요.
바이탈이. 이걸 생존.
그래도 클로저가 뒤에서 그 다음 피에스타 가운데에서 CC 연계.
이걸 잡아냈습니다.
오, 리브 샌드박스. 카일 선수가 좀 리플레이를 보고 설명을 해주실 수 있을까요?
상대가 전령 풀어가지고
네.
전령 막는 콜을 했었던 것 같아요. 그때 운 좋게 MB 선수의 바루스 공이 이즈한테 접근하면서 살짝 쫓아가는 그림? CC 맞고 이런 식으로 킬 따뒀던 것 같아요.
운이 좋았다라고 해주셨는데 이 장면 말고 자랑할 만한 장면은 없을까요?
무조건 있죠. 제가 일단 초반 부분부터 제가 상당한 활약을 했는데 처음에 이렇게 선빵을 당했음에도 불구하고 1렙부터 제가 플래시를 빼놔요. 심지어 이때 세주한이가 저한테 갱을 한번 놨거든요. 아칼리가 풀 없어서 풀어줘야겠다. 이것마저 제가 반응해요. 초반에 미드 정글이 쌍플래시가 빠져서 이득을 되게 본 순간인데 잭스 선수까지 미드로 오는데 1대1 교환을 해냈다. 초반에 제가 엄청나게 기여를 했다고 볼 수 있죠.
내가 다 했다.
네. 초반에 그냥 흐름을 제가 다 바꿔놨다.
이 플레이 때문에 탑도 편해져.
탑도 편해졌고
정글도 편해져. 근데 바텀은 솔로킬이 나왔고.
근데
네.
1, 2렙 타이밍 때
네.
이견을 진짜 잘했거든요. 상대를 진짜 완전 못 나오게 했거든요.
숨도 못 쉬게 만들었다.
네. 근데 이거 MB의 바루스가 그래서 이견 끝내는데 너무 앞으로 가가지고
네.
너무 많이 맞아가지고 이거는 제 잘못이 아니에요.
이거는 내 잘못이 아니다. MB 선수의 잘못이다.
이거는 조금
이 세트에서 다른 장면 보고 싶은 거 혹시
저 하나 더 있어요. 이제 서로 전령 대치를 하는 상황이었거든요. 저희가 치면서 상대방 마음이 굉장히 급한 상태인데 여기서 제가 시야 없이 숨었다가 잭스가 전령을 딱 이제 봐주러 와요. 이땐 전 딱 이거를 이용해가지고 솔로킬을 여기서 따내거든요. 뭐 내려가진 않았지만
네.
이미 이것만으로 팀에 큰 기여를 하지 않았나. 이미 심리적으로 제가 끝내놨어요. 이 전령 한 싸움.
이미 이긴
게임이다. 이긴 게임이었어요. 이거.
굉장히 좋은 포인트를 잘 짚어주셨는데 이 경기는 여기까지 보고
네.
두 번째 장면 보시죠. 같이 때릴 수 있어요.
이번에 이거 쳐요? 실비를
반대로
네. MB 정면.
근데 같이
근데 MB가 같이 하나요?
근데
아직은 B에 루시안 도착.
결국
이걸 전투를 살았어요. 다시 한번 바람 붑니다.
클로저 선수가 좀 이 영상에 대해서 설명을 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
앞으로 들어가서 안 될 것 같았는데 뻘공을 한번 날립니다. 그리고 여기서 이제 바이 선수가 방심해서 들어와요. 야, 아지로 공 빠졌다. 좀 나가보자. 하는 순간 바로 움직임.
방심을 유도했다.
네, 방심을 유도했다. 저희 바로 위치 포착하고 잡아버렸죠. 먼저 딱 점사가 된 순간 저희가 되게 이기기 편한 싸움이었는데 사실 이 장면이 오기 전까지 제가 진짜 잘한 부분이 있는데
그럼 오히려 그거를 보셔도 돼요. 이거 좋아요. 빌드업이
이 장면이었거든요. 페이스 선수가 롱소드랑 충전용 물약을 사왔어요. 근데
네?
피가 다 갈리고 포션이 하나도 없어요. 근데 코르키는 지금 미는 라인이란 말이죠.
그렇죠.
여기서부터 일단 코르키 선수가 상당히 압박이 돼요. 사실 코르키 입장에서 2레벨에 집 가서 텔포 빠지는 거 진짜 너무 손해거든요.
그렇죠. 말도 안 되죠.
네, 말이 안 돼요. 그런데 여기서 어떻게든 코르키 선수는 지금 라인이 이래서 라인을 밀고 싶을 거예요. 정글에서 여기 당겼죠. 근데 이 순간 그냥 400원.
이건 내가 만들었다.
이건 제가 50의 활약을 미리
그냥 입에 집어넣기만 하면 끝난다.
이미 라인전이 끝난 상태였어요.
지금은 언급을 안 하셨는데 와드를 깐 걸 핑을 찍었더라고요.
아, 네, 와드 핑도 네. 무빙으로 이제 아래에 와드 한 것도 꺼냈고 그다음에 이게 계속 이쪽 무빙을 치면서 라인전을 하더라고. 근데 이제 저희는 50은 3캠하고 라인전이 답이 없으니까 거기서 제가 이제 불러서 그냥 꽁킬 정글 줘버리는 심리로 라인전을 해서 저희 팀을 네.
우리 팀도
키웠다고 볼수
키우고.
있죠. 네.
네. 혹시 카일 선수는 보고 싶은 장면 없으신가요?
바텀에서도 첫 딜견부터 루시안이 대시각 나오는 거 보고 EQ로 상대 못 들어오게 막아준 것도 되게 잘했던 부분이었던 것 같고 이 다음 턴에서도 되게 스킬을 깔끔하게 잘 날린 것 같아요. 큐도 맞춰가지고 분한 붙여준 다음에 더 못 들어오게.
그렇네요. 그리고 안무빙 치면서 계속해서 때려주는 모습까지.
그냥 이 장면이 좀 잘했던 것 같습니다.
근데 카일 선수의 이런 라인전 디테일이 요새 또 리브 샌드박스의 바텀 듀오가 굉장히 잘하고 있잖아요. 혹시 선수분들 좀 더 자기 PR을 할 수 있는 뭔가 좀 그런 게 있을까요?
상대가 미드 아마 잡고 나서 아랫무빙 칠 수 있다라는 걸 듣고
네.
근데 이 전 타이밍 때 바텀이 딜교환을 세게 하거든요.
네.
저희가 좀 더 좋은 구도로 나오는 거예요. 그래서 바이가 오든 말든 궁 빠졌으니까 알게임을 하면서 앞으로 가는데 이때 바이 오는 거 체크하고 그냥 제가 일부러 변이 있으니까 다 맞고 그냥 Q로 두나까지 붙여주는 그냥 여기서 게임 끝난다고.
진짜 좋은 장면을 이거 잘 찍었네요. 이거 얘기 안 했으면 큰일 날 뻔했어요. 클로즈 선수 약간 되게 흐뭇한 표정으로 보고 계신데
이런 부분이 있었으니까 되게 뿌듯하네요. 같은 팀 미드 입장으로서는 또 이런 장면 보면 힘이 나기 때문에.
그렇죠.
하지만 그 전턴에 어떻게 제가 또 바이공을 뺐기 때문에.
그런데 약간 그 눈빛이 내 것 또한 이제 얹기 위해서 빌드업이 잘 파고드네요. 이러니까 암살자를 잘하는 거구나. 그러면은 저희가 이제 MVP를 선정을 해야 되는데 항상 저희 좀 자체 부금으로 가거든요.
네.
두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두구두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두gu두
감사합니다.
근데 진짜 저는 프로도 선수가 자기 PR도 너무 잘했고 제가 빈틈을 살짝 열 때마다 그 파고드는
암살 능력이 장난이
그렇죠. 암살 각이 기가 막혔어요. 물론 카이 선수도 굉장히 옆에서 잘해주고 그런 말씀 해주셨지만 아무래도 크루저 선수에게 이번 저의 팔이 좀 더 기우는 느낌.
감사합니다. 잘 먹겠습니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰 데스크를 함께 해봤는데요. 소감 한마디씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
저의 잘했던 장면들을 좀 더 부각할 수 있는 기회가 된 것 같아서 저한테 되게 만족스러운 리뷰 데스크였던 것 같습니다.
진짜 하고 싶은 말 다 하신 것 같아요.
저도 잘했던 장면 다시 보니까 좋은 기분이 엄청 좋은 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. 그럼 저희는 여기서 인사드리고 다음 주 목요일에 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕.
We're going to go to a happier note as we talk about the bottom 4 teams in the LCK.
What?
Yeah, and we're going to do it in a positive way. We're going to talk
Okay.
about what we liked about these teams. And I want to start us off with DRX, because that's easier now than it was before today, which is Sunday. It's easier now than it has been for quite some time, because they did manage to finally pick up a victory.
Fate is so good. I think Fate is insane. He's played so many different champions. He's carried on the Silas. He popped off on the Jace in particular today with the Gore Drinker build. And I was worried for him because he got ahead, and then he had a whip. And we were like, that's not how Jace gets ahead. But then he played the rest of the game so incredibly well. I think his decision-making is great. Duckdom's heartwarming story of just like being like, I'm going to play, like, my elbow hurts, I have this giant cast, but I'm still just going to sit down and I'm going to log in.
Cyborg Duckdom was good, man.
It was pretty badass, I'm not going to lie. And he came in and he played well, and suddenly this team, I mean, you win a game like that, your mentality has to change a little bit. I think you have to feel, like, really good. Yeah, it's a weaker opponent, so to speak, but I think you walk away from today's match feeling like, yeah, maybe we could have a chance at Summer. Like, maybe this is us finally going the direction we've always wanted to go in.
The bus ride with Croco must have been a bit awkward, though.
I mean, Yeah, could be. Juan.
You said
Juan
positive
has been-
only, Atlas.
Sorry. I mean, we know from.
It is positive because Juwan's really good, but that bus ride.
I'm
would
not.
have
I
been
mean, I'm not gonna talk about as a president of the Crocker fan club. I've not had a great year. Although I did think that him getting subbed out today was
He was the
individual
best performing
performance.
player in game one.
But
yeah.
Juwan definitely did have a great impact. Hooney talked about this as well, trying to kind of break up the team spirit. But Juwan is known to be great to work with because Pioshik has been very vocal
Yeah.
about how much he helped him. And the DRX roster, to me, as long as they get like maybe 1 or 2 more wins, I think their summer will be different. I also think that Beryl, who was by far the most egregious individually, consistently bad player, has started to play better because Rasko has had horrible games. What was like the 4 solo kills that Brutal got on him? Like the Gragas game today.
Only positive.
Don't worry.
That didn't happen today.
I'm leading into it. So like everyone is at individually underperforming games, but Beryl has been the most, and he looked a lot better. And if Beryl gets his non-gacha gaming together, then I think that this team will probably pick up like another win or maybe 2.
Most recent release in Genshin was terrible, by the way.
There you go.
So I think
That's
yeah, I haven't been playing. I haven't done my dailies for 4 days.
Someone needs to like cross-reference a chart of Genshin releases to Beryl's individual KDA and performance.
You just asked me.
Well, okay. Well, I don't have the
I'll
stats.
know.
Yeah, you will. That makes sense actually. But DRX, I don't think their spring is salvageable, but hopefully with a new mentor and maybe some shifts, we can see them be a decent team in spring or in the summer rather.
Yeah. Kind of looks like Beryl was trying today. That was good.
Yeah.
I think he
Beryl
has been.
existing was
There have been some games where I'm like, yeah. Anyway,
got to
we're not
play the
going to
game.
talk about that. He looked
was
great
setting
today.
Up, yeah, he was grenading to set up the Sejuani.
He
It wasn't
was
the
doing
Sejuani
some
setting
good
up a
stuff
grenade.
today.
He was the grenade to
And
set up the
I really
Sejuani.
like when teams that are not winning start to mix things up, at least after a while, right? Like, you don't want to do it after one loss and say, okay, buddy, you're out, like, we're putting in the sub. But, like, even Duck Dom's thing, as I don't want any of our players to get hurt, but, like, it gave Pleta a chance. It gave the players kind of a fresh look. And then Juhan's coming in, so... And then Duck Dom comes back, and it's just I think it's a good changing point now, right? To like just go back on the positive side.
Yeah.
I will quickly say something positive. You guys can join in if you want to about Nongshim because I still love them dearly. If they change some of the individual players, then I think that they could be a good team come summer. But by good, I mean maybe
How
make
many
playoffs.
individual players?
I want to say 3.
So basically, it's not Nongshim anymore.
No, that's definitely.
Let me say something
we're trying-
nice.
we're
I hope it's a
trying-
different team.
We're trying.
I'll say something nice. Dundun is great.
I have been pleasantly surprised by Dundun as a player. I think Sylvie, even though he's kind of been struggling more as the weeks have passed, at the start was quite strong. And I think that Vidal, given the right support and the right staff around him, could develop into...
That's support as well. So given the right support...
Yes.
Yeah.
And the right support. Yeah.
No.
Then I think...
Not Peter.
Yes, Peter.
No.
Then I do think that this team could grow more than right now because I think they're hard capped by the individual performances. They're not
Of Fiesta.
well, and Peter. Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
Fiesta.
Not Peter.
I've never seen someone solo lose a game.
Okay. Well,
much as
but
he-
we're,
All right,
being,
this
we're
is
being
getting
positive.
cut.
Sorry,
This is
positive.
cut.
So
I actually like the rest of Nongshim. I actually think that
They're
even
a top 10 team in the LCK.
see
I don't even.
was
I don't-
this Mal being
I don't think they are. They were like 5th place in challengers as well. Like I think maybe they're like a 15th place team.
I mean, you only need
boy.
6th, so they're relatively
So,
close.
moving on from Nongshim, maybe.
Well, I mean, I think that Nongshim has some really good ideas. I think the strategy is good, right? I think the ideas they're trying to bring into these drafts are good. Like, we have seen some bad drafts, to be fair, but I could criticize KT's drafts and DRX, some of DRX's drafts, some of D+'s drafts even, where I'm like, I expect so much high Hanwha as well, where I expect such a higher quality, and then it's like, wait, what are you guys even thinking? Whereas normally I look at Nongshim and I'm like, how many times have we said this when we're casting them? On paper, this draft is good. With the nameplates off, like this is a good, and I feel like that the strategy is good, the player's experience will come. What I don't want, and I think I literally said this on broadcast, I don't want this team to be like, well, we're 10th place and then 9th or 10th in summer and just get another one, you know, because, well, what's the point? You brought these guys up, you want to develop them. I think Nongshim need to take like a 2 to 3 year L if this is like really going to be the development roster they want, and like be willing to not make playoffs, do the Breon move, and like actually become the Giga Chad team everyone wants to root for as you eventually grow. Because you've already opted into like, I'm not buying the roster. I want to see them stick with this team because the strategy is good, the plan is good, these players are improving. Not at the same rate as, say, Kwangdong Freaks, for example. But come summer, I think this team is going to look a lot better. And then hopefully, come 2024, you know, we're talking about this team like, oh, look at the rise of some of these players. Not a rookie anymore. The growth is there, et cetera, et cetera.
Love that.
I think it's difficult, though, because if you want a team to stick together and just lose together over and over again, that doesn't make a team improve a lot of the time. No, I'm just saying that, like, I'm hoping that they do turn it around in summer, because if they don't, I wouldn't want to force them to stay together.
Well, if they don't want to stay together, sure. But like this team played together in Challengers, right? And they seem like happy together so far. It's not like DRX where afterwards like nobody talks to each other. We had earlier in the season. It doesn't seem like that. Like they lose and Peter's like high-fiving people and everyone's smiling like, oh, we'll do better next time.
As long as they keep up that, then totally
that
down.
Synergy is some of the hardest.
I think they need
build.
Peter for that.
No,
just saying. I think they need Peter for
there's one guy, and that's Dundun. That's all you need.
No, it's Peter.
I
Peter's
think
more important.
Sylvie's got some potential.
What about Snowflower?
No, we're talking about...
No.
What? Bad Wolf.
That did happen.
I'd rather
remember when
Peter.
that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. We have to cut this whole segment.
I don't think it's that. I think it's fun.
So I think we can go to Kwangdong, though.
Yeah, I think Kwangdong have become a little bit worse individually as the season has progressed, and like they're losing, and people are getting like kind of feeling like, okay, the season's over. Bulldog in particular, to me, was a lot better in like week 3-4 than he is now. He's been getting caught a lot more, like playing very careless, playing very aggressive.
Got to chop down the log of wood to make a sculpture.
Yeah, well,
you know.
Great analogy. First of all, much more creative than the egg thing. That's,
Thank you.
Been using.
What
that
about
one
the
for a little
fish
bit
one?
too
I
much.
like the fish
one is actually the best, and I'm sad you haven't brought it back. But Kwangdong have a similar issue where I do think that if they don't replace AD Carry, for example, they are going to be kind of hard capped in how much they can grow as far as actually making playoffs and becoming a top-tier team goes. But I do think that in terms of both drafts, both good or bad, but mostly some really high highs, KT comes
It's a
to
classic
mind.
CVMAX situation where
Really
it's like
is.
either they look genius or they look dumb.
And we've had individual insane performances, and I think the fact that they let the individual players shine like that with some Bulldog games, but Dudu with his like insane Fira plays, it's been really cool.
Ooh, there was this one guy on Reddit that called you out, by the way, for saying that Bulldog was good.
Yeah,
and
I
haven't got round to replying.
I actually wanted to reply to give a no. I want to give a formal apology.
Yeah,
I'm
please,
sorry.
okay.
I get excited about challenger players when they have a couple of bad weeks in the hardest league in the world. I'm sorry, I shouldn't get excited about it. They're clearly Bulldog sucks.
No, you need to apologize.
Now you're summoning the LPL fans.
No, but you should apologize for your opinion prior to this week. So it's not anything about his current performance. It's about you ever saying he was good ever in the past, even after a good performance.
he's a victor.
That's what you need to say sorry for, Chronicler. Valdez, do you have any opinions on good old Kwangdong?
I think that they're pretty strong individually. I would say that all those players have a lot of individual talent. I think the drafting needs to change. Like today was actually just like unacceptable.
Yeah.
So like you said, maybe that was CV Max just rolling a 1 out of 10 or maybe 100. So again, staying positive. Like I think this team has so much individual talent, and if you give them time, they can reach a level where they are at least mixing and matching with Bro, or maybe even getting into 6th. But they need some time. Like this is another roster like Nongshim where you really need to give them at least all of spring to scrim, and then
that's their mindset, I guess.
Yeah, and then in summer maybe they can turn it around because June is great. Taeyoon, he's very inconsistent, but when he's on, it's kind of like, with the conversation about BDD and Keen, and I'm not comparing him to that level of play, but I'm saying, like, some days he's great. Like, we had this conversation on the cast today. He's like, great, he's playing really well. Some days it's like, I don't want to talk about this guy at all. So
there was
if he's consistent, and that's one of the things that some of our, inexperienced players try to work with, which, I mean, he did have that season with DRX, which, again, also unspeakable, but, like, give him a couple more...
strong, but it wasn't great.
Yeah, give them it was a lot of losses. So give them time, and I think that these guys could turn it around.
If only very short. If only there was a teamless player that started with T that would be great as an AD carry. You know, a really stable player that could have a really good
does it end with
Toddy?
Edie?
No, I think it was Taddy.
Titty.
No, I don't think it was that.
Oh, that's getting dangerous.
I'm just using all the vowels. Tiddy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
not in my
Taddy.
accent.
Taddy?
Don't do it in my accent. It's not less good in that one.
So I can cut this part. Yeah, Teddy would be great. Moving on. I think that Kwangdong has come in. CV Max says you could see it when he's playing or drafting, right? And the second the draft is done, especially when they're on blue side and the counter pick comes through, he's like running down from player to player, like whispering in their ear. Almost feels like even though he's talking in the mic to them directly in the headset, he's like grabbing every shoulder. He's like, watch out for this. I'm like, look at this time and remember what we studied. Like you could just see it, right? He's like, do the plan, do the thing.
You can also see when he's walking to like shake the other coach's hand and do the bow thing, you can see it in his eyes whether he thinks that he's done a good job as well. And
you can know.
There are some walk-offs from CV Max where he's just like...
You can know, but the game plan has always been good. And then Kwangdong is the team to me that loses leads more than any other team. You could call it throwing, whatever. But it's really hard to train this where if you are, especially scrimming LCK teams almost exclusively, excuse me, and then playing in the LCK and very rarely getting those leads, it's hard to then when you like actually execute the plan well and you're 2,000 gold up, be like, oh, what happens now? Like, because I feel like in a lot of ways that's kind of been the problem for Kwangdong in a lot of these games. Sure,
as well.
Yeah, definitely.
The Tristana game where Bulldog is able to just like leapfrog over the map and kill everyone, you could snowball that game. But if it gets a little bit more complex, if the subtleties of your lead are a little bit harder to find, or in today's game where your Ezreal is ahead, but you don't know how to actually deal with the pressure and you keep overextending, pushing mid tower and getting caught by the Vi, stuff like that, they need to like drill. Or maybe even scrim against challengers teams, like weaker teams, like how do we push our leads? How do we push these advantages? Because the early game is good. Like the plan is good. Sometimes the draft, we're like, it could be good, but it's going to be hard to execute this. But when they have a good draft and the early game is good, like what happens next is I think what they need to solve. But that's something, again, that's fairly easy to teach if you just run the drills, like if you scrim against some weaker teams.
Yeah, it's like that textbook that we talk about when a team is winning a game in the end, right?
The like consistency when Kwangdong and Nongshim have looked good is when they're snowballing early game or when teams take them on for 5v5 team fights in their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And outside of that, like Nongshim much more so, but Kwangdong as well, you can just see that when the map opens up, it gets so much harder against LCK teams because defensively they're so much stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for our second series of the evening, as Bro look to create some memento against T1. This is going to be a very difficult match for Breon, but one that will need your support. So, Bro leavers in the chat, make sure that you do pay your Bro tax, highlight those messages, get them flooding in so that you can support your team. Or, if you're a T1 fan, do the same thing for them, I guess, but they may not need too much help.
Generally, T1 fans are pretty numerous, but they have been matched to a certain extent by Bro fans. The only time when T1 doesn't automatically win a poll is when Bro is involved, so you know the internet is banding together, and you gotta love the team. They are very wholesome, but recently, actually winning has not been looking too hot.
It hasn't really been their forte. They are not officially eliminated, by the way, guys, from playoff contention or anything like that yet. There is close to a 4% chance that they can get in. As we can see here on the standings, they are in a better position than that of Kwangdong Freaks and DRX and Nongshim. All of those three have been eliminated. Bro, not yet, as they still have a couple of matches to play this week. And any victory is an important one. They're not eliminated if they lose to T1 here, but it is real close.
And crucially, Sandbox and KT are going to face one another at the end of the week, so one of those teams is going to end up with an 8-6 score, so not going to get to those 9 wins just yet. So if Breon is able to pick up a couple of crucial victories, they will inch closer towards that 6th place spot. But with the play that we have seen from them and their loss against DRX, it's not looking super likely. Very low probability, unsurprisingly, but last split we heard similar things, and then or last spring rather, and they were able to make it happen.
Exactly.
Somehow.
Anticipation is up for Faker's Aurelion Sol that everyone's been waiting for. He has definitely debuted a whole bunch of champions here in the LCK this season. 75 would be Aurelion Sol if he decides to pick it up. Actually, wasn't one of our Aurelion Sol players, even though Aurelion Sol back in the day was sporadically picked up here or there. Faker, in fact, was the last player to play against Aurelion Sol before he was reworked. As Carrier has 900 Pog points. As you can see, he's always top of the support list. He seems to be getting there quite often, and mostly in spring. As we can see, 2019 through 2020, he was the top.
And the effort and Lahens there were the ones who were getting out of him, and it's not necessarily that Carrier wasn't playing well at that point, it's just that, you know, he's on T1, so
yeah.
Only so many people can get Pog points. He's just trying to equalize his own
I love that there's
reward. That's crazy.
The fact that there is a max POG record there as well from back in the day, man, I remember his quadra kill on Support Scion. Oh, so good to see. Unfortunately, Support Scion not here, but thankfully, Breon are. They are going to make their way out into LoL Park here. They have side selection for game number 1. Interested to see what they're going to be able to do up against T1. I think we can all probably agree that not much is the real answer, but they have performed miracles in the past. Morgan is there. The Lord and Savior of this team could come through. There could be a man in this audience chugging yogurt immediately after a Breon win. We'll see whether they can be bold and actually pick up a W.
Against T1, miracles are generally not even enough. Like, this team has just been insane.
Did you watch the World Final this year?
Okay, in that case, a miracle was enough.
Yeah.
That was a World Finals. I don't know why you throw that comparison
Just saying,
at me when it's a regular season game.
But still, I mean, for Bro.
Oh, it's just the same?
For Bro isn't any different.
Get out of here, Atlas. No, bad Atlas. Not doing that. Not gonna entertain that. T1 have been both individually and in terms of their creativity with different champion picks, different win conditions, been the strongest team in the LCK. We have seen Genji, D+ fall. The only team that beat them was Hanwha, and this was also before Hanwha was like looking actually good like they have in like the last week, which still is kind of amazing, as the main reason for this key player matchup is, of course, Hannah. Hannah has been a shining light on a Breon roster that has not looked good. They haven't even
look at Carrier's stats shining through here at the bottom.
Oh, those duo kills. Yeah. Give him a little bit of credit, Atlas.
No, I'm actually saying, like, the rest of these stats really don't look that great.
It really is a bit of a first world problem. You're like, I'm Guma, and I'm really good AD carry, but I'm playing with Carrier, so I'm getting none of the love
a lot of the limelight
and respect that I deserve, Atlas.
Sometimes you're playing with one of the best to ever pick up a mouse and keyboard. You know, like, sometimes that just happens. And honestly, if I was Gumushi, I'd be very happily along for the ride. Much like if I was Breon and I had Morgan as my top laner. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough match for Breon, and I think that we're going to do our very best to try and keep it lighthearted, because it could be a slaughter. This could be really difficult, Chronicler.
We've had a bunch of non-games this week.
There have been a serious lack of League of Legends this week.
Yeah. Well, we had 2 games of League of Legends in the previous series. Well, actually just one.
Yeah.
Game 1 and 3 actually didn't have League. And then we had the fastest game, the Nongshim one.
Yeah.
That was tough.
We did have that. We almost then had today, like the next day, the longest one of the season. But it didn't quite get there. A couple of minutes off. Live Sandbox pretty good at just making sure that they stay on the Rift for as long as possible.
Right. So is Breon. Generally.
They are.
But against T1, I don't know.
The thing is, T1 generally, they're the ones that get off the Rift. You know, like they're the ones that decide that they want to leave, and they do it via the enemy nexus.
Yeah, you can't
That's what they do.
You can't really beat a bus driver in a game with T1 because they're always driving.
Yeah.
They're just always the bus driver, so there isn't really an opportunity at all for you to ever take over. Because, like, no, we don't need brakes. All 5 of us can drive. There's no problem. We don't need your help.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm wondering what the angles are. I'm wondering where Bro can find their avenues in. And we've been given a little bit of extra time here to really dissect what we think Breon are going to be able to do here. Edgar, of course, has come up with some things in the past. I remember a team that he was on that picked up a victory against this very organization, or at least the organization prior to the organization that is T1 now.
Nice.
Edgar has done it. He has figured out these moments. Xayah, somewhat back in the meta. Henna, pretty good at the champion. That was a champion that was used to great effect in 2017 in the World Final. Everything comes back to World Finals.
2017.
Everything comes back to World Finals.
Yeah, you know what the kind of the point is with what you're saying, Atlas, is that T1 keeps finding themselves in those, which generally is a pretty good indication that a team is good. So, like,
and none of those players are actually on this Breon roster. It's just the coach. Oh man. As Faker going for his reboot. He's now back up and raring to go. As we can see, as we have Champ Select around the corner. I'm really hoping that we do get an Aurelion Soul. We may actually, because T1 may not think that they necessarily need to do all that much early game to win Breon.
That's a game 2 pick. That's a game 2 pick, if I've ever heard one, Atlas.
You have a buffer game in game 1, though, as well.
No, they're going to... Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you now. They're going to get some not fair bot lane because carry has carrier. Okay, so they're going to get a priority.
Are they going to play Veigar at Seraphine?
Oh, I don't know. I actually do think Veigar is highly underrated and should be picked up.
I know Viper's been playing a lot.
I would love to see the. And we know Viper loves himself.
He's an awesome dude.
He is.
Loves doing it.
But that's going to be game 1. It's just going to be Carrier having, maybe a little bit of fun. Maybe no fun. Maybe it's just a standard draft with a lot of early power and then snowball. But game 2, that's where maybe we get to see some Senna. Maybe we get to see some Veigar. Maybe we get to see some Asol.
I feel like you've kind of like
Senna Cho have actually been Carrier.
Ooh, I like
Uma
that.
They have been.
I do like the center idea. Maybe we will see a bit of that.
And playing it in solo queue.
Yeah.
So that, to me, fills me with happiness and confidence that maybe it won't be Zeri Lulu Lushanami today.
Well,
but not in game 1. Game 1 is...
In game 1, are we like Wukong, Vi, Azir, Victor, Naranek, Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami? Okay, cool. So what are we doing here? We're in the draft. I don't know why, because we know exactly what's going to happen. It has been illustrated already. It has been seen in the Cosmos. I'm going to write ASOL down.
We're going back to the Cosmos?
I'm writing ASOL down. It's last pick here on red side. It's written on my piece of paper.
Atlas is really trying to
I have actually...
this.
See, look.
No, I'm
there
Chad,
it is.
You guys can't see this, but he has actually... He's written it down.
I have.
Prematurely. I don't know why.
I'm believing. There was a full graphic with Faker's face on a dragon. That means that we must be heading towards an Aurelion Soul. It is written. Annie, going to be banned away. Lucian, taken off the board. And the Varus will follow. So, the trifecta of champions, or the trinity of champions, that generally give us more interesting bottom lanes, have been taken away.
Play Caitlyn. Because if not, if you're T1, you might be like, oh yeah, you can take Caitlyn, we don't care, we have an answer. We don't think Hannah's going to play it. That could be an angle, because if T1 gets it, so if you don't, okay, they do ban it here. So, because if you don't ban it, then you know for a fact that Brian has to pick it, because you can't give it to T1 for obvious reasons. It's a flex pick.
It's also hard to play Aurelion Soul into Caitlyn.
So we knew the Zeri was coming. This is not a surprise. This is Hannah on his, or one of his, maybe his best champion. Even though Brion has not been able to string together a lot of wins. Aphelios really didn't get buffed that much, but everyone has just been waiting for an excuse to play him again. Maybe we just play Aphelios fresh again. Yeah, pick the early Gragas. This is a flex pick. And then you can lock in fresh on the next rotation. Gragas can go into 3 lanes. Your entire top side could be Grag. Well, not your, just one of the 3
You could actually have a team of 5 Gragases. And it makes sense.
Okay, well, Gragas AD, I do have some difficulty envisioning that.
But when it's Carrier that's supporting, right?
Oh, no. Support Gragas, I am completely fine with.
No. As in, like, Carrier is supporting Gumushi's Gragas as Yasuo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on board.
Yeah. That's something that we could definitely see.
It's bold to assume that wouldn't be Carrier playing Yasuo in that situation.
I know. He is the better Yasuo on the team. There are definitely 3 other players that have played Yasuo here on T1 as Sejuani Lulu really just changing things up here, Brion. We haven't seen this combination ever before.
Yeah,
Looking forward to seeing what it's going to be able to do. I just have no idea what Zeri, Lulu, and Sejuani will be able to do together.
There it is.
As there's the Thresh. This is probably the best Thresh player that we have in the LCK. And have had for a while, and he's on it for the 2nd time. His Thresh looked absolutely incredible earlier in the week, and we get treated to it again.
With this Renekton ban, T1 are also signaling that they want to play the Gragas mid, as opposed to flexing it towards top. Gragas
they're 100% playing it. Gragas is top.
But they're banning. Oh, because it's ASOL. Sorry, thank you, Max.
Yeah,
I was a little confused, Atlas. I'm glad the R5 ASOL is still safe.
Yeah.
League gets banned. Owner has been extremely effective on this champion. The Azir are going to get taken away as well, of course, because
it's a difficult matchup for the
Okay, another jungle ban would make sense here. Elise has not been picked up yet. It's going to be the Vi instead, so Elise would make sense here for T1. Can pick that one up.
A lot of magic damage if they pick Elise.
True, but you have a Aphelios, so I don't think you care. Wukong is fine as well. We know that Owner plays it. It is still high on the tier list, and with Aphelios fresh, you're not really looking towards a lane that plays heavily towards early dives, so the Elise does lose somewhat of its impact. So it's going to be the Wukong.
Really like the Wukong Aurelion Soul mid-jungle 2v2 angle. We'll see exactly what Bro is going to pick up to face off into the Wukong and the obvious Aurelion Soul R5.
Could be Cannon here for T1 R5.
All right, Akali.
I love Cannon here.
Yeah, Akali, pretty good matchup for Aurelions. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not at all. I'm so sad.
It's not happening, Atlas.
Carrier could... okay, it is going to be the mid-Gragas, but I've already written it down!
Yeah, it's going to be Nara Cannon. I personally would love Cannon. I think Cannon is
me too.
incredible into both Fiora and also quite strong into Akali. Can just press R and provide additional safety. But with the Gragas, you already have a pretty good tool into the Akali. I don't love picking Akali into Gragas. I do think that a lot of the value from your Shroud into Fresh with all the zone control that he has, Wukong with his AoE knock-up, and then also Gragas, who can just ult you out of Shroud, is a little dicey. T1, very straightforward composition. You have Faker on the Gragas providing the Soul AP. You have a incredible amount of pick and teamfight setup if you are the one playing on the front foot. And the Brion composition does have a lot of the mainstays of the current meta, but
Permafrost value?
Yeah, that's pretty good. You have the early power with your Sejuani, although actually taking down a Gragas will still be very tough. Champion has been very hard to take down consistently, and Body Slam kind of ruins a lot of the hard engage, and it's a short-range composition into Fresh Aphelios.
Yeah.
Which I don't think you're going to feel particularly great about, because this was what T1 did last year in spring, and we remember how that spring went.
This is what they did in their last match.
Also, yes.
Just, yeah, and that also looked extraordinarily one-sided. This guy has got a lot of tickets. Nice work. Making sure that he's here to support T1 at every opportunity. 13 wins, I think, is what he's been here for. T1 not undefeated so far this season, but haven't lost very much whatsoever. It's only one against Halma Life Esports, somehow.
Better get the solo lanes ahead, Atlas. Otherwise, I think Brion are going to be in for a tough game.
I agree. It's going to be a very difficult one. However, it could be one that could be exciting. Because, of course, Faker on the Gragas. Always a joy to watch. See what happens. We hop onto the Rift for Game 1. All right, Brion fans, not exactly the highest volume, but T1 fans absolutely exploding.
Their intensity was great, though.
That's true. That's true.
Want to note Zeus going for the boots first here. So Zeus in general is one of our best spacers on NAR. Morgan is level 1 Fiora with Ghost, so you really can't afford to make any misstep here. Because the level 1 can be very oppressive. But because Zeus has boots, you're not in the happiest place, as
T1 is sort of chasing everyone on Bro.
Yeah.
Point in time is all the flashes. Umpty going to respect Faker there, but Faker no flash at the very beginning of the game. It's probably kind of okay news for Bro.
Also starting with E, which is a little annoying. Supposed to getting your early Q allows you to both zone and deal with Karis, as I say that, Faker just gets a first strike.
11 gold, not bad.
Yeah.
That's most of a minion.
But I
about that one.
I wish we could just, I know Gnar is not the most exciting champion, but I personally would love to just hone in on this Gnar and see.
You can do that.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
How?
He's on the minimap.
Well, it's not the same as actually looking at the lane.
Oh, you can't have everything.
Well, I kind of want to, Atlas.
Oh, well,
yeah.
I mean, that's on you then, isn't it? Faker for getting some value out of his body slam that he did take early.
With your pleading for Acel today, I don't think you're in a position to make that
I know.
to make that judgment,
Isn't
Atlas.
hilarious?
Yet you just persevere.
Yeah.
Just tread on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of contradicting myself. As Effort and Hannah doing a pretty good job holding the wave here. But Effort still taking a fair bit of damage. And a bit of respect here being given. Not going to miss out on too many minions here, Arcaria and Gumyushi, so they don't have to play overly aggressive.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sad moment as 100% win rate. Faker has not yet lost. Pardon me. On the Gragas. I feel like that should be a hard sentence to say. Is we have seen this pick become what we thought was a flex pick, but it's actually just been Faker. Like, I don't think they have actually flexed it at any point. Since they started picking it up this season, which is kind of crazy. And he just keeps getting it as well.
Bro, get a plate.
Yeah.
3 minutes, that ain't bad.
Yeah, we have Hannah and Effort with a Doran's Blade, and Guma went for a Cull.
Yeah.
So you do not win the all-in. You also have Cleanse as opposed to a... Which is a great choice, obviously, into Sejuani and even into Polymorph, I do think it can be quite nice. But yeah, you're into the early game of Zeri and Lulu, so that is going to be the price that you pay for your call. So hopefully it works out as when played well, is quite good into Fiora.
As it turns out, difficult for Fiora to win this matchup currently in the LCK. I guess as Umpty says thanks for the lunch money. And Owner is just going to have to walk away with his fiery tail between his legs. Karis struggling here into Faker, but Faker not a whole lot of mana right now. And is looking for a back timing. Karis also hasn't teleported back yet, so playing this one out well. But as we can see, Shroud on cooldown, right as Owner turns up. Oh, this is scary. There's the body slam, Nimbus Strike. Going to get them in there. We'll see whether Karis actually has to flash here as he's just walking this one out.
Red buff.
Yeah. And there's the flash. Umpty is going to move himself forward and actually finds the permafrost onto Owner here as well. Karis moving back around, but he just flashes on top of him. Karis going to be taken down. That's first blood. They go 1 for 1, but you'll take the extra 100.
First blood going over there to Owner. Faker says, yeah, I have no mana. I'm peacing out. But with Umpty arriving very timely there isn't really an opportunity to get out. So Owner makes the best of a bad situation. Gets out with a 1-for-1 trade. Downside is that he will be decently behind in experience. Umpty got the double scuttle and will now be making his way over to continue clearing his camps. Zeus gets a crasher. Of course, now knows that there is no Umpty. He is he was spotted on the ward just now.
By the way,
he can just keep playing forward.
Bro, early advantage.
True.
Yeah. So currently ahead by 300 gold. I'll say it again, 300 gold. Not doing too badly here. But of course, this is sort of the calm before the storm, or at least that is what it feels like right now. Morgan getting harassed relentlessly here by Zeus. Just not letting him have any breathing room whatsoever. Nice little riposte, but not quite going to hit the Gnar.
Good sidestep from Zeus. That is riposte gone, so Morgan might have to respect. There is a junker in the general vicinity. Umpty needs the snowball early. Got that first kill, and if he can also shut down Zeus, that would be quite big. He doesn't know.
Yeah, there's the ghost. It's been popped already. Arctic Assault is going to miss. Grand challenge. Can they actually get it? They get the flash out from Zeus here, but out of permafrost range. So Umpty missing that Q. Bit sad here for Bro, but still getting the flash. Absolutely fantastic. You'll trade that for the ghost any day.
I wonder if they could have gotten the kill if Umpty flashes there for the permafrost. Zeus with the boots, of course, is extremely slippery. Also doesn't back and just immediately goes back to playing aggressive towards that top side. But if you can get the kill on Zeus there and shut him down early, force him to TP, and start snowballing other lanes, things are actually looking pretty decent. As get another look at the play here, as Owner is able to get the red buff, but due to the shuriken flip, Karis stays alive for quite a long time, then flashes, and then here, Faker has no mana, so like Faker can't do anything here, and Karis actually providing an opportunity to Owner. If Karis doesn't walk in there, I think Umpty always gets the 1v1. Like, he always gets the kill.
Yeah.
Because at that point, like, even with Conqueror, I don't think you have enough damage. There's
a hook. Zephyr just says goodbye. That was very cute. It was like a lot of things happening, and then nothing happened. I did just get word from Valdez that Umpty just didn't quite have his flash.
Oh, didn't have it up yet. Okay, that makes
quite
complete sense. Yeah, because I figured he would have. Thank you, Valdez.
Yeah, there he is. Still, it was almost something happened.
Well, he's still had to flash, so it's still a big win.
Yeah, true.
For Carrier. He is still going to be happy with that. Lulu without flash becomes a lot more susceptible to any aggressive plays from Faker, Wukong, or the Fresh here a second time around.
As Umpty might get face checked here, but no. T1 just going to look for a little bit of a back. And that gold lead that I was talking about is gone. It is completely tied up. Everything even. And this is, of course, the Brionne comfort zone. This is where they like to live, in a game state about as neutral as you can possibly get it. It's when chaos starts to reign that Bro find themselves struggling to work out what to do, but in this game state, This is it. This is Brion land. They love it. Inaction is their kind of action, you know?
I don't want to interrupt you, Atlas. You just keep going if you want to.
No, I don't. I would prefer to be interrupted by the game. That's what I was hoping for. I was thinking the
No, I'm not going. I'm not going
like,
to. I'm waiting. I was interested to see where I was going to lead.
Yeah, so was I. It's always a journey.
You never know.
Zumpty, the human ward, will spot out. T1 moving down towards this bottom side. No one knows. Okay. Let's see if we can find ourselves.
Based on the movement of Effort and Hannah, you can make a pretty good educated guess that Umti will be in the area, and he is now spotted on the ward. Guma going for the BT first build, as every time that we do spot Umti, we pan to top lane, and it's just Zeus being about the most obnoxious that you can be with Gnar, as he often does.
Gnar is the perfect champion to be obnoxious with because he also makes a lot of noise all the time. Umti takes a barrel. That's about it. There is the plate. Zeus kind of ignores. Okay, here we go. Umti. Glacial Prison comes in. Faker walks. Faker continues walking. He will walk again. Takes a drink. Walks. Body slam. Come forward. It's T1 looking to turn it on its head.
Nicely done by Faker there, using the W to deny some of the damage, and yeah, it's Gragas, and he might not be super tanky, but he does still have a Catalyst, and there was also Owner there, so not really a great opportunity for Brion. As, yeah.
I just liked that Faker's walking there was pretty good. I was pretty impressed by the level of walking. Brogue, just selecting some focus here towards his top side, which you could understand given the fact that Zeus is continuing to shove perpetually into that turret. And I do feel like things need to start moving a little bit quicker. Karis, about to hit that first item spike, right? Like, I think we're looking for Bro to try and fight around this next Drake that is going to be coming forward, as there is that second plate that we were talking about. Umti just clearing up the wave, not allowing Zeus to have free time and not wasting these creeps that were coming forward. Morgan with no teleport available, not actually able to get there. Shuriken backflip comes in. Still waiting for Karis to have one more reset. So, 45 seconds until this Mountain Drake is upon us.
Call done for Guma, getting him an early BT. We'll have that available for any subsequent fight. Could be a mountain fight, as...
Henna has one item.
Also, yes.
Only thing in his inventory.
We've been seeing more of the BT rush / early BTs build now that Overheal got buffed on the previous patch, and has actually been looking pretty good. A lot more survivability for AD carries, and Guma in particular with this weapon set. That to me is a clear signal that they want to go and contest for this dragon, and if you can set up an early mountain here, get yourself a 2 Drake gold lead. Things are looking up for T1. They do have a lot of power available, a lot of one-item spikes. Although Faker, not the case just yet, whereas Kars does have his Proto Belt, so or Rocket Belt rather. So they do need to be a little careful with how they set up around these objectives. The 100-0 potential for Brion is still there.
Definitely is. Karis hitting that one item like we were talking about, so should be able to have some power. Fight for this dragon.
Yes.
And the action next to a wall.
Atlas, I don't know if we can.
I know.
We can manage this.
I know. We'll have to see.
It's simply too much.
I don't know. I don't know.
There are so many things happening. I can't keep track.
No, even already, right? Like, look at this. Zeus hits him with a boomerang. Morgan, are you going to be okay?
Well, no, because Zeus has She now. So previously with just the steel caps
walking
and the axe, Zeus was annoying, but now he actually deals damage.
All right.
We have some mild fighting.
Battling over the honey fruit? Okay, Bro, get it.
They are displeased, Atlas.
They are.
Ooh, what a fight. Yeah. Riveting.
I know. It's extraordinary. Karis wandering around the dragon. Dragon wakes up. Hello, dragon. Good morning. Bro, farming. T1 moving into the river, and they are going to start this one, but Umti, he wants to go.
He is there.
He is. Oh. In vision now. Was standing just out of vision. That was cool. Now in vision.
Carrier.
It's fine, as Carrier is going to flash play. There's the ulti from Henna. He finds the hook, though. And Henna is the priority. He's going to be taken down. The prison's a bit late and means absolutely nothing. And now Effort is like, take me back, T1. Take me back. I'm going this direction. but he will be able to deny a couple of assists, and it's actually a good idea. So the kill goes solely over to Owner, and now they will get to work on the Dragon.
It's so good, man.
Yeah, that was the strangest like order of things, but worked out so incredibly well for Carrier.
Because the fact that when he comes over that wall, I think initially Bro were expecting him to collapse onto Effort, right? But then he, after the blast cone, flashes, plays, and then sets up the play, and then actually finds the hook on Hannah as well. Like that's it's mind blowing. And Carrier hadn't played Fresh for the longest time. Of course, Fresh buffed, Q-Max now a lot stronger.
너 여기서
So
그립
look at
깎을게
this play
여기서.
once again.
와볼래? 봐봐. 제리 끌었어. 제리.
He called
제리
this area
노플이야,
before he
노플.
even casted his
룰루.
hook.
Yeah.
It's obscene confidence.
But, like, what do you do?
Good. He is so
What do you do as Bro? Like, you can't engage on the other end because engaging into a Gragas is notoriously hard, and focusing isn't going to do anything. So Guma is safe there, safeguarded by Owner and Faker existing. And then normally, you know, Hannah and Effort can kind of join up with the rest of the team and then try and look for a play, because not every support is Carrier.
No.
And now they're up 2 Drakes, they're up 2k gold, and arguably the biggest winner of that whole play is Zeus, because he knew where Umti was for a large amount of time. So he got another play, and he has a 25 CS lead now.
He almost has the entire turret.
Yeah.
Yep, there is only 1 plate left remaining, or at least there would have been if the plates were still up. It has been a minute past that time. But yeah, it's a very happy Nah up here towards his top side as he continues to push forward, tossing boulders towards Morgan. And yes, I mean, we can talk about all of the Fiora things, right? As, okay, Umti, you are in a lot of trouble. The box is going to come through. Umti's going to flash it to avoid getting slowed, but there's the hook. It's going to land once again. As, okay, Umti's able to stay alive thanks to the wild growth. Actually, a great interrupt there on the Nimbus strike by Effort. Good timing. That saves his jungler.
And it's nice that you save Umti, but like you lost your topside turret. Zeus is single-handedly generating an even bigger gold lead, and this is the problem when you're facing T1. You need to shut down every single head, right, of the Hydra. Like, you can't just chop off one. You got to deal with all of them. And that is where I think even some of our best teams often struggle with. Because right now you have a mid lane that is going completely neutral, which doesn't really need to be more than that.
Well, that is a Nah, and the hook is going to connect. Henna just going to get played back, and he's just always exactly where T1 want them. As I've seen this play before, it happened a couple of days ago, and Effort's going to go down as well. It's a double kill for Gumushi. Look at that gigantic shield, and Faker just going to walk it out.
What do you even say? Like, they're just styling on them.
Yeah. Morgan stole a blue buff. That's what I can say about Bro. But man, T1 are just they didn't like take too long, or like they didn't rush anything, right? They just slowly but surely set up these plays.
Yeah, it's just textbook play, right? Like Zeus wins top in the 1v1 and then starts to move his influence around the rest of the map. And Guma and Carrier already are trying to push this turret. Brion understandably try to contest, because if you give it up for free, then you're going to be in deep trouble, but they don't have any insight on where Zeus is. Carrier, of course, hits his hook. It was served to him on a silver platter. And here we are. Now it is a 4k gold lead.
Gumushi went Infinity Edge second, by the way.
So this is really interesting, actually. I need to look at this a little bit more, but the buffs that were done to Aphelios were mostly with his attack speed, and previously we did see some IE second on Aphelios, but I feel like ever since the patch we've seen it a lot more. With this build you also get an absurd amount of extra survivability, and right now T1 is snowballing on every single facet of the map.
Yeah. This is a perfect game outside of that first kill. That hook just barely out of range. And that is a second charge. Carrier just yoinks Gumushi out of there, and Faker is now chaperoning another wave towards an inner turret in the mid lane. Umpty is going to come on over. Let's see whether he finds an ulti here. Not actually going to throw one out. Lantern is going to come through, and immediately the Captain Jack comes out from Gumayushi, and he will be A-OK. But they get a summoner spell, I guess.
Getting cleanse is quite nice for Breon. The main issue is that with how the gold lead has accelerated, you now have multiple big threats.
I love
on
when
T1.
Nas use their ult on a wave.
Yeah.
Makes me happy.
Satisfying.
Yeah, sorry, continue. I interrupt.
That's okay. Atlas, I never mind being interrupted by you. Earlier today, or earlier in the cast, I didn't interrupt you, so it's only fair now you do interrupt me.
I think I interrupt you all the time. I'm a bit of an interrupter.
You do. I feel like you mildly bullying me. It's just how it works. It's just the reality of things. I've never questioned them. And I'm not going to start.
I do out of love, I promise.
I believe you. Soul Point going to be set up here for T1. If they can get this dragon, item lead is disastrous. So Breon need to 100-0 Guma at the start of a fight if they want to have a shot here, or keep Hannah alive throughout everything that's going to be thrown at him.
All right, let's see whether Karras can make it into the backline. He just gets pushed away. Has to use his ult so defensively. Cyclone on to 3 is fantastic. Zeus tries to get into the backline. Not the greatest now, but still, it's going to get the job done as the Lulu goes down first, and T1 take control of the Dragon Pit. And yeah, that is going to be Soul Point. And everything as it should be. 0-3-0, unfortunately, for Effort. Unable to keep himself alive there. As Umpty, he tried to escape. And Zeus is going to say no thank you. You know, Umpty was able to get the camp.
Yeah, he was dead. So maximizing resources is all you can do. And what do you do as Breon? Faced with this. So as we mentioned, the main win con here is trying to kill Guma. And Keria actually with the flash.
The flash defensive play.
Yes. So Karis doesn't have an angle, Guma still 12. And the tragedy is, even if Karis does get on top of Guma there, like, Guma has 2 items, a BT and a fully stacked, like, overheal shield. And BT shield, like, it's not happening.
That's Morgan's real dead. Karis now going to try and look for this one as well, as at least, okay, he's still mega. Just for a couple of seconds as Karras gets into his shroud. That was almost just a 1v3 double kill.
Wait,
I guess at first it was the 1v1.
He was still going. He's hopping in.
He's hopping in. All right, Karras, can you survive? Zay's just going to walk in. Wild Growth comes down, but the Hyper Procs are going to be in. He'll have another hop, but he doesn't need it because the Boomerang was coming down. Zay's just killing everyone else while the rest of Bro are trying desperately to defend. Zay's is not done. Effort is now going to get chased down. He has no Wild Growth, and all right, okay, Zeus. All right, buddy. As Glacial Prison is going to miss, and he'll just leave. Yeah, I'll clap as well. I'll clap as well.
That was a 1v3.
Well, it was a 1v1 and a 1v1 and a 1v1. It's kind of what it felt like, or at least a 1v1, then a 1v2, and then a 1v1. As all right, Gumayushi is going to be out of snipe. Morgan Faker is going to go golden. And Umpty's desperately trying to hold on to this one, but it is well and truly done. Keria is going to be taken down, as perhaps a Zeri moment was almost upon us, but Henna just kind of dies. And now it's a open Nexus. And what? Okay. Polymorph comes in, but that's only going to buy them a little bit of time. It's, okay. The Nexus dies, so it's okay. It's all right. Just ignore that, guys. T1, very, very comfortable. Game 1 victory over Bro.
I actually had a kind of a tough time deciding for POG
until the bottom lane happened. Just 20 seconds ago.
No.
Is it still Keria?
I still went with Keria. Yeah, but maybe I shouldn't have.
Zeus is probably.
I don't know. Like, well, so here's my problem. Is that like Zeus was trying to win the game by himself on top.
Yeah.
But Keria was also winning the game by himself on bot lane.
Yeah, true. And he did have that really sick play in the earlier game when everything was very even. Zeus, bit of a victory lap towards the end there when he was so much stronger. So
you know what the upside for this is, Atlas?
What's that?
Is that an ASO game is now much more likely.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's assuming Breon are going to pick the blue side again, and we just have to cross our fingers that is how it's going to go. Because that is the only way that we get Aurelion Soul from Faker, is that they get the red side, and so you can do your very best to make sure you can pick it in a comfortable position.
And as we get deeper and deeper into the split, we do see that our better teams keep getting better and are accelerating at a pace that some of our Eastern teams can't keep up with. Nongshim got massacred by Hanwha Life, and now this T1, this is what, like their fourth game in like a couple of series where they're doing this.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. The last time that we saw this exact bottom lane out of Carrier and Guma made it look completely broken. I felt like I was back in the 200 years times, you know, where Aphelios was finding it impossible to lose. But Thresh metas with Carrier kind of exist like that. Man, incredible stuff. We are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, it will be the space. And then, of course, game number 2. See you then.
바텀 다 잡은 거 같아. 이거 유지해주자.
어탱이다?
갈게. 그래비 줘.
나 30초.
룰려도. 끌만해. 나 아래 다 죽긴 했거든. 유지하자.
나 90초.
야, 끝까지 가도 될것 같은데. 다 잡았어.
끝내볼래?
끝까지 가요. 야, 텔 봐줄게. 끝날 것 같은데.
나 궁도 돌아.
끝난 것 같은데 이거. 나 아래 세주 있다 여기. 야, 앞에 그거 좀. 세주 도공.
세주가 놀고 있던 거.
미드 건드지 마. 세주 노공으로 올라갔어 일단.
오케이.
아, 이거 괜찮아? 나 미드 할게. 할만해.
15초긴 하다.
피오라는 상태 좋아. 나 미드 깨는죠. 응수 있다.
피오라.
뭐 끝낼만해 거기? 끝낼만해. 가봐. 가줄게. 얘 노공이야.
처리.
내가 체리 타.
오케이. 좋았다.
아칼리 노공이긴 해. 체리 잡았어.
천천히 해볼게.
천천히. 아칼리 노공이야. 슬로우 묻었어 아칼리. 체리 없어. 천천히 해도 돼. 퍼주면 될 듯?
나이스.
와, 용한.
네.
됐어. 나이스. 미친 판단. 아, 이거 안 좋을 수 있어.
And then doesn't have his hook shot and dies. And then that lane is over, right? Like, examples like, and I don't even, that's a mistake by Keen, but I also think that he has to play like that, because otherwise the team doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we've rebutted everything, so they all suck.
So they all suck.
They all suck.
Everyone sucks.
Nice.
Good job. I was worried about.
So we're back to being a 2-team region.
Yeah.
We got T1 and it's
that's
a 2.
we haven't rebutted those crappy.
And you know,
No, but it's a 2. It's a 2-team MSI.
Yeah. Team MSI. Team still met.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm Sil Valdez, still joined by Wolf, and that was yet another T1 stomp over one of our weaker teams in the bracket. Bro definitely really need to get some wins, but this is going to be their toughest opponent, and T1 made that pretty clear in a 21-minute stomp. It all starts with the draft here, where T1 on the red side were able to somehow get ahead as well.
Well, the Gnar pick here into the Fiora, definitely a risky one, but when you go for a boot start and you have fleet footwork, you can get a lot of pressure down there on the top side. And then also this Sejuani pick, which could have actually helped Morgan a lot, lost flash early, and we saw that gank on the top side where he just was about 10 seconds away from having his flash to actually buffer the Arctic Assault to look for that pick. They get the Gnar's flash, but he doesn't care. He just comes back and totally dunks once again on the Fiora. And it felt like the lane setup here was really bad for Brion because they couldn't control that top side. And then bottom side goes very poorly. Once again, Keria is on the Thresh, his best champion, his iconic Thresh. And T1 is being proactive bottom side non-stop. Gnar escapes top, and then Brion just kind of watch Morgan lose while being really indecisive around these early objectives. And they're playing a Zeri comp. Like, how can you fight early with that? You don't have a lot of vision control. And it just felt like another Brion game where it's just like sit back and lose for most of the game, and then T1 continued to be proactive, continued to snowball their lead, and won in 21 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying to you, I'm like, bro, maybe learn some bad habits from some of the other weaker teams that let them just like sit there for 50 minutes. T1 is not going to let you do that. They will attack you. They're playing Aphelios Thresh, which it has been a long time since we've seen this, but this used to be the meta all the time, like every game, right? So you got to know that these two together, it doesn't matter who's playing them, really. They can make plays, they can set up stuff, they can be proactive, and T1 did exactly that. And Zeri just never had a chance to get online. So let's take a look at some of the fights here. There was one down towards the bottom around this dragon.
This was an amazing call from Keria going in like this, and the follow-up is great here with Wukong. And it's just a cleanup here now for T1. You know, if your effort, you're like, I hope I can deny some assists, you come over here and go for the execute to deny those. And after that happens, this play here from Zeus, where he just flash buffers the Gnar, grabs onto this Zeri, who then subsequently gets hooked and flayed. And then Faker also comes over here, finds himself a Lulu. He's like, yeah, maybe you could avoid the body slam, but you're not going to avoid the cask. Just extremely proactive play. And this is what T1 does. Any sort of small advantage, if they can put this Gragas past the turret, they will. And they do it every single time. And just because you know it's coming, doesn't mean you can avoid it. You're like, what are you going to do, just not farm? You're just going to not give your Zeri minions in mid?
It's rough, and you were mentioning how the Gragas looks so good for Faker. It's like the perfect champion. I've seen this same sentiment on Twitter as well. It kind of reminds everybody of the old days where he was playing Galio, huge playmaking, kind of mid laner that's very sturdy. You can't gank it. It'll always kind of get through lane and always make plays, and that's kind of what we're seeing here in a meta where T1 are kind of like, yeah, we're just doing this, and nobody else is. I mean, they're trying. Like, some other places are playing the mid Gragas, of course, but nobody's really doing it like them. So let's take a look at the second highlight here as well, because this was around the second Drake, right? I guess the third Drake, as once again, you know, feels like they get the engage, but you're playing with the box.
Yeah, you're playing with the box, you're playing with the flay, and look at Owner's flank here. Three-man knockup with the Cyclone, and you've overinvested in trying to stop this sole point here for T1. But your Zeri isn't online yet, you fell too far behind, and you didn't track the angle which Owner's going to approach, so you found yourself trapped between the box and a Cyclone, essentially, here. With a hard engage used when your composition isn't really trying to look for picks or hard engage or a single target damage. It's trying to win longer fights, so I think just a little bit of desperation there for Brion as the game really fell away from them. That wasn't the moment to go in. And it's unfortunate that before that, they were unwilling to do so, and then at this point, way too late.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You know, it's hard to not make any mistakes against a team like this, but Bro went ahead and chose red side for the second game. We saw this, and at first I was a little surprised, but I mean, I think you just have to mix things up after that game one where it's like, okay, well, we played blue side. That's generally known as the advantageous side, but we got shreked. So let's try something new here on red.
The Akali pick there, what we did see for Karis, felt like it might have been expecting that Aurelion Soul that Atlas was kind of preemptively riding down there in the draft cast, but that pick also felt a little bit odd to me. Left the Gnar to be a really strong pick, could have picked Sylas, so we'll see what they have planned here for those soul lane counter picks.
Absolutely, that's going to be of the utmost importance. Let's take a look at the POG here. It is Keria, the first person to hit 1,000 POG points. 10 POGs so far for the support player, and it's not every season that a support even hits 1,000 points.
I was really...
Week 7.
Yeah. I was really torn, Valdez, because on one side, I really wanted to vote for Zeus because he dominated lane and not a lot of resources were committed to punish him, but he had some sick engages as well, got those kills bottom side to help end the game. But the way in which Keria made these plays happen, the speed, the decisiveness, I just had to give him, the MVP nod here and be like, damn, I mean, this guy is just so mechanically skilled, his mind is so sharp, his hands are so quick, and you give him an opportunity to play Thresh in this meta, he will do it, and now he's taken a pretty big leap over Owner, and who knows, he might even pick up another one the rest of this best of 3.
It definitely could happen, especially if he plays Thresh again, as, like you said, Zayu's probably the other guy, just another big stompy performance from the side of T1, and Keria's going to pick it up for his Thresh. I mean, it's hard not to give him the nod in this case, as you mentioned, Wolf. So that was game number 1. Hopefully game number 2 looks a bit different compared to that one, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's go back to the casters here for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. There wasn't a heck of a lot of game, but there was a lot of highlights for Keria, who definitely played very well. 1,000 points. There have been players that have won POG of the season with points equal or less than that amount. I remember a season Canyon won it with just 1,000. So Keria definitely our front runner at this point in time.
Has now equaled his own record.
Yeah, in 2020.
And might very well surpass it unless, he suddenly stops playing like this, which I don't really see happening anytime soon now.
Bro gonna deny the Aurelian Soul for Faker.
They can just B4 or B5 it.
True.
Maybe they pick an R from mid laner and try to get a counter pick from Morgan. Wouldn't surprise me. Because if you don't, T1's just going to pick Gragas, and you're not going to really have an angle either, so... It feels so tough playing against this T1 roster, and we have a bit of fun with it, because what else are you going to do? T1 are winning in every lane all of the time in their recent matches, so there's just not that much to talk about.
Any banned on blue side means T1 are going for a different mid lane option. I'll leave it at that. Ash, going to be the second ban here. For Bro. Zeri, will the Lucian be the last ban here, as Varus also available. You have to pick your poison on that one. Maybe they'll just forego any of those. Ban something else. We'll see. But Zeri is a curious one. Of course, Henna pretty comfortable on the champion. Actually has a surprisingly good win rate. A little bit less good after the last game, but definitely has had some pop-off performances. What is it, bro? Have to make up your mind. As there it is, Lucian can be taken away. Varus first pick, sort of standing out to me, but we'll see where they want to go. There it is.
And of course, this is a flex pick. This could be a Varus support because it is Keria, who strongly advised everyone that this is not something that should try as. Okay, Brion. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm loving it. I think that you need to try and swing wildly here if you want to have a shot at taking down T1. We know that these are champions that they are supremely confident on. And from the get-go, we are denying the Jace, we're denying the Gragas. Picks that are still flexible as well.
Yeah, that's the really fun part about this, because of course, we haven't seen Bro play very much Gragas. Karis could be playing it. Umpty's played it in the past. Effort's played it in the past. And Morgan could definitely play it once again. So a lot of flexibility. Morgan and Karis could both be on the Jace as well. Sejuani going to come in here for Owner, back on Sejuani duty.
Well, there's also the fact that Gragas is very good into Jace, so it really works on many levels here with the Bro draft.
Varus,
very strong opener. Could be, yeah.
We'll see. I don't know whether that is going to be the thing, as Azir makes me feel way less confident about Aurelian Soul.
No, it's okay. It's
support Azir?
No, it's... Oh, wow. Imagine that. Well, I'm never going to rule it out. But no, it's top Azir for Zeus.
Hey, there we go. Into Renekton. Great matchup.
Ooh.
Pigeons versus crocodiles. That always
Crocodile
goes
could never get close. You know,
Yeah.
Pigeon just flies away, Atlas.
Do you know what it means,
Unplayable.
though? It does mean that Gragas is going into the jungle or support position, and Jason Renekton will be our solo lanes. I haven't seen jungle Renekton in a while, so I'm assuming that that's not where he's going to go.
No, I'm unless it is effort Gragas and we're getting a support Gragas for the first time in a long time, my assumption is that it will be the Dark Harvest variety in the jungle, flanked by 2 lanes with both great setup and AD. So this is actually a very strong top side with a lot of priority and a lot of early game power, difficult to itemize against, as well as the customary ban of the Kalista to come through here, because that could be played support by carry-out.
Could. Or the other way around. You never know. Ziggs going to be taken off the board. They don't want Henna to just try and dodge this lane.
Ooh, and not just dodge the lane, but actually, with the amount of AD that you already have, like, you can actually go for AP.
Viger Seraphine, let's go.
Okay, well,
it's time.
No, I don't think it is.
I don't think that they've been playing it either.
No, I don't think you should try to play that into Varus. I also don't love the Aphelios into Varus. I think lethality. Varus actually has a great matchup. Aphelios doesn't like things in general that outrange him, as the Heimer and Varus lane we have seen be relentless. This would be a signal that it is going to be the on-hit Varus, as mostly they've been combined. Renata haven't seen in a while, but good into the Nautilus, which you expect to be picked up here on the R5, as Renata and Viego.
And so mid Sejuani top Azir.
Okay, yeah, no. So this is a combo that we actually used to see a lot when Sejuani top was meta. The Viego in the jungle then can bolster the Sejuani in the solo lane. Sejuani also, I think, would have a good matchup in the J, so I'm expecting Brian to rotate the Renekton to top, also because it's Morgan. So him on Renekton is always going to be kind of a no-brainer.
That's Soraka.
I actually quite like the Soraka into the Renata, right? Like, if you pick an engaged support into Renata, you're going to feel very, very sad. Soraka is actually a pick that can not be punished and skill in this lane. Great R5 usage, and I don't know if this is enough to win the game for Brian. I do think that the nameplate difference in this game is colossal, but I think they have a very adventurous draft with a couple of great parts. I just don't know how it works together, right? Like, how are you going to play this out cohesively as we get to later stage of the game? You have a little bit of poke, but you also have a fair amount of disengage to try and enable your Aphelios. But then you look at the range that's available for T1, and I'd get a little scared.
Well, we'll just have to see what Umpty is going to be able to do. I think the General is going to have a lot on his shoulders. There is a lot of setup, as you've mentioned already, for this Gragas to get stuff done in these lanes. And can they get Henna to a good position on this Aphelios? It's his turn on the champion as, wow. Is that a fake LeBlanc right there?
Yep.
That is very cool.
Even has the makeup. Love it.
Yeah. Looking very, very
That
cool.
Azir?
And is Azir afterwards. Faker is God. Some people have said praise Faker before.
Aww.
When I sneeze at work, by the way, Valdez says Faker blesses you.
Yeah, he does.
He does do that.
Very consistently. As believe your revival. Only. Bro.
Only your revival.
That's aspirational.
It is. I don't want to go too deep on it, though. Let's have a look at these drafts once again before we hop onto the Rift. Owner on the Viego. It is the top Sejuani. Once again, she is back. We'll see how Zeus is going to do there. Into the Renekton. Was a matchup that kind of worked out for the Sejuani back in the day. As Umpty back on the jungle, Gragas debuting it in the jungle here in the LCK. So some changes here. Let's hop onto the Rift. Chronicler, it happened. I was just talking about this before. I was like, where did Hillbilly Gragas go? It was, of course, the skin that Score would play every single time. It was an absolutely fantastic jungle Gragas, and Umpty has picked it.
2 questions. Is this going to be the... are we going to get the graphic? And is Score going to be the last guy who played jungle Gragas?
No.
I don't think so either. And second, Predator as far as I'm aware, it's not a great rune right now.
That might have been the last rune that Umpty used when he played jungle.
Well,
Gragas.
so here's my issue with Gragas runes in jungle, right? Dark Harvest in solo queue, I do think actually is a great choice, because in solo queue you have a lot of guarantee that things will be messy. Generally, solo queue has a lot of high variety plays. People get killed very, very
often,
often, and in that case, actually getting the Dark Harvest text to get value out of the rune is great. But the last round of nerfs that eradicated Predator like really did a number on it, and it feels to me like a very weak rune. Does mean that Umpty might be going for some cool pathing, so we'll pay attention to that. Like there used to be times where you could do a free camp into an early buy and then get your boots and then try and look for a Predator gank. And I do think, as mentioned, that his setup across the board is very, very good when it comes to his solo lanes.
Hannah, he's going to heal, but Gumishi's just chasing him down. He's have a lot of movement speed with his Ghost now procced. So T1 gaining some control, some health back here for Effort though.
Yeah, this is also the lethal tempo variety, as we thought.
Yeah, this is it's not the greatest of times. However, when Effort hits level 2, he can drain his own health and give it to Henna.
That is true. We also have Owner pathing away, so the Brion bot lane is not actually in any substantial danger, besides the risk of missing some creeps.
Yep. Or dying in the 2v2, but thankfully get under their turret now, and Effort will grab his level 2, so we'll be fine. Owner.
Pathing.
Yeah, and Permafrost, remember, extremely dangerous, and there is the mist. The flash already used, the ignite is down. Of course, this was what top Sejuani took all the time. Morgan Flash is able to get out with his life, but look at the wave state.
Yeah, it's a disaster. Umpty needs to go on top, because Morgan is going to get completely zoned away from this wave, and it's pushing away from him. Like, you're not going to be able... And we do have Umpty coming over now, which I do think is a great call. So, get the awards to come through here.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Okay, Umpty's going to come in. He's sidling on forward.
Well, Owner's on his way, but Umpty will... Oh, no. Yeah, I was about to say, good ward from Umpty there to ensure. I still don't think they get the crash.
Well, Owner is going to get the crab. So there's that. As far as words that start with CRA.
Okay, we'll be able to get it now, as Owner is going to instead clear his jungle. But this does mean that in the bottom half of the map, there is a lot of room to be aggressive. Carriac cancelled efforts back there, but with Guma backing, there isn't any big window. So, nicely done by Umpty, saving his top laner from what was a very, very painful start of the game. As Morgan is deciding upon what to buy, was thinking about getting a Doran's Blade there, but ends up going for a refillable pot and a longsword, so going to skill a little bit better, as Zay is looking to go towards a classic, building the Glacial Shroud early, which both in terms of mana and in terms of itemization value against the Renekton is very efficient.
Yeah, you're pretty happy about that one. But right now, just Sapphire Crystal and some clothes. And T1 retaining some control here of this bottom side. Carrier walks out of the brush. 2v2 is upon us. Silence not going to quite really do anything here for Effort, but does hit some of these Qs, of course. The Soraka, you can judge them by the amount of Qs that they land in lane, which certainly does help get some control back. And as you can see, this wave just going to move towards Bro, no problem. And so Henna and Effort actually having a pretty good time into T1's bottom lane right now.
Only downside is the CS disadvantage, but that is not going to be the end of the world. We do know how well the Athalios scales, as Guma, also sitting on an early Vamp Scepter, also has his cookies at the ready, but I don't think he's really going to need them in this lane. Early Drake should be available here, as in comes Umpty. He does have boots.
All right, let's see what they can find, as Morgan is taking a lot of damage from Zeus here, but does get the stun, and Zeus should be dead. There it is, Kulbamik. It's going to come through, and that is first blood to the Lord's Renekton. Gets some revenge against Zeus, who was playing the early lane very, very well.
Great gank from Umti. Sets up his top laner for success. There is no teleport for Zeus, so he will be able to, at the very least, catch the crash. This is a cannon wave, so his misses won't be humongous, but did miss out a lot of creeps there initially, as Morgan was able to get that shove and now has a whip as well. And does mean that the top laner of T1 is going to be pretty substantially behind now. Most of his lanes are doing well.
All right, well, there is Karis being delivered to Faker here. Owner gets himself the stun. Karis tries to get out, but it's not going to work. T1 bite back.
Very clean. Clean shuffle at the ready. Karis flashes, but Owner has his still available. And as a result, early kill picked up for Faker, his Azir. As we have mentioned, the Azir quote-unquote nerfs are not actually really nerfs. As
the death of Azir was quite overstated.
Yeah, maybe next patch, but I've been saying maybe next patch for a fair amount of time here.
You've been saying it all season. Maybe next patch has been the tagline of this
it really
this
has
season,
been.
I think.
And crucially, Zeus doesn't have his ultimate yet, so with ult and Ignite, you might have a kill opportunity here. Not going to be the case. He does not have it available just yet, so he only gets a single Permafrost proc, and that's where a lot of the damage from Sejuani comes from. So not going to be enough, as Faker doesn't even need to flash. Right? Yeah. Karis could have maybe avoided his fate by going for a preemptive flash there, and then try and stay alive. But not going to be the case, and ends up dying while still using his flash, which is the worst case scenario. Although does have his ultimate available, but this is a Renekton with Dominus, so I think this is just to safeguard a crash for Zeus so that he doesn't have to be worried. What they don't know is that it was actually Umti
against Peanut's Diana.
Nongshim Peanut.
Yeah, about 2 years ago. Okay, so that was the last time we saw it. So Umti going to be playing it once again here. The first time in the jungle here for the Gragas. Very cool. Seen it in 3 lanes so far, if you call the jungle a lane here this season. We just need someone to play at support. And then we need that, what is it? Would it have to be like Gragas Senna? You could have like a Gragas Senna lane, where Gragas is kind of like the carry sort
Yeah,
of.
but then it would also require the support to play the Senna, which doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
So it's not likely, but that is the one angle.
We need to find a way for it to be five positions for the Gragas. As efforts coming over, putting down vision. Faker just walking through the silence field, not too worried about it, but Faker may have overextended. There's the flash, he gives him the thumbs up. As the Emperor's Divide comes in, can he get the bailout? The answer's no. As Karis, he's gonna get tagged, and that is going to be it. Zeus picks up the other one as well with the Glacial Prison, and Faker knew. I think he knew. Gave him the thumbs up, he's like, I'm the bait. My team's gonna come and kill you, and then we'll take the Herald.
I don't think Faker had to die there, but you know, maybe he's proving a point, Atlas.
Yeah, still gave him the thumbs up. That's what really did my head in.
And the immediate response is the pickup, and yeah, there is a lot invested in making sure Faker dies. The rest of T1 promptly arrives and says, thank you. Now we can murder you, and proceed to do so. Guma does not have his ultimate available, did get a kill there, but hasn't been able to spend that money just yet. Just ran straight down towards his lane. And Brion, that gold lead is starting to grow, and that is without the actual usage of this Rift Herald. So T1 is going to be able to pull even further ahead.
Oh, doesn't find the Shock Blast. Now Faker is able to turn some damage back onto Karis. Okay, Umti, what can you make happen? So far,
you know, that Predator is now off cooldown.
All right, let's go.
Well, T1 knows.
Can you line it up? Is
Owner's
the
on his
question.
way.
Gets the stun. There's the body slam. Max range. Easy peasy. Umti locks it down. And yeah, Owner's on his way. But he's going to see the piggy bank has been shattered. The coins removed.
And this plan of shutting Zeus down is successful. My question is it going to be enough? That's always the question, because Umti is snowballing the Renekton, and Morgan has been a great Renekton as, yeah, I'm gonna go. I know the thumbs up is there. I know this is all an elaborate bait setup.
It's a ruse.
But you know, he can also do that half a second later when the rest of his team is actually there, and then things would have been fine. But it doesn't matter. The response from T1 is good enough, and then this is where Zeus runs into some serious trouble. Would have not minded if he picked up some early Merc threats so that these CC chains are a little bit less obnoxious. Has 0 counterplay potential and Ignite Sedge Great in the 1v1, not so great when you are getting spam ganked by Gragas, and Omti definitely making his presence known, and that was one of the things we wanted to see from him coming into this game, and it has led to a large gold lead on Morgan. But is that enough? As the second Drake now going to get started up here for T1, because the Crocodile is going to have to do some serious heavy lifting. Brion want to have a shot in this game, because that's where all their resources have gone.
There is one thing about Bro, and that is that they have the strongest Crocodile of any team here
I
at the
don't,
LCK.
I don't think that's true anymore. I think that's D+ now.
No.
But he's 9-0.
Yeah, it's not about winning. It's about strength.
Oh, it's just about how much you can... Okay.
No. And honestly, Bro fandom has nothing to do with winning, as we know. All right.
Very good point.
Faker is going to try and usher Shelly towards the turret. Does manage to lock down these 2 plates. That was very close, though, from Bro. Nicely done, or at least nicely attempted. Just not quite enough. Karras clears out these minions. A parting shock blast as well. As... All right, Bloodthirster is done here for Henna. Here on this bottom side. Certainly good news. Shield bow for Gumushi in the same sort of fashion.
Oh, look at this vision control here on the bot side for T1. It's so easy for Guma and Carriot to just play continuously shoved up towards the turret. Do know, though, that with the wave clear available to Henna and Effort, they haven't actually dropped a plate. So yes, there has been prio, and it has led to 2 dragons, leading into an unfortunately relatively lackluster soul. As, ooh, I actually want to highlight the build from Owner here. So I was wondering about this. We have seen previously, yeah. So it could still be Kraken Slayer to come through here, but Kraken Slayer second, because we have seen Kraken Slayer into Cleaver. I do really like the Cleaver. I think there's a pretty decent amount of armor on Brion, most notably towards the top side of the map. And Cleaver is just a really good item in general. The extra health helping out a lot as well. But I wonder if it's going to be Kraken, as long as it's not...
Oh, he's still in turret range. Morgan has to flash. He's lit on fire, but he is going to be able to survive at least for the moment. Great play there from Zeus, not quite enough to get in the kill.
T is there, and is going to try and look for a play here again. Morgan does still have Dominus available, so could still go for it here. Zeus did just use a lot of cooldowns. He seems to be suspecting that something is up, because the rest of his team has full vision. Look at that vision!
Yeah, everywhere.
The enemy bot, like they know everything.
And now you've got Jason Soraka walking through their jungle completely on vision, like you were talking about. And Zeus moves back to his turret, doesn't miss out on too much, and that is 2 plates, probably 3 to go down here. Just another couple of autos, and there's another wave that is going to turn up, and wow, that lead only expanding as... that was a bit odd.
That's
going on there. As, yep, Morgan going to get permanently frosted. And now Owner's going to move in. Colormeek is decent as the wish comes through, but it's not enough. Heartbreaker, and Owner is now going to help move towards this turret alongside Zeus. Zeus finally getting himself out of somewhat danger up here in the top lane.
T and Karis looking for a play on Faker here.
All right, there's the barrel. Faker in trouble, and Karis locks down the kill. Very nicely played. I swear, this game, if Umpty's not there, nothing's happening for Bro. But Umpty's making things happen on this map. That's why they're even.
He's having an awesome game, right? 100% kill participation. This is vintage Brion and vintage Umpty. This is when this team has looked its best. In splits previous, this is how it looked. He's making plays. He's stacking that Dark Seal. Gets another kill on Faker. And it's what's keeping Bro in the game.
It definitely is. Looking real good. Ticking up to 15 minutes now. Chains of Corruption come down here towards this bottom side as Henna avoids the majority of what Gumushi's throwing at him, but not going to be able to avoid their turret falling down. That is going to be secured. So T1 get themselves to an actual pretty decent gold advantage here after this one. And T1 moving towards some turrets in multiple lanes, but it looks like this inner is going to be the next one on their mind. Bottom lane of T1 definitely feeling
Here he goes
good.
again.
Game is okay. Faker, Emperor's Divide comes in as Morgan is just going to die. And now Umpty is going to have to run away from the Pigeon Man with the Sand Soldiers. Barrel comes in. Can Faker actually find the remainder of the damage? He's going to look for it as there he goes. Sweeping Sands comes in. Conquering Sands. Oh, the Comet! Just barely not enough. He'll take a drink and he'll take his leave.
But got inner! They got inner in 15 minutes!
Yeah. Yeah. There's the body of Morgan. We didn't have to show that.
Even if they kill Faker, like, it's not worth. But they did. He got a kill. They didn't kill him. He got a kill.
No. It's always worth to kill Faker. You talk to Dumbledoge from Worlds on his Janna, the 4-man gank into the mid lane. Do you know what they said after that play? They said worth, and they proceeded to lose the game extraordinarily quickly.
Oh, you're killing me, Atlas. Like, nice gank here on Faker. Clean combo. Flash body slam immediate ult. No counterplay available. Faker even flashes into his grave. But then here, yeah, crucially, Morgan doesn't have the dominance available, so he starts up the play, and then Faker...
Oh, in the meantime, Henna is going to get a little bit upset. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but the tower's now dead, and so is Henna. So hostile takeover, I think, was the problem.
So they pushed mid, and then Brion thought they could defend, and then T1 pressed their ultimate buttons, and then Henna died because he didn't have cleanse, because he had to cleanse earlier when the first bot lane turret was pushed down, but you know, before the second bot lane turret was pushed down, after which now the mid lane turret is also pushed down, after which they get Drake. And T1's ability, and this is something that they do better than obviously any other team in the LCK, like tempo swings and getting one objective and turning it into more is just...
Yeah.
It's kind of nuts to watch. And this is Brion, a relatively weak team that is struggling, that is... with this loss, looking even more unlikely to make playoffs, but they've done this against better teams as well.
Gets the flash, and actually a few buttons go awry, but it's not enough. Oh, man, hostile takeover just really does change the flow of the game, and it's kind of interesting because this is only the second time that we've seen Renata Glass so far this season. But it's great to see her back, and you also see that she really can warp how these games are played.
And it makes it very hard for Brion to play out when you're losing map control. When it comes to gold and items, it's not that bad. Like, the game state is still quite poor because of the dragons that have been stacked and the complete lack of map control. But when you just look at gold, like, you know, there's a little bit of hope. But that's the best I can do, which generally is not a great sign, as we now see that Guma is getting closer towards his Rage Blade. Owner is indeed going for that, what I assume will be a Kraken Slayer second. As we have a trap.
Has been set. Hostile takeover immediately going to be used, but Umpty's going to avoid it. Chains of Corruption come in. Morgan is on the flank, and they just leave. Carrier Karis wants to pick up the kill. The bailout is not going to do anything here. Henna wants to participate. It's not going to work out, as it's two kills now for Bro. And Zeus, he's on some sort of flank. Not sure what he's going to be able to get done here. As Faker now down to 50%, and I think that T1 going to have to back away from this one.
Really big moment here for Brion. Keeps them in this game. Gets them additional golds. Allows them to get a few shutdowns.
Zeus is not afraid of anyone. The Ignite goes down. He gets the Wish out of F. This is 1 versus 4.
He's just going in.
He's just going in. He's just doing some things. Faker's going to walk up now. He's like, all right, Zeus. Let's see what you're doing here.
Yeah, you just want to fight. We're going to shove mid. We're going to siege your mid turret.
Why is it? This is the scariest Sejuani ever. Maybe I've just been seeing too many of the jungle Sejuanis that get absolutely no resources. But that looked comical. Just walking after 4 people that were running out of cooldowns. And the T1 Baron. Yep. If anyone doubted that this was going to happen,
yeah,
it's silly.
It's gone.
Yeah, Varus isn't here, but they don't need him.
Unless Umpty's on his way.
Okay, we're going to back away. Not going to risk a flip. Look at that. Very nicely done. So, without Gumayushi, they're not going to risk it.
That was just an overestimation. It happens to the best. As this is a wonderful trap. Like, watch the flank ward. Carrier with an ultimate that doesn't really get anything done. And then they don't have any way to go. Can't get out here. As Carrier gets taken down, Morgan then flashes on top of Guma, and you see T1's like, oh guys, we can go in 3 versus 5 here, right? And then they decide not to. They save that for a little bit later, which I think was a good call, because this is the type of moment where you can lose the game. Like if you throw multiple people in there, you give up a bunch of bounties, you give momentum back to Brion, they still have a very strong composition, right? Like, and as I mentioned, the gold lead, while firmly in T1's favor, is not completely insurmountable. We do have Karis, Umti, and Morgan on pretty good points. The obvious downside and sacrifice has been Anna. But, you know, eventually we'll get to free items at some point in the game.
Surely.
Surely.
Maybe. Well, yeah. We say surely, but sometimes T1 just wins. And it sort of comes out of nowhere as they don't get the charge on Shirley, and now 5 members here in this mid lane. T1 raring for a fight.
This is
hostile takeover available.
Not Soul Point. Soul.
Yeah. 40 seconds. There's Glacial Prison used onto Morgan. He slices out of the way before the Chains of Corruption can lock him down. And T1, they set up the Sun Disc. Umpty on the flank.
T1 playing a little fast and loose. That's 2 ultimates and a Ghost used in an attempt to take down someone on Brion, but Morgan is sitting on Merc Boots as well as a couple of runes as
Moonlight Vigil comes in. Faker is going to shift the sands, gets himself out of there. Zeus escaping as well. T1 are getting poked out of this.
Yeah. They used a lot, didn't get that much done. I think Brion could very well be moving towards his dragon here.
Yeah, for them, just a lone Ocean Drake, but for T1, they wanted to be able to lock down this soul.
Oh, there's not a lot of vision though. This has got to feel scary for Brion. They don't have prio either.
Oh, Carrier pokes his head out and immediately gets jumped on. There's a hostile takeover. He's still alive! Somehow!
Yeah, but he can't join the fight. He's way too low. Might have to give this one up, T1.
See whether they do, as now Faker, he's going to go out the back of the pit. Zeus moves up to the front, but now Henna with red and white guns, he's dangerous. And okay, the arrow's not going to be enough, but of course this isn't Lethality Varus, so they lose the dragon. T1, can you actually do any more is the question, as Carrier is just trying to drink whatever potions he has left, doesn't actually have any remaining. T1 will slink back towards the northern side of the river. But bro, I can feel something has changed within them. Can you feel it? Can you feel the bro memento starting to happen?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. This is still 1.5k gold down, and
trying to create some tension here, man.
Okay, well, I know, Atlas, but I gotta be honest. I've already told you that I don't think the game state is that bad, but until they win a team fight, I'm going to withhold any comment.
All right. Well, T1 have possibly caught someone out of position. There is the Glacial Prison, but Umpty, great buffer on the Body Slam, and he will be absolutely fine. And you'll trade that as far as cooldowns are concerned. But yeah, speaking of being concerned, if you're a T1 fan, I probably wouldn't be just yet.
Not yet. But, you know, I as mentioned, I do quite like the Brion comp. We now have Infinity Edge done for Henna. Morgan has his Black Cleaver. They're hitting a couple of really big spikes. And if they can get to a mid to late game where they can utilize the poke from this chase and maybe deal with some of the... I don't want to say lackluster hard engage, because you do have the Sejuani and you have Faker, but it is somewhat conditional, right? We've seen a lot of ultimates be thrown into Morgan or Umpty, neither of which are really going to particularly care, although this is a very low resource Gragas. This is 1, not top Gragas, and 2, this is Night Harvester, not Rod of Ages. So Umpty, if you focus him, he will die. Unlike many of the other Graxes that we've seen that go for the Tear and the Rod of Ages variety, where you do have an incredible amount of effective health, but their poke's still good.
Yeah. We'll be leaning on Karis here to land a few of these. Yeah, Morgan.
That's it.
He's going to come in. Let's see whether this 5v5 is actually going to work out in favor of Bro or T1. As, yeah, that's the K-Ramp. We are K-Ramp.
Soraka is scaling Atlas.
Oh, that is true.
Don't talk about Renekton.
No. Scaling is not an issue.
Yeah, I know. He's a crocodile.
The Lord's Renekton.
Oh, okay. That's better. Yeah. I thought that I'll allow that.
The Lord's Renekton is a late game threat. Always has been, always will be. As Chains of Corruption come in, as I may have cursed him because the Emperor's Divide is going to cut him in half. There we go. That's the first kill for the team fighters. Immediately, what? Where did Henna go? Umpty is now looking to try and grab Faker, but it's not going to work out. And T1, they just wipe the floor with them. Karis and Effort, the last men standing, and the Baron not going to be up for much longer.
Atlas, a man with mythical power, as he hasn't finished his sentence, or T1 find a great hard engage on Brion. Going to turn that into a dragon immediately. Zeus and Faker making sure that no one is going to get anything out of this. Baron comes through, and game state that looked somewhat salvageable for Brion. Now 5k gold deficit.
And outside of a caster curse, what went wrong here?
Well, we saw a couple of these attempts already, and Brion try and fight a little bit too hard for priority. So this time the CC chain does come through. There isn't enough heal available yet, and due to Faker's ultimate, the rest of Brion has to like peel back, right? Like immediately a couple of flashes are forced.
Oh, Henna doesn't have his flash, so the stun's going to come in, and he's just, yeah, Henna's real dead. Does manage to get a Moonlight Vigil off beforehand, but there was bailout. There was a lot of reasons why T1 were never in any danger there. Now with the Baron, they're going to look to push down some more of these turrets.
As the super and it gets taken down here by the Cask, but the next line of minions is already there. Zeus is split pushing by himself, and we see a little bit of a, you know, of a flat surface there in that gold graph, and then trend upwards, and that might well be the end of the game.
It may. The Baron is being pushed forward. This inhibitor is not long for the world. That will be the first to go down. Can anyone get anything else, though? It's kind of the question here. They've got a line of vision that they can follow to get themselves out of here. They've also got a Wolf Camp to take away. They've got a blue buff to remove as well. And they're just going to take the mid inhibitor, move back, spend all that money, and we'll see whether the Drake is going to be the next thing on the menu. Looks like it will be. And it looks like Bro want to fight. Yeah, Faker might just like come over here and
he's just pushing by himself.
Yeah, win the game.
Yeah, he's making sure that they can't actually contest.
He might take it. He'll take a Nexus turret.
Yeah. Yeah, that's happening.
Because there's no one here. Karis is going to turn up, but there's a Nexus turret. Shifting Sands gets him out. And T1 can now, because they've broken them up like this, they can just take themselves the soul. Faker, Emperor's Divide, is going to deny that to the skies. Umpty, if he finds himself a body slam decently, but no, it's not going to happen. Flash over the wall, though, from Karis is going to spell the end of Faker. But they, that's how you get a free soul. You trade it for a pigeon.
It's a good deal.
Yeah.
I don't think you often get a deal like that.
No.
Owner making great use of the fact that Anna doesn't have a slash available. Flash stuns, not a lot of counterplay to that one. Do you see that with that IE second, there is a considerable amount of damage still available as Umpty starts this one off. Faker unable to make his way out, even with the ultimate. But yeah, Faker dying here, trading his life for a Nexus turret and a soul is fine. Ideally, you'd want him to get out, but it's not the end of the world. Regardless, as Karis, nice sidestep there on the Chains of Corruption. Keeps him alive for now.
Yeah, Henna with some good weaponry, but just going to grab himself a red buff for now. And the weaponry is not really the compensation that we're wanting to have, as Carrier is going to find Umpty. That's a flash to make sure that he cannot body slam over. Really beautifully done. And that is Gumayushi picking it up from downtown. Says, thank you very much for the extra money. I wanted my Infinity Edge. I guess. Is what he's going for next? Bloodthirster?
No, yeah, it will be BT. Yeah, because he has Rage Blade.
I see Crit Cloak and BF Sword, and my old man brain is just like, that's Infinity Edge. But then I look at the build, I'm like, that's on-hit Varus, Atlas, you moron. As anyway, Bro now going to deal with these minions flooding into their top side.
Of course, you're doing great. I'm very proud of you.
Man.
Yeah, come on. I'm keeping it positive.
Yeah, I don't think moron's necessarily a bad thing.
Whoa. What have you ever called someone a moron and be like, oh, thanks, man, I appreciate it.
I've never said thanks, but I've never found it, you know, too bad. An endearing moron. I'm okay with that. If that's who I am, then I can be a happy man.
That's your words. I would never. I would never, as T1 taking the top side inhibitor as well. Full control
Zeus taking matters into his own hands yet again. He just says, F it, you're going to prison for a moment, but then I'll let you go. And he does. And Bro now to deal with 2 inhibitors being down. One of them down for 2 minutes, the other one down for 4.5. And is it just going to be Elder and then T1 walks into the base and wins? Or is it going to be Baron and then walks into the base and wins?
That's not an item. He went Zeke's.
Okay.
He went Zeke's Convergence.
Sometimes you just want to converge. I think it's all right.
I actually do think there is there are some seriously undervalued items. Anathema's changed this one. I really like
We
Knight's
see
Vow
Anathema's picked up a bit.
in specific tissues. Yeah, I know, but I think there's more room. But Zeke's froze me off a little bit. Haven't seen that one in a while. As yeah, there's only one lane still alive here for Breon.
Yeah.
Not for long.
Ryushi just going to get to work on that one. Takes down the inhibitor turret. And you can see Zeus just happily playing in this front line. Dashing around every which way. The handshake does come through as Umpty is going to be able to run it out. Runs real quick as well as Moonlight Vigil comes in. Not going to do too much though, as Zeus is just a brick wall in the front line. The last inhibitor is going to fall. Mid lane is going to be respawning pretty soon, in about 40 seconds time. And bro, their house is in shambles now as they try to chase T1 out of here. T1, I mean, this is a very comfortable Baron if they want to take it, but they could also just kill the last remaining turret in this game and win.
Well, the mid inhibitor is about to respawn, so they might want to go for that. The current mid wave already doesn't have supers on it. Could be looking for that. Would be a great opportunity for them to effectively guarantee as game is. Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, Kara's going to be spotted, immediately turning around and taking down the Jace, and now the hostile takeover comes in. Henna is pretty dangerous though, as Carrier is going to get taken down. Emperor's Divide going to move Morgan away from Faker as the Glacial Prison lands in between everyone and explodes. And doesn't really do too much more than that.
Look at the side lanes though.
Yeah, no, there are super minions and stuff like that. But if we don't ignore the mini-map, the game is very close.
We can't ignore the mini-map,
We
Atlas.
should ignore the mini-map.
No, don't listen to Atlas. Don't ignore the mini-map. The mini-map is important. T1, all or nothing. Umpty. No, can't even get in.
Yeah, they do manage to take the outer turret in the mid lane. Come back. As Morgan, he's going to have to Dominus deal with Faker here. And Effort is just running away from Ona. This Nexus turret, not long for the world. And Faker has a one-track mind. All right, that's a flash forward from Ona. Henna is in so much trouble. Faker will swoop in, collect that one, and move on towards winning this game. That Nexus turret was taken down.
Ona took the life of Effort and then used his silence to make sure he could get on top.
Very,
the Henna.
very cutely done. As there is an Emperor's Divide. Faker is going to die again, but it looks like he's having a very good time on the Rift. The Nexus will fall moments afterwards. T1 pick up the 2-0.
And it was a game with a little bit more festivities than game number one, but...
a few thumbs up, one could say.
And for T1, this is business as usual. They got themselves the 2-0 win.
Yep.
Game one was monstrously one-sided. Game two was a little bit more loose.
It was, but did it ever really feel like...
No, never. Yeah. No. They took some liberties, but it never felt like they were at the verge of losing control of the game. And you can't fault Brian, because when this T1 shows up...
Yeah, this is the thing that's really difficult, right? Is T1's form right now is just absolutely insane. And you could imagine that Breon, they're focusing on winning the majority of their last remaining games, but technically, if things go right for them outside of this, they don't need to win them all. And T1, this is on top of the list of matches you're not going to win.
No.
So putting in all of your prep and effort in making sure that you can win the games that do look more winnable, I think that is certainly the way to go. And it's a sad way to look at it. Sometimes it has to happen. As, yeah, Bengi, Roach there as well. We're having a chat to Zeus, as Tom was, of course, the one in the middle. Roach next to him, and then Bengi was to the left. So
T1,
T11.
Well, could happen.
It's very, very cute. As okay, Gumiushi doing some poses. Owner here as well. Big muscles. We missed it in the close-up, but that's all right. Maybe we'll see the celebration a little bit later.
Wonder who picks up PUG here. Owner had an extremely clean game, as did Guma. Those would be my main two ones.
I think I can't help but think that it should be Zeus. Just being a piggy.
I do really.
I don't know why.
Well, he got the catch in mid, and I do actually have really been appreciating Zeus has kind of been playing like a man unleashed. We had a couple of different iterations of Zeus. We had very early Zeus, then we had like the largest part of last summer Zeus, but then towards the end, we started to kind of see him kind of get in his own head. He was still great mid, and even at Worlds, outside of the Worlds Finals, he was one of the best mids at the tournament.
Or tops?
Or sorry, yeah, tops. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't.
I don't think Zeus was ever mid. Apart from that, like one top Zach performance, that was pretty.
When he tried a little bit too hard, but that happens to the best of him. But recently, he's been
maybe
playing.
it's the faker POG angle. I know that he kind of ran it a couple of times, but he also did like some pretty tactical.
Well, yes, there was that. Okay, like he had a couple of great teamfight catches, and I do appreciate his commitment to making sure the enemy base was not in a good state.
Yeah.
But I would be surprised.
I mean, there's a reason why I had my vote removed. Maybe it's a bit of a troll situation, but I kind of like it. All of the plays that were made were kind of faker, weirdly enough.
We'll see. See what the votes end up being. I personally went with Owner, but I wouldn't be opposed to Guma. Guma was playing an extremely clean game of Varus. Nothing flashy, but doesn't always need to be.
But sometimes it can be the guy doing the things. And there are a couple of those. Zeus and Faker definitely did a lot of things. So let's have a listen in to T1 as they won this game. Faker getting to work on these turrets. Morgan struggling with a severe amount of minions. As Owner also taxing in with that silence was fantastic.
Yeah, love that. As the base was crumbling once the inhibitors start falling, playing the game becomes excruciatingly difficult. And T1 with another decisive 2-0 victory. Very clean, not really giving us anything new. Bringing back the Sejuani flex, that was cute.
Look at Faker's smirk, man. I can't handle it, I'm sorry. Oh, it was very cute. He sort of just runs into the fountain. And yeah, the Sejuani flex I thought was really, really cool. As Faker did a lot of damage. But this is the on-hit Varus, so you can understand that that is how it's going to go. Faker the majority of the poke here for this team. Just pretty elementary stuff there for T1, continuing to stay way out in front here in the LCK. But now, to break down that series, let's throw it over to the space with Valdez and Wolf. Say goodnight.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome cast today. And yep, that was the 2-0. T1 did take down the game, and this one was a little bit closer. I liked Breon's draft where they were just like, you know what? You're not allowed to play any of what you just played in the last game. We're going to take it all, or as much of it as they could after selecting red side.
I was really excited for this draft because I was like, all right, you've taken away the Jace, you've taken away the Gragas, which, you know, you often see Jace banned against Zeus. They take those picks that are so flexible that T1 love to use on red side themselves, then take a Renekton and push the Gragas into the jungle. And yeah, sure, there were some issues with Umpty's play, and he went for the Predator, which, you know, I think is good into trying to catch that Sejuani topside. But overall, I thought he played a decent game of this, and I think this is the kind of way to approach a draft versus T1 that no teams are really trying right now. The execution definitely left a lot wanting, but I really thought this was a creative way to approach a game 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, regardless of if you think it was like a strong draft or a weak draft, like, I don't know, they just tried something very new and kind of out of left field, and in terms of like just picking what their opponent just played, basically.
And we've seen Gragas jungle find success elsewhere outside of Korea. We've seen it in the LEC, we've seen it in the LPL, so definitely a pick that is viable right now for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into highlight number 1 here, which was the play here in the mid lane, and then we go over to Herald, and this was a lot of how T1 were able to start off the game with.
So Karis doesn't flash this until late, but he does use his flash, and this is really critical for this follow-up here, where we group for Herald, and they get the initial pickoff onto Faker, but then Faker buys a ton of time here with his ultimate and bailout. And because of that missing flash here, Karis actually still goes down, and the follow-up Risen there gets the connect. So that's a win here for T1. And it felt like until that moment, it was only a slight lead for T1 at times. And then that was the first time where T1 actually grabbed control of the game, got a ton of money in their pockets, and started taking control of sides.
Yeah, and generally, a lot of the games from T1, if they get like a big teamfight win or a big early game lead, it kind of just snowballs out of control and the team just falls over. I think Bro did a good job of at least, standing on their own 2 feet while they kind of got pummeled. They gave back a couple of blows, right? It was pretty good, and I think that T1, a couple of overstepping of the boundaries a little bit in this game, making a couple of mistakes. So that was made the game a little bit more interesting.
They kept trying to play around topside, where they got like a 30-40 CS advantage onto Zeus. And we'll take a look at the second replay here, where on the top side of the map, he's somewhat exposed here, right? And Umpty is like, I'm going to come over here and grab Faker in this case. They're trying to play around top. They're trying to get this turret. And Faker buys an insane amount of time and actually trades this kill back. And all the while, they're getting plates, or rather turrets, across the map. So just kind of a big macro mistake here, so desperate. Like, they were constantly trying to force onto the Sejuani, then trying to force here onto the Azir when Faker's topside here. And Faker's shot calling, like, I might die here, but he plays it perfectly, and he's sending his laners down to get more gold across the map, to get more map control. So he ultimately doesn't even die. Like, Faker sacrifices himself, quote-unquote, but actually gets a win, too.
And this was a T1 win, so we kind of skipped the highlight where it was like a 2v5, and then it was like a 1v5, and then it was like, oh, we're just going to chase him down the lane, and like it was a little bit of weirdness, where I think T1, they got a little bit overconfident, and Bro kind of caught them off guard and took them down. That extended the game a little bit. Also going to skip the highlight where they pressed all of their CC buttons onto Renekton, and he wasn't allowed to play the game until he died. Still wishing there would be a little bit less CC in
there's a lot of
League of Legends.
A lot of CC in T1's composition, and they played those fights really decisively around mid, and every time Brion was forced to approach an objective, they were willing to pull the trigger and go all in on killing any of these targets, be it the Renekton in the front line, the Gragas, right, the Jace that's very squishy. And the usage that we saw of Keриa's ultimate to actually follow up on those engages was really cool, because the turn in Brion's comp was actually quite nice, but every single time they initially get someone with the Sejuani ult, Keria just layers his ultimate on top, which is very slow approaching, and it's not actually gonna, kind of tie in with all that other CC, but it prevents any follow-up, it prevents any collapse of this Gragas or the Aphelios trying to get into range.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we do have the POG ready here for game number 2 on the side of T1. It will be Owner who is going to catch up just a little bit over to Keria. He's still down 1 Pog, but yeah, just kind of everywhere on the map with this Viego, which we don't see too often.
Yeah. And I think one of the questions people are asking right now is this mid Gragas actually strong, or is it just kind of a Faker exclusive, because only T1 is really flexing
Also,
this.
is it better than Jungle now? Jungle Gragas?
I think it's definitely
top
better.
Gragas?
I think it's definitely better than Jungle Gragas, but in this case, Brion flexed it because they wanted to get all 3 of these strong solo picks early, and then they pushed the Gragas into the jungle. Owner punished this really well, though, with the Viego pick, and it's so great with Sejuani. We saw it in so many of these fights. And I think T1 haven't really been pushed out of their comfort zone on this patch just yet. So what they think is strong, we're going to be learning in these upcoming matches.
I thought it was going to be like kind of votes scattered all over the place, but actually ends up being very even, right down the middle, as much as it can be, right, out of 11 votes.
I was so close to voting for Faker. I actually thought he had a great game, despite some isolated deaths.
All because of Wolf.
It's all my fault.
But that means that Owner is going to keep the POG race a little bit interesting, and that's always fun. These 2 teams from the 2 players from the same team just fighting against each other.
T1 just winning everything, right? So, the votes are kind of starting to stack up, as Keria and Owner have had such high impact this season long.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who is going to be the first team to really challenge them, because Humble Life Esports defeated them once in a regular season best of 3. Like, that still counts. That was still great. Does that mean that Humble Life are the only ones that have the answer to this team? Probably not. Maybe it was just T1 having an off day, Humble Life Esports overperforming, but once again, we're getting another season, Wolf, where it just feels like, we started off with a top 2 or a top 3, and now it's like, are T1 just better than everybody else again?
It does feel that way, and it also feels like maybe with the resurgence of D+ Kia here as well, we might have a top 3 that feels traditional, right, in the LCK with the drop-off of Liv Sandbox and KT Rolster also stumbling a little bit in recent times. Finding form, of course, against Genji, so we'll see.
Still remains to be seen, but guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Keria, owner on the side of T1 for the PUG interview. T1 picked up the 13th win of the season. How do you feel, Keria? I'm happy for the win over Brion, and also I'm so happy that I am the PUG leader still. I'm also happy with the 2-0 win, and also I was, waiting for my PUG, and then I'm so glad that I got another one today. I mean, yeah, the rivalry is going on. There's a competition for the PUG leader. And I think Keria is slowly actually extending the gap. And Keria, you were able to win another POG today, and you are tied for your highest POG score in your entire career. Last time, I was the first one to actually hit 1,000, POG points. And now I'm tied for that record. Sorry, give me a moment, please. So it feels amazing. But I want to get more. And then in the previous interview, you actually said, I feel like I deserve more POGs. So how many points do you want? I don't care about the points, I just want to be the number 1, If I can win the player of the split, I'm happy. And owner, you are now sitting on 900 POG points. You are just 1 POG away from tying with Keria. So I want to talk about the game number 1. Keria, there was an outplay by you where we are having a team fight around the Drake. You are just able to find the angle and land your hook onto the enemy AD carry. We are waiting for the VCR right now, which is not ready yet. Let's move on to the next question while we are preparing that replay. So, Keria, you won another POG on Thresh. Obviously this is your signature pick, and right now Thresh is slowly returning to the meta. Do you think Thresh will be a meta pick? I don't think it's like a meta pick, but Thresh is definitely viable in certain situations, so I cannot really call that a meta pick. So I guess, there are just only a specific requirements where Thresh can pop off in the current patch. But Keria was able to make it happen in game number 1. In the second game, we had actually top Sejuani, and then you were able to play Viego, and the moment you locked in Viego, we saw a huge green on your face. Tell us about the draft. I was so close to playing Sejuani again, but Zeus, in the second phase of the pick, he was like, I can play Sejuani top, so I was so happy. So I was like, then I'll play Viego. So it was like something more of a spur of the moment decision, but I was super happy. How was Zeus' performance in Sejuani? He gotta practice more, he gotta do better. He has way lower proficiency on Sejuani compared to me, for sure. And Keria, we had another new champion unlocked for you for this season, Renata this time. So that was like the perfect timing for Renata, and then owner was like, I want to play Viego. So I thought Viego Renata comp is pretty strong, so we decided to give it a go. Renata looked pretty strong today, which is not a mainstream pick right now. Why is that? There are a lot of, better picks right now in the support role, to be honest. There are a lot of counter picks. There are a lot of picks that have better strengths compared to Renata, but today, in that game, Renata looked to be a good pick. After game number 2, we saw T1 coaches giving so many feedbacks to Owner and Zeus. Remind me us of Goma. Nothing much happened, to be honest, but early on in that game, you were setting up for an early gank onto the opponent top laner. We were like using a lot of wards, and You know, we were trying to play around the top side, but it failed. So he was like giving us feedbacks how we actually had to execute that play. And we have so many fans out here waiting for Faker's Aurelion Soul. Is it gonna happen this season? Well, it'll come down to the mid jungle duo, so owner can answer this, I think. Well, it will come down to the mid laner, you know. So maybe we can, you know, hear from Faker in the next interview. I have no idea. We are still waiting on the replay on the Thresh outplay in game number 1. So today, at this moment, like I think we were kind of unsure about teamfight angles. So if we just go head to a teamfight, it might be a little bit risky. So we just wanted to force them kind of come around the dragon. So I just want to be the one initiating teamfight, setting up for a fight. So I had to go for it. Yeah, everyone was like kind of blanking on in that game at that moment, but Keria made the perfect call at that point, and I trusted him. I took the lantern and I went for him together with Keria. So it was a back-to-back stomp from T1, and a lot of people actually say this current T1 looks even stronger than last year's Spring T1, who had a perfect split. How do you feel about that? You know, I mean, we just like always improve and try to develop, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are just always like working hard to, you know, step it up. Tell us about your teamwork then. You guys are always on the same page. I mean, yeah, what was that? I mean, yeah, we're doing good. Keria, that answer was a little bit sus. Give us more details. Why is T1's teamwork so good? We always like, you know, spend a lot of time together, you know, always, you know, play a lot of games together, eat together, stuff like that. So this roster has been around together for such a long time, probably longer than any other LCK teams. So yeah, so because of that, now because we're so close with each other, sometimes we get suppressed by each other, you know. Sometimes we get triggered and we get so mad at each other, but yeah, we always have to keep that in mind. What are those exactly? Nothing on my end, you know. I love my teammates. Your next opponent is DRX. How are we going to prepare for that one? We will make sure to end the season on a very good note and continue our winning streak throughout the playoffs. I hope we can continue a clean performance throughout the playoffs. So I wish we can pick up another 2-0 win up against DRX. And this will be the end of the interview from owner Keria from T1. And I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings and see where things lie for these two teams.
Yeah, Brion taking a hit today, -2 to their game score. And had Live Sandbox actually won today and taken that nice win, it would have been even tougher for them to go to playoffs. But it is still technically possible. This is one of their toughest matches they have left, so obviously an expected loss, but you really were hoping for the upset here if you're a bro leaver.
Yeah, even one game, I mean, could have helped, but not meant to be. Not against T1, as tomorrow, Saturday Showdown, 2 hours earlier than normal. You guys should definitely set your alarms or your reminders or whatever you've got, because 3 p.m. we do have Humble Life Esports up against D+ Kia, and then we do have Nongshim up against DRX. Should be a fun day tomorrow.
Yeah, Nongshim versus DRX, I think that one could be full of fireworks. It could be crazy. It could be a 3-gamer banger. I think it's definitely back and forth. DRX definitely a little bit on the up and up right now, and Nongshim recovering from our shortest game of the season, second shortest in LCK history.
May take a little while for them, but we'll have to see how they look tomorrow. But yeah, Home Life Esports against DK, that's going to mean a lot for the top of the standings as well.
Such
on
a
the west
big
side of the
one.
bracket. It is really, really huge, so make sure you guys are watching that Saturday showdown. We are done here for tonight. Thank you so much for watching the LCK once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
Home Life Esports are looking to hold on to their spot in the West.
They were sitting in 6th place for so long, but he has since had a big resurgence, the Clidemption. He's really turned the season around.
DK holding ground in the West.
We've had our ups and downs throughout this split, but on our best day, they're ahead.